All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my stream today. I'm pretty excited for a couple of reasons. First of all, as it turns out, it looks like StreamYard has added back 1080p without me paying any extra money. So this is going to be the first stream in a while that's higher quality, which is good for all of you folk, especially if we're going to be looking at some code examples today. But yeah, we're just going to get started up here in a minute. Come say hi in the chat. Introduce yourself. This can be an exciting one. In some ways, I've wanted to do this for years. As you guys know, I spent a lot of time digging into the workings of JavaScript frameworks, and most of the time, coincidentally, it usually aligns with my interests more than what's going on. Like I was really into server-side renderings and meta frameworks to understand that. So I started inviting all the people on the stream that worked on, different meta frameworks, right? I had like Daniel from Nuxt and Fred from Astro and, Misco with Quick and all those people on the stream. Interestingly, if you guys have been following the stream the last 6 months or 2 years, I've been working on Solid 2.0, and most of my work has actually been on innovations in scheduling and reactivity. So this is actually almost a really amazing timing coincidence because I think today we're going to be able to talk about a lot of things that I've been thinking about for a long time and actually been actively working on the last several months. And that's because we're going to have a member of the React core team on the stream, which we've never done before. A couple years ago, I was like talking to Dan and I was like, oh, maybe I can get him on here. But if you've ever seen me and Dan talk, like especially like on those spaces on Twitter, I don't think we would literally get anywhere. I'd like say I'd talk for like 10 minutes, then Dan would talk for 10 minutes, and then we'd talk past each other. It's, um, I don't know how that would have gone, but I have much greater hopes here because we're going to have Ricky Hanlon on here to talk about React. And you guys have been seeing a lot of stuff. There's always stuff. You go on Twitter, you go on Blue Sky, you go on these social apps, and there's always like some kind of scandal or something because people like making news, they like kicking up, they like making noise. And especially the last year or so, a couple years, Ricky's really stepped up in those arenas to talk about this stuff. And to tell you the truth, I like what I'm hearing. It's, I feel like we're entering like a third major phase of React. There was the original, I'm going to talk with Ricky about this in a few minutes, but I just want to kind of premise where I'm standing here. There was like the original Jordan Walk, Tom Ochino, like 2012 through 15 time period. And then there's like this changing the guard that happened like 2015, it feels like. And that kind of ran probably until about 2020, 2021. And now there's like a new React. And I really like how the new React is doing things. And I think this should be interesting because while I'm talking about the people here in the organization, React itself, the framework, has been changing and updating over time, right? And it's very interesting when you see these juxtapositions and articles and things going on, in this social sphere, and they're basically like, okay, React's dead, use something else, or that. And obviously, as an author of a different framework, you'd think, oh yeah, jump in there, push Solid down people's throats. That doesn't really serve me well. And the reason it doesn't serve me well is because then we just have a new generation of people choosing a tool that have no clue what they're doing or how it works, which doesn't actually help anyone. The problem is that there are real problems being solved by these frameworks and tools. And unless we take time to understand how they work, unless we I don't mean like in heavy detail, but just kind of get an idea of like generally what they're doing and how they can help you achieve your goals, we're just going to continue to kind of peddle this ignorance around and not really understand and get caught off guard by new innovations and then be like, oh, like the biggest thing that I face a framework author isn't about, concerns about barriers to adoption and all that. It's actually the fact that a lot of people just don't know what they're using. And that's why I strive so hard on education here. Let's see here. Chat's starting to come in. So yeah, let's start saying hi to everyone. Hey, thanks for being here. Let's go. Yeah. yes, I am going to put a Signal shirt on. You know, I think a lot of people are going to watch the stream, and maybe we'll talk about signals at some point. I don't think that's that necessarily the most important thing that we're going to do today, but by far. I think there's a lot of cool stuff that's been going on in React, and people are sleeping on it maybe. But yeah, no, let's keep going. Ryan Florence does seem to be so excited with the new React. Oh, Ryan Florence has lots of opinions. That's fine. Maybe I'll have him on stream some point. Oh, it doesn't seem to be interested. The one thing I love about Remix and Ryan Florence and that is they're not afraid to take a step back to move a step forward, but sometimes those kind of pivots only go so far. I think we have to keep on trying. So as I said, when Ryan has something like whatever Remix 3 is or something, like when there's actually something tangible, even a hint of something tangible to show, we can talk about that. But for now, I'm gonna like let him go brew his thing, and we're not gonna worry too much about what he may or may not be doing. There are 19 different competing frameworks. We must invent a new one that covers everything. I get why people kind of get that feeling or thinking, but I mean, okay, there's new frameworks and ideas people do all the time, but how many of them actually materialize into something that people actually use? It's such a long process. I wouldn't be. I think people will worry too much about this kind of thing. What are signals? Yeah, that's a great question. Ricky, he's like in the background. I'm gonna invite him on here in a minute. I'm just making sure that you guys will get patch the Twitch pre-roll ads and YouTube ads today, so that we can actually get stuff going. Yeah, no, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Actually, I should post on Blue Sky so people know we're live. At least we're live streaming directly on Twitter right now, so we don't have to worry about that. Ooh, Dan Abramoff wrote a new blog, Overreacted Open Social. I have no clue what that is, but we might have to check that out later. Let me post something really quick. Oh, right, I should quote tweet it. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna share my screen just so you guys don't feel like you're being left out. Where are we? I need to use this app more. Yeah, here we go. Let's do this. Quote post. We're live, and this is Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. Okay, cool. I think that's that's me. Sorry, I'm very much becoming like an old man with poor memory. All right. Okay. Cool. Have I killed enough time yet? Are you guys actually interested in moving this forward and meeting our guest today? Or do you guys just want to sit here and talk shit and chat? Let me see here. Sorry, it's funny. I'm always like doing stuff as I go. I should prepare more ahead of time, but you know me. How we doing in chat? Let's go. Stuck cleaning. I need to finish. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I got Twitch going. You guys will actually. Do I have Twitch going? You guys live in Twitch? Yeah, we got some people live in Twitch. Okay, let's see if we can get this going. Why is Twitch? That's so weird. I can't actually see my video on Twitch right now. People on Twitch not having any technical problems. Yeah, there it is. Good. Okay, so we're streaming. Technical things are out of the way. We're good. React Solid crossover. I don't know. Let's see how much fun we have today. All right. Cool. Then without any further ado, let's go ahead and welcome Ricky to the stage here. Hey,
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How's it going? Thanks for having me.
I am doing pretty good this morning. Honestly, I've been hyped for a conversation like this for quite some time, and I think just watching the kind of loops that I keep on seeing on social, I think you've been looking for an opportunity maybe to like address everything all in like one place. I know you have a conference talk coming up where you'll be able to actually formally do it, but this is a different fun environment way to do it. What is that conference coming up?
The conference is ReactConf. It's going to be October 7th. So, and I'm giving a talk. So I'm doing a talk on kind of like async React and modern features in React and what kind of how we progressed from all the way back in the fiber rewrite to today. And so I've been kind of talking to people a lot about all these features and transitions to kind of do conference talk prep.
I love that. I that's actually one of the best things about these streams. I always like test out my ideas. Usually, it's kind of funny because people always complain about how long they are, and that's fair. But usually, I get to try out ideas so much more rapidly here. Try different demos, see what works. I feel like this is like the first tier place, and then the next tier place would be almost doing what you're doing. I go in a guest position on like a podcast, and then that's the next thing where I ever find it a little bit more than me just rambling by myself, and then usually for me the next step is conference talk, and then finally the final step is actually one of those produced videos, because that's even more down the chain. So for me to go from like stream to video, I don't think people realize like how much work that takes, especially getting to it's so streamlined, and also especially like considering like just like because of how long that takes, how delayed that makes things, because it's like there's so many ideas, you can spitfire those off really quickly, which is why I'm super stoked to have you on the stream, because we can kind of do that versus like what finally polished thing comes out, and I guess docs is like the last step.
Yeah, I was
on
gonna
it.
say the last step for me is docs.
Yeah.
But there's so many different ways to explain a lot of these ideas, and it's really not clear what the like messaging that resonates with people and like connects with where they are is until you just talk about it a lot.
Oh, this is a new beta feature. I'm gonna try it. Maybe it's gonna be cool. Sorry, there's a way that I can put the chat right up on screen while we're going here. Sorry, StreamYard's been adding stuff. Let's see if it actually works. Okay, cool. So let's oh, what's this? React. The React flag. Rare React. Is that an actual React swag, that flag you have in the background, or is that just?
Yeah, that's a one of one React swag.
I see. To be fair, this shirt is original 101. After I made it, they decided to put in the official merch store, but this was just me preparing for React Summit 2024. Yeah, I think I made this for React Summit.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Okay. Well, I have so many questions. Well, we will get to questions. Ask them throughout. I don't mind being interrupted too much, and I'll try and keep an eye on chat. But we also, I also want to get to talking about some things too. So yeah, just keep things going. We'll find our spot. But yeah, very stoked to have everyone here. I guess the first question that I actually want to start off with here a bit is just I introduced you as a member of the React core team, but who are you? How would you introduce yourself, Ricky?
I introduced myself as Ricky. Yeah, I don't really introduce myself as like React core team member because feels like hero worshipy. Like it's weird for me on when I see things people talk about things I say online. It's like elevating what I say to like the React core team says. I was like, we're just people. Like, people are saying these things. Like say that I said it. But yeah, I've been working on React I've been building with React since like 2014. And then in 2018, I was working on the Just Core team, and got an opportunity to join Facebook and I worked on the React Native team for a couple of years. And then during COVID, I switched to the React team in 2020. And so I've been in and around React I had a whole career before I was doing, which is wild. I was like full stack, more back end before I started using React.
How does one end up switching to the React core team? Like from that experience, like it's interesting. I think to a lot of people, not to focus too much on that part, but it just like you are now one of the more public-facing members of the React core team, and some of the previously public-facing members of the core team have kind of gone on to doing other stuff. I know they're still involved, but like, how did you go from working on one team to being like, okay, now now I'm working on the React core team. How did that happen?
Yeah, so during COVID, I had to move. I was living in London, and I had to move to the U.S. And the React Native team didn't have a New York-based, like a New York City-based team. So I was looking for a new team because I couldn't work from another country. And I was very fortunate that Facebook has a program that you can do called a hack-a-month, which is like if you want to go and like work on a different team for a month, you can set up and just do like a hack-a-month on that team. And so I talked to Andrew about doing a hack-a-month on the scheduler. And so I did that. It was great. And yeah, just got invited to switch teams, which is good because I was in a spot.
That's awesome. So literally you just basically just ended up choosing this as your project, and they were so impressed with the work you did. It's not easy, I think, to kind of walk into that stuff. I guess you're already fairly familiar with a lot of the React stuff. Were you familiar with like the how should I put, like the React internals at that point at all, or?
A little bit, but not a lot. And I wouldn't say that they were impressed and gave me an invite because like what I was doing was so impressive. It's more like maybe me begging, like, please let me. And I've been playing catch up ever since. Even like now, I'm just a lot of the work that I do on the team now is I'm not like the person that's building all of the like new features. Like there are people that do that a lot more. Seb does a lot in the runtime. Andrew's still doing some work there. Joe is doing a ton on the compiler along with Lauren and Mofe. And Jack is also doing a ton. He's been doing like view transition stuff and fragment ref stuff. A lot of the work that I do is like rolling it out to meta and talking to the users that are using the new features and understanding the features. And I mean, I still do a lot of like bug fixes and things, or like we'll get like a bug report or like a outage report, and I'll dig in and find like a really good repro. There's a lot of like important work in like taking a bug and reducing it down, and I'll create like test cases or and send it to folks, and then I'll also just doing like GitHub issues and stuff like that, just to see how people are like using it. And that's like a nice niche that I found. I think I could do more of the feature development, but that's the place that I've seen like the biggest need that we have, because we don't want to get slowed down by like features not rolling out quickly enough. And I'm just trying to keep everybody unblocked and keep everything moving.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. So the reason I was mentioning about being a lot is I in 2020 during COVID, that's also when I switched teams. I was working at a startup doing full stack. I was like technical director, whatever that means, but a technical director of 5 devs, you know that kind of deal. It's not very big team. And so I was just running front end, back end, doing the whole thing. And then I switched to eBay to work on the Marco team probably around the same time you joined the React team. And it was a lot. I was like, wow, I like walking into this compiler, like the craziest freaking compiler. And I was like, I started doing stuff and kind of planning stuff, and I realized I couldn't really, I mean, I could probably spend the time, but I couldn't really do much there. Like I did implement a couple little features, but it was like, but then I was looking, I was like, nobody at eBay respects this team. So actually I almost spent my whole time improving the communication between like management people and the team, even though like they needed it because technology wise, eBay is very SEO and oriented. Marco is great for that. But like they had no clue. So like, it's funny how you like, there's a lot, like, I guess the thing is, no matter the size of the company or whatever, the teams that are actually working on the development of these kind of tools always feel like they're under-resourced regardless of the size, right? And the number of people. In Marco's case, there was really only like 2 other people. So, but sometimes the best way you can help isn't always like the most, what people would consider obvious. So yeah, no, it's interesting to hear. And
there are benefits. There are benefits to being a small team. So one of the things that I really appreciated when I first joined the team, and I think it still continues today, is just how willing everyone is to kind of like help out and guide and talk. and have like design discussions, and that it's probably the hardest thing to ramp up on something like this. Is just all of the context that's required. That everyone always says, like, could you just write it all down and be like, okay, I'd write volumes and volumes of things, and no one would be able to read all of it. So just picking it up over time. I'm starting to feel like I finally am picking it up, but still playing catch up.
And just, I mean, not dwelling too long in the inner workings of all this, but you mentioned both Seb and Andrew, both who no longer work at Meta. Like, how do those meetings now happen now? Like, do you guys kind of work on your own kind of different schedule? Like, is there still like I've always wondered, because I picture at one point the React core team was very much just like, maybe mostly in London, but maybe in 2 locations, like where you basically had these like groups of people within Meta. But now you guys are dispersed a bit. Did you guys like still all meet up and like have that, singular meetings, or like how does it work these days? Just
Yeah, I think it functions mostly the same. Like we still have our like design discussion meetings. We still have our chat. We just like moved our. It's just we have it over Zoom instead of the internal VC, and we have our chat over Discord instead of the internal chat. But structurally, it is kind of the same. We're just kind of all working as the same team, and we have a lot more people on the team now. I talked about few people earlier, but also Jordan Brown has been doing a lot of work on the design, especially around like effects and the compiler stuff. And yeah, we're just kind of like working as we always have. I think there's this perspective of like two completely different teams, and so is building for this framework, and it's the same. We're working the same way we always have. We're just trying to do our best to make React as good as possible.
Yeah, I always got that. I know I've always gotten that impression, at least. I thought it was kind of funny because like when people were talking about, I mean, I'm going to bring it right up. Obviously, the obvious one is the number of people now working at Vercel and kind of around the Next.js kind of mechanics and stuff. People were like, oh, RSCs are for Next and blah blah blah. But anyone who was following knows that the thread on this is much longer than that. This has been, started to my understanding as like kind of like some kind of where to go next conversation that happened almost like in 2015 time period, and then it was like guys thought maybe you do some kind of split components, and you're like, okay, well, and then we can also do these kind of like embedded in components, kind of like server components, and then went through a bunch of iterations. I think Dan mentioned to me that his proudest moment was that when he convinced the team that all you needed was the server components, so you could axe the whole other like crazy flight, or I guess flight is the mechanism, whatever, but the whole other crazy split component mechanism that was being talked about at the time. So it's like, this is not like oh yeah, this is being guided by some company over here. This is part of a much longer vision. I mean, even Jordan Walk's original, what was it, Facts.js? I mean, I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff out there, but like it was like it had server rendering in consideration. It was the whole idea of you'd render something in the server and then like kind of pick it up and resume in the client. And that predates React. That's like 2011, 2012. So like this whole kind of idea of like almost like serialized markup or JSX or whatever into thing is a lot of different today than what was maybe talked about back then. But this has been like a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a wild idea. It's like, if you think about it from first principles, it makes sense. And the other thing that's wild about that narrative is the first framework that shipped with RSCs wasn't even Next. Like
Shopify.
It was a Shopify Hydrogen.
I had them on the stream like right after they shipped it. That was my first taste of it.
And they had their like Hydrogen RSCs were powered by a Vite plugin that they wrote. And so they had like Vite and a different framework from like the beginning. I think they were at the same time. We were working with Next and Hydrogen. We were really just trying to work with any framework that wanted to help build out this idea. And then we build it in public. It's like it's kind of like bad to only build something like privately at Meta where no one can like follow along. And then if you did that, you can imagine if we waited until like 2022 when we released 2023. The years are blending. Post-COVID, the
Yeah.
years blend. When we released React 19, and it was the first time we
23.
talked about RSCs, that wouldn't be good. Like everybody,
No.
it'd be hard for everyone to like catch up and implement it. It'd be really like a ground, like a changing thing.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it was hard because like the situation was you have so many different pieces that kind of hinge on each other that like you, in order to get to something RCs and get that, and you're like, okay, I need async to work. I need all these pieces to work. And then it was like, okay, it was, there's this like really careful balance between like what features are like, look, we have these new async features. Cause like in one sense, I was kind of wondering at the time, like way back, cause it was very quick out the door. It was like, look, we have suspense and here's lazy. Like it was like, right. And then it was like, quiet for a long time, like externally. And then it was like, here's the other thing. But it's like, it's tricky because, as I said, the last few years, I said new React, 21, 22, that time period, stuff kind of being out there, built, I said built in public, kind of this kind of almost change of perspective. But it's tricky because like, if you don't have all the pieces and you don't give people all the pieces, they kind of go and try and run with it, right? And then it was like, okay, well, maybe you can run with it, and while we figure things out, but like, I mean, I don't know, like how to kind of like figure out how to balance that, because like the challenge then is like if people run with an old version and then things kind of change how they work, you know, you end up with remix basically, or you end up like even like TanStack, they're like people are confused. I mean, it wasn't a big deal for TanStack to switch, but like they, you know, they were like, okay, I think we should use suspense, and they have like a use suspense flag that makes them then throw, and then a couple years later, then use showed up, right? Remix tried to do everything that transitions did before transitions came out because they just couldn't wait, right? I guess they had a pretty high bar. They had Shopify with Hydrogen, and now it's going to be Shopify with Remix. We have to make sure that we have some kind of equivalence in terms of guarantees and asyncs and race conditions. So like, it's tricky because when you build in public, people have that transparency, but they also kind of know maybe what's coming, but then sometimes they still feel like they can't wait for it. I can't even picture go through like, is this something you guys like? I imagine you guys collectively think about this, but you personally, Ricky, is this something that you end up thinking a lot about or worrying about in terms of like how like React's always been very open, you know, and it's been very dynamic, and this leads to a place where like fracturing kind of happens. Sorry, I didn't realize I was going to go down this tangent at this moment, but this is just where we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important. I think we're getting better at it with like our labs blog posts, like and when things are in experimental, having some docs for them, and the canary process. I think the canary process gets a ton of shade, but I think that it goes like it should be the signal to the community that like this is coming soon, this is ready, this is something to pay attention to, this is like something to start trying, and it's stable. And what we'll do within the canary is usually it's like, well, why don't you just release it to stable? There's a bunch of reasons not to. Like one being, well, React has a stable release, but all these like frameworks or bundlers don't actually support it on day one. And so then people get really excited about these features that they can't even use for like 4 months until it's actually available for them in the way that they build their app. But the other thing that's nice about it is that we're able to like ship features to Canary as they're ready, but then release them all as once when there's a more cohesive story for like multiple features. And I think that's like kind of underappreciated. But yeah, I mean, I was just on talking to some folks, and I'm still answering questions about the like suspense prop for like the timeout milliseconds that never shipped stable, was only experimental, and we saw some usage for it and got some feedback and thought about it, changed some of the heuristics so it wasn't necessary anymore, and people still ask me about it. It's like that's good to some sense, but it's also kind of churny, right? There's blog posts out there that tell you how to use suspense with this thing that never shipped to stable.
Yeah, I remember me and you actually talked about this on Blue Sky a little while
Yeah.
ago. Like, and because you're like, I'm like, I forget if it was exactly that or something else. I was like, oh yeah, React used to do this, and you're like, man, I didn't even you're right,
I forgot.
because
It was before I even joined the team, which is
well, that might
so long ago.
I might have been wrong about this, but that was actually, I thought it was that was the thing, or at least you didn't write it, but someone else wrote it down in one of the GitHub things, and that was the first time in my mind I remembered your name. Actually, someone said that idea to make new suspense work, at least this is my memory of it, be like go to fallback like when it's newly created underneath the transition, was accredited to you. I'm pretty sure that was like the first time I remember your name popping up. I'm like, oh, there's a new person on the React core team and they're making changes. That
That wasn't me.
it wasn't you. Okay,
Somebody miscredited me. Yeah, none of the good ideas are mine.
okay, but
But I'll take credit for it if it helps.
but okay, cool. So I think we're getting kind of an idea here. I hope I hope that people see the kind of difference in terms of members, React core team, and like approachability, and like just I mean I think it's pretty obvious. I think I think it takes a long time to kind of like change positioning and like understand what that means. Like there's been a lot of like weird. I don't even need to get into that. Let's talk about React. You know, because sorry, I was thinking about Vite in my head, but you know, I don't even want to talk about Vite. You know, and create React app and all that stuff. I think that's all been resolved. In a few months, everyone's like has already forgotten about it. But
Yeah,
okay,
hopefully the blog post that we posted and with the deprecation and the new docs for like building from scratch, I think that helped with that.
yeah, it's so interesting trying to balance that tension between like React starts as one thing. This is the scope of the domain of what it cares about, right? Let's say client side stuff. And it's like, look, you can handle, like, one of the beautiful things with React was like, look, if you have some kind of persistence layer, some kind of other way to manage your data, some other thing, you can do that. And we're just the view layer. Like that was like very, very early. Obviously, then you're like, okay, well, we want to be able to do a bit more, so build more in state, do more. Okay, we're fine. But then like when you throw SSR in the loop, everything just gets more complicated because now you're like kind of are you responsible for serializing, you know, across the boundaries of the data? You start kind of having to worry about these new types of problems that touch into these other zones. And that's why like adding SSR, even though every core framework is a core feature, it's not a part of the meta framework. It requires like this extra buy-in. Like you need to like be a little bit more specific. You need to know more about, you know, how the rest of the application works.
You have to be more opinionated.
Right. And so then you get into this interesting zone where you're like, okay, I want every React developer to be able to benefit from these features we want to work on them that ease this server client transition or that expanded zone. So then you're like, okay, you realize you create something and you're like, people can just avoid it and not use it. But if they use it, then this other person can use it and everyone else can use it and they can all get along and it creates a system. This is amazingly powerful. But now React is going to be the one responsible for shipping that feature and it's not in the third-party library. And I think, you know, does lead to this place where you kind of got this tension where it's like, do you have enough of these things to like call it a framework instead of a library? You know, do you need to start with a framework instead of a library, or like, and those kind of tensions come in because like on one side, React core team, sorry, I generalize you guys all the time, but
Everyone does.
You get to this point where you're like, there's a whole category of problems that you're going to have to solve on your own. If you just use this thing that we provide, you don't have to worry about them. You have a single answer. You can do this. But it's like, we can't force you to use it, but we could very strongly recommend that you use it and use this thing with it and use this thing with it. And like at a certain point that gets pretty prescriptive and it's like, or you could just pick up Next.js, let's say, or Remix or something and just get that out of the box. Like it's there's this like very difficult challenge of figuring out where the boundaries of the scope sit between like the flexibility of the primitives that you provide as a library, because React is still, in my mind, you know, fairly low level in that in terms of unopinionatedness. And like the second you just go, okay, I need to solve this problem and I do need to have opinions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough balance. And one thing that's nice about React, I think I mentioned this in one of our threads, is that there's like not just one framework. There's multiple frameworks that have different opinions and different like trade-offs that they pick, and I think that's a huge strength. We're not telling you to like use this one framework. We're telling you like you should use a framework. It already wires all this stuff up for you together because it's complicated stuff. Bundling is
Yeah.
complicated, like routing is complicated, data fetching is complicated. And really those three things work best when they work together. But to work together, you have to have an opinion about the structure of the app. And you can do it on your own. You can build all those things and wire them all up yourself. I've done it myself. We have our own custom framework at Meta. A lot of companies, especially large companies that have the resources to build their own custom framework, have that, and you can do that. But when we have like the setup guide for like any random person who comes, like, how should I start a new app? The default option should be like, just don't try to build everything from scratch. It's really hard, and you're gonna have probably a bad time. Then there's a balance there of like, oh, well, what if you just want to like learn it? It's like, well, that's why we have all the sandboxes in all of the docs. Usually the target person for like going to create an app, which is the name of the page that recommends frameworks, is not learning. It's creating an app. So yeah, you're right. It's hard to balance. I think we got the balance right now. And like you were saying, it's like people aren't talking about that as much anymore.
Yeah, it's just tricky. Sorry, I've been trying to take the other approach, which again is I had the opportunity to a little bit because with Solid because we don't have three meta frameworks that already exist or whatever. So I was like sitting there and I was like, could I just can I raise the floor of create React app or like create Solid app? Like is it possible to just bring that up just a tiniest bit so people could still bring their own router or bring their own stuff and keep the opinions low? That's a really hard problem. I'm just throwing it out there, but we can move on from that. I just think it's hard. Okay, so let's talk a bit more about React itself. I think we got an idea a bit about you and about the React core team, but let's just talk React fundamentals here for a minute. Like, what attracted you to React in the first place? You said you've been using it since 2014. Did you have experience with other frameworks before? Or did you like?
Oh yeah, like back in the day, I did an Angular 1.0 app. That is so long ago. All these different front end frameworks, just raw jQuery apps, Backbone apps. I actually hated React. I was thinking about this the other day. I was working at a company and I needed to built this like payment processing system to process orders, and our customer support team needed like insight into the system so they could answer support tickets. So I wanted to build like an internal dashboard for the orders. That's a classic thing people say React's not good for.
Sure.
And I remember doing it, and I was like, this is bad. Because I was thinking more from like PHP days. I remember we had like a checkout form, and it would always have like these JavaScript errors from like a client side app. This was like back before types made it easier to not have those. And I was just like, well, what are we doing here? It's a form. Just throw an HTML page up there, and like there won't be these kind of problems. But then as I built more with it, I kind of saw the power, and the composability is huge. Yeah, and I just was really attracted to how quickly you could build something really good.
Yeah, no, it's yeah.
I think a lot of people go through that path of like, this is why is this so hard to learn? And then once you like learn a couple like fundamentals, you're like, and you could just spit things out.
Do you think it's like people like are thinking HTML maybe, and then there's like you got JSX and it's like these functions returning markup stuff. It's like it's more that it's kind of like alien. Like I don't know if you remember too much back to your like were you one of those,
for
like,
me
JSX
it was mostly for me it was mostly just that there were like undefined is not a function errors.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is like a JS thing. Yeah.
Just JavaScript, which wasn't even a React complaint. Like any client side app, I would have had that complaint for. And nowadays, I think it's people don't talk about the JSX, HTML, and JavaScript thing being mixed anymore. Remember when that was like the huge, and everyone says it's a terrible idea.
I still hear it in the fringes because people. It's kind of funny because you think single file components are mixing them in the same file, but there's a certain percentage of the Svelte and Vue contingent that are still make that argument to justify. Anyway, it's fine. I spend a lot of time in other frameworks forums, so I don't know if that's obvious. Like, especially Reddit. Reddit. I don't know why I do it. It's terrible. Like, maybe I just like hearing a lot of ignorant comments. I get in there and I'm like sometimes I'm literally like defending Svelte or React like in their forums against people saying stuff like it bugs me. As I said, that's my own pet peeve though. Enough about me. Okay, pretend you were introducing React to. Sorry, I had this pre-canned question and I just had to ask this. Pretend you were introducing React to a front-end audience that had never heard of it. I know, pretty unrealistic these days, but like, how would you describe it? Like, I always want to see how people's perspective on what React is has maybe changed over time. It's pretty hard to picture that because I said most people in our space who are building apps and stuff have heard of React. But if you're trying to like say like, here's a framework, that helps you write, like how would you describe React?
Yeah, I'd describe it as like you don't React's great because you just tell it what to show. You don't have to wire up how to actually show it. And some of the things we might talk about later also includes like declaratively describing what you want to do and not having to worry about like how do you optimize it so that it like doesn't jank the page or cause like flickering and layout shifts and things. So you can just write what do you want to see, what do you want to happen when you click this button, and everything else is handled for you.
Right.
Which is a benefit for humans writing code. But nowadays it's like AI. It makes it easier for AI. It doesn't have to write a bunch of imperative code. It could just, compose some components, describe what it wants to see, and it works automatically under the hood.
Yeah, there's actually a quick question here, which kind of goes back a little bit, but like, I mean, this is, I guess, even more fundamental, but it goes with introducing React. There's a question, the core is using vanilla.js. Basically, like, why pick up a library or framework at all? I mean, I feel like I've answered this a lot over time in the stream, but what's your opinion here? I don't know many people who just pick up vanilla beyond like those simple HTML pages anymore. Like, why pick up a library like React?
I mean, you could just use vanilla.js, and then very quickly you would end up rebuilding a UI framework of your own.
That's been kind of my experience.
Like the very first thing that you would do with like vanilla.js is like, oh, when the user clicks this thing, then I want to change this part of the HTML. And then you're going to move that up into an abstraction so you don't have to replace the HTML every time. And then you're gonna have to deal with like a race condition or conflicts. And then you'll need to build out your abstraction to handle those cases. And then a couple days later, you realize you just built a UI framework. It's just not very good.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those funny things is maybe this is like a measure. You can tell when an abstraction or like level is too low or too simple when you end up there again. Like, and you end up people making frameworks about the multiple, like web components. Sorry, I like throwing all the grenades in, but like I often say this, and that web components are one of the biggest motivators for people making new JavaScript frameworks, because like you were like, yes, I don't need a framework. And then like, that's the very first thing people did. Like people are harsh on like, there's always a new JavaScript framework. The funny thing is there was for a while when the virtual DOM first came out between 2014, 2016, tons of people were making JavaScript frameworks virtual DOM, then it kind of calmed down. But like web components was arguably one of the last times we had one of those bursts around 2017, 2018. You know, there a bunch of JavaScript frameworks came out because of web components. Because again, it was, you know, and I think probably the current thing on that trend, HTMX. It's one of those things that it's like good mechanically, it does something well and it's simple, but it's just inviting someone to build a framework on top of it.
Well, I'm CEO of HTMX, so I will take no HTMX slander in this household.
I see. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like it's kind of interesting. I mean, the positive to it. That's an example where I was saying like where you make the primitives a little bit bigger, you raise the floor, and then you're like, okay, now I can do more with less in theory. But every time that reshift happens, it does cause a bunch of people thinking that they can take, you know, a step backward and then two steps forwards. Most of the time, what ends up happening is they take two steps backwards and one step forward. Like they go far back enough to pivot, but they don't get, you know what I mean? Which is fine. This is every time the fundamentals change, we have to revisit them. It's just kind of interesting that that sort of thing, which are usually seen as standardizing operations, usually do the exact opposite. And this is my own observation. But
Yeah, I think it is also funny how different programming communities have different, like if you're in Python and you wanted to write like a web app or a web server, it'd be like you Google which framework do you use and be like Django looks pretty good.
yeah.
Because it's maybe more obvious that building everything yourself is hard.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're still dealing with that perception on the front end simply because, like, at the base, you can literally just write some markup and kind of get by. So it's like people maybe underappreciate the problems. Of course, there's an argument that we're the ones creating the problems. You know, that by coming up with these complicated solutions, we're making more problems for us to solve, and we're just ensuring our employment for years and years to come. You know.
Yeah, you must have seen my mentions because I get accused of that all the time.
Yeah, no, I mean it just goes with the territory. There's a truth to overcomplicating something, but the challenge is if you shoot under all the time, you're always going to be overdoing it, rewriting, going too far. Like you almost want to just shoot just under, like you know what I mean. But the problem is if you shoot over, then which happens, you end up you know, with something that's way more complicated than necessarily what you need to deal with. But the problem is like over time, if there's expectations that the expectations of what this thing does or whatever you're making will grow, then you will find you will start at a place that you're under, and then you might vastly end up way under. If you don't pick a tool or ability to scale with that, then you're going to be hitting yourself too. It just maybe people don't hit that problem anymore because there's, you know, default, you know, we'll just make something with React. They don't realize how much they've actually gained from that decision before they even started.
Yeah, and I think there's different use cases too as well. Like somebody mentioned in chat that like building a framework is a great way to actually learn really deeply about this problem space. So that's a really important. So you don't want to like gatekeep building a framework too much. So there's like a balance of like, yeah, if your focus is just like building an app and shipping an app, like you should probably focus on building out the product and not building out the framework. But if your goal is to like learn and, you know, kind of specialize and understand the problem space, and you have time to commit to doing that, building your own framework is a great way to do that. You know, actually a lot of times make you appreciate all the things that the existing libraries and frameworks do for you.
Yeah, I think seeing build a reactive dashboard with a framework, and then they can have an opinion. Yeah, and the thing, I mean, it's tricky because I think I mean, some things haven't changed much, but other things have changed in expectation to the point that we don't really have the option to just what's the old thing? There's that term you used to do where you'd like make a demo in different solutions and then you compare them, like a prototype demo. I think there's a term for that. I can't remember, but I think we've actually largely gotten away from that, it's not called bake sale. I can't remember what it's called. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, I don't know. This is another one that we just walking right into all the tricky topics, right? Because it's hard to actually, you can't put a single line on these things.
Yeah,
Bake off,
for sure.
yeah, bake off,
Bake
yes,
off.
bake off. That's the term. I said bake sale. I was like, I knew it had bake in it. Yeah, I mean, the funniest thing is I've seen a few bake offs, and they almost never go the way that people hope the bake off. Like it's usually not the criteria that they want for. I mean, no disrespect to React here on this one, but I saw a bake off between React and like Marco for like Kroger. It was like a like a shop site, and the Marco site did amazing. Obviously, the guy was optimized it to hell, but it was built for page load speed. Like it just like every part of it. It was partial hydration islands. Like you know what I mean. Like reduced serialization. You know what Kroger did though, right? They're still using React, right? So like he even went as far as gave them phones that they sold at at the stores themselves that to like overseas, and they were like low spec, and they're like, here executives, try and use your app on this phone, and I said there's probably lots of reasons for the code being the way it was and all this stuff, but like he spent like 2 or 3 months on it, wrote an article series, went into all the details and stuff, and I said it didn't actually make any difference because there was other things that were of higher priority to those making the decisions. It was just kind of funny. Maybe we're past the age of bake-offs. I feel like maybe bake-offs were a thing in like 2012. But
Who was in the bake off? Was it like a core team member, a one framework, and
it was, I mean, it was, I think the problem was it was the guy, he was just a product team guy. He was just like a guy on one of the teams, and he was like trying to push it through and be like, look, we can address this. He was trying to do metrics. He did a whole project on it, and they gave him a leeway to do it. But then, I think the expense, the effort to go in it like wasn't a good time. I'm surprised that anyone even greenlit him. He actually ended up, after leaving that position, working on the Marco core team at eBay. Anyway, so good for him. But
yeah, so that story again is that the Marco, someone who's like really deep and understands Marco really well, built a better Marco app than a React app. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
not surprised.
It's like it's a tricky environment to like. Anyway, okay, let's see. I got some more React questions here before we move on. But yeah, okay, fine. This is my last spicy question before we talk about stuff you probably want to talk about instead of what I want to talk about. I mean, I want to talk about the other stuff too, but be honest. Was useEffect a mistake?
No, I just think it's overused.
Yeah, I mean, I know the answer to this one too, but can you elaborate?
I mean,
a little bit?
you have this in Solid too. It's just like people use effect for things that it's not supposed to be used for.
Yeah. What are those things? Just like a couple of things, would you say?
I think like a very classic. Well, the really classic one is like adjusting state based on props, which you just derive in render. Instead of having a render, then effects, and then another render, just do it all in one. But another common one is like visibility logging, because like a component mounting and unmounting is not like it's mounted only once when it comes on screen and then off when it's not. Because first of all, you end up doing visibility logging for things that aren't on screen. So if you do impression logging, you're only logging it in an effect. You're not actually logging that the user saw it for real, which is maybe more obvious, and people might reach for that type of use intersection observer when they really want to know it on screen, but they'll still do some logging for components when they're mounted or unmounted. But it really doesn't take into consideration like a few things, like a key change, right? And you have this in Solid too, right? It's like you have a list of items in the DOM, and one of them changes position.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Right. Because what you're saying is effects is like a mount problem. It's not going to tell you what's actually within the viewport window. So interesting. I haven't actually heard many people talk about that one specifically, but I get what you're saying there. Basically, like if when you say key change, what you mean is you can have an item that's out of screen move into screen and it's still mounted. So
Yeah.
like because it's simply the list changes order and now it's in the viewport.
Yeah. And then there's also things that people will do where they'll like completely destroys, like they'll create some resource in an effect, like a video buffer, and then on
Yeah.
unmount they'll completely destroy it. But if a user like changes, navigates back very quickly, you don't want to recreate that resource. There's this concept of like application state that's outside of the like component. Like the component is just a UI thing. It's just like it's mounting. Like it's just displaying it. So there's a bunch of those use cases, and I think Dan's doc that he wrote about you might not need effect goes through like all of the like classics, or you can do something else. The other big one is doing things in effects that should be in event handlers. The one that drives me nuts is when you do like a post in an
Yeah.
effect, like a fetch method post, which is like in the event handler set like send a message true
Yeah.
in state, and then in the effect you actually send the message. It's like a lot of times it's hard, and so one of the things that we spent a lot of time looking into effects last year. A lot of times that's hard if you have like multiple sources of state that you need to react to. It might be difficult to move it to the event where you can check both states where the event fires. We have some things that could probably help with that, like fragment refs coming up. But the problem is when people default to doing that pattern, either like copy it from somewhere else or some other like
It's
post or docs or other
I
code in their code base.
I wonder sometimes like no, I think it actually still happened in class components. This is something that I've seen a lot with signals, especially because people are like, oh, it's a change. I have to write it to a signal, or I in React I have to write it as a state, right? But it's the exact same shape of problem, right? Because you're like, if you can one off it, then's better. But then when you have multiple sources feeding into it, you're like, okay, well, I should make this part of the graph. But the key part here that I'm understanding is that the component side of it shouldn't be responsible for heavier things. Like if possible, you want to pull things that would be heavier outside of the component, right? You're saying like with the effect creating and tearing stuff down, that life cycle might be like, oh hey, I'm mounted, but that life cycle shouldn't necessarily be owned by the effect. And yeah, I mean the state synchronization one's a tricky one. It's an interesting one because React state, I would say, exists for the components, because when you set state, you're actually like implicit, like it's two calls. One is value equals value, and then the other one is the component where I called use state, where I made it, should rerun. Like it's there's basically like an invalidate or revalidate call, right? Like there's basically two parts: set the value and tell the source where I'm owned by to rerun. So this kind of coupling almost immediately gets you in a zone where it's like you're not just dealing with data either. Like there are repercussions of you choosing to set state. Yeah, I think I said that properly.
Yeah, I think a good signal that you probably shouldn't need an effect is if you're setting state just to trigger an effect and it's not actually rendered anywhere in the UI.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
probably a good smell that shouldn't be state,
Yeah, it's interesting because every framework
like
has
UI state. It's like imagine if you took React out, like imagine you didn't have use state, and the only way you could like set state is by doing it in like a DOM element. And so in the um in the click handler of some element, you looked up some like document.find by ID, some hidden input field, and you like fired an event on that hidden input field, or I'm sorry, you set the state in that hidden input field. And as a reaction to that, it would fire the change event handler for that input field.
Right.
And then you put your like actual submission logic in that change handler. Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. It's because like I guess the tricky part is there is a question about when I think it's important for, maybe people don't always have this mental model, but there's definitely like an inside and outside of the system. Like when you come in and come out of the system. And event handlers are interesting because they're an entry point into the system. So the point at which like you convert it into the reactivity of the framework versus handling it outside is an interesting question, right? Like at an extreme, again, I don't know if React developers are familiar with this. You have like RxJS and like what Angular is doing, where like literally, and Cycle.js and a bunch of them, like where literally the event is already in the React system. Like you don't even put like in the JSX on click. You're literally like almost you're working directly off the ref. You're like the event is the starting. Yeah, right off the start. Like it's what's interesting in a framework like React or Solid or Svelte or Vue, but these is you have that event callback where you're still outside the framework. You have the choice of, do I handle this stuff here or do I bring it in? And I think actually most of the time, if possible, do keep the stuff on the outside of the framework. The framework's concern is to show consistent UI. It's like if possible, just keep it outside. I think the interesting point, and we'll talk about a bit more later as we continue on here, is that the entry point is where like things can be async. Things aren't always synchronous, and the frameworks are designed to be synchronous. So like you basically have like the framework has to be aware of how things enter it, but it doesn't need to like. There's a reason we don't build RxJS into React or Solid or whatnot, because we don't need like debounce operator in the same way. Don't get me wrong. There in a sense there's a way to debounce the UI with using transitions and stuff, but I mean like we don't need to like. We're not about transforming async necessarily in time. We're about bringing async in line with our synchronous system. If at least that's my perspective. I don't know if you have a different perspective, but
yeah, that's a really interesting way to think about it. It's giving me ideas for thinking about how to explain actions in React. So with actions is like an entry point where it is inside of the system because it's inside of the transition already.
Right.
And there are use cases as you are designing components that expose action props versus event handlers. And I've been getting this question a lot. It's like, well, should I only expose actions and also have an event handler? And it's like, well, ideally the user of your component would default to actions, but there are use cases when you need to like escape outside of the system to access the like event directly. Very common reason for that is if you need to call like prevent default on the event. That's like we'll start at the outside point because that's before it gets inside. It's
yeah.
Give me lots of ideas for how to explain actions.
Yeah, I've been actually working on this, thinking a bit recently because, I mean, spoiler alert for people I've been following, and it should come no surprise to someone from React. I've been working on trying to sell people that we need to split the dependency tracking out from the effect on effects. I don't care about it for the rest of the signals implementation, but I'm trying to sell people because of async. That
is this the render effects versus other effects thing?
Yeah, a bit, but it's also just the idea that like you know how you have dependency arrays in React.
Mm-hmm.
The benefit of the dependency array isn't just about the explicitness or not or whatever for that. It's that you process what the dependencies are at pure time. Like you know at the time of the component render what the dependencies are for that effect. Obviously, you're not going to run the effect until after things are mounted and all the other kind of stuff, but or off screen suspense, all that kind of stuff. But you know at that point what matters. And one of the challenges of when you
do you mean at like the authoring stage or
no, I mean at the runtime. Like
okay.
When I think of React, I think about it like the components, everything runs in what I call a pure phase, and then it takes the output of it, the virtual DOM or whatever, and then it and it goes, okay, now I'm doing the effectful phase, which
The
involves
fiber tree.
yeah, okay, the fiber tree is the term, but you do the patching and the diffing, right? And that's like where it's being effectful, and then you call the end user effects at the end, where you're like, hey, I've updated this thing, and you can do your side effects. But the key part is the dependencies are known at the front, like actually during the pure render. And while in React, maybe this doesn't end up mattering all that much because you know the component reruns anyways or whatever. What like from a like a pure reactivity standpoint, it means that like you know I care about reads. That's why I care. I like where things you get to read everything up front, so you can go like, oh, this is connected to this. This is connected to that. Doing that during the pure phase is really really beneficial. If you wait till when you run the side effects to do that read, you don't know. It's too late. You like so. I think it's for me. Effects are another place where I was talking about entering into the system. Effects are leaving the system. Like you should view that like the actual callback function of the effect, the thing where you're like saying, hey, do this effect, that is outside the system. Like it's almost like you're firing an event. Like it was what's his name, Andre Staltz, originally from Cycle.js, that got me thinking about this, because like Cycle was just this crazy thing where he just connected the the pipes. So like his whole thing was like, you never have to leave the system.
Yeah.
Like everything wires. I'm okay leaving the system because that's where escape hatches live. You need to be able to leave the system occasionally, but I think a lot of people, like people who set state in effects, they're not acknowledging they're leaving the system. Like, and I think as I said, there's inputs into the system where you're outside, and there are exits out of the system, and people have to appreciate where they're like where these boundaries are.
It's interesting because as you're describing it, it's making me think that because you talked about like almost like firing events from the effect. And one thing that we've had an experimental for a long time is the use effect event, which is to like create something that's like you can fire from the effect that's event like an event conceptually.
Right, yeah, because yeah, it's interesting because there's benefits to that separation, and that because you can promise stability when you leave the system. If you have a bunch of async stuff that's not ready, you can be like, no, I'm only going to fire the event when I have stabilized. Like, yeah. Okay, I'm getting too far down a specific vertical, and we should do.
There was
I,
there was a good question in the chat about this. Are there any of the gotchas that I was talking about that are also there in Solid?
yeah, definitely.
Because I think we were talking about it and maybe it wasn't clear, but these are just like kind of fundamental problems.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like this whole idea of like side effect and dependencies and pure. I was almost wondering if I should show people this more visually, if I could come up with it. But the similarities between Solid and React are way more similar than people realize. I feel like it's almost like when you're talking about math and like derivations and integrals. I know that doesn't sound like something simple, but what I meant is like what Solid has done is taken like it's gone one level lower on the primitive level, where instead of saying like, okay, like the component is the state. That's my view of React generally. Like component equals state. It's an oversimplification, but like when you run your whole component trees, it's pure. You're in this pure zone, except for events and effects, which are outside the system. You basically are running this pure thing. In Solid, it's like we stepped one more level lower, where we're like, the functions that run through your components are the pure are the pure part. Again, the effects and events are different, and those functions can also contain JSX and effects and other stuff in it. But essentially, it's just that we took a very similar conceptual model of pure into effect, and we just split it. And the reason we split it is like the larger you make the pure side, in my opinion, the more likely you will need to diff. Like you'll need to like compare it, because if it's one value, like one signal that holds a primitive value, like 5, let's say, is immutable essentially. Like you swap out the whole thing. If it's an object, you swap out the whole thing and you compare it. Like it's very simple. The bigger that object gets, like you start building a whole UI tree in it. Well, how do you tell what changes? Well, it's immutable. You're gonna have to diff the whole thing. So like React does slice it because you can nest things essentially. Like you can choose to have a component with a component in, and like child component has its own state. Parent doesn't need to update, right? The difference with the solid model is we don't just nest, we split the other way vertically, where the it's almost like components running through components, which again is a pattern in React, which Dan sometimes talks about, where you hoist a component and pass it in through the child in his great article, like when not to memo or something. So like there are very similar ideas here. It's just the unit is different. Where React has almost elegantly simplified the problem from the perspective of saying that state equals component. Solid has, or Signals has basically said like state is like one level removed from the component and runs through it. Like you can take any logic that you'd find in React component and put in Solid by wrapping it in like a function, or like our memo, our derived or computed value, whatever you want to call it. You can basically take some crazy imperative whatever thing that calculates something, and if you just put it in a memo and then return that out, you kind of reinterpret something like React, where like the component's rerunning. You're just rerunning the whole reactive expression. Me and Dan had this conversation at the end of one of my articles. It's just there's a trade-off here. This complexity that comes in when you go one level, it is literally just one level lower exposed. It means that now you're dealing with primitive pieces. You have to like keep everything's a function, right? Like to traverse it down. There is a complexity aspect of it, which React solution elegantly avoids by saying state equals component. But there's also flexibility, let's say. Like there's just one more degree of like what you can do with it. But fundamentally, the execution models are incredibly similar, in that the fact that we actually I think the biggest difference actually becomes the read versus write association. But the actual, like when something changes in the reactivity graph, we still have to go from the source of that change and get down to the thing that's derived that changed it. The difference is it is no longer coupled to the components. It's that thread might be just a thread through. I tried to draw this once visually and I just sucked at trying to compare it, but
no, I mean, it makes it's making a ton of sense to me. I don't know if everyone's following along. It's actually interesting. You should watch Joe's talk at ReactConf. I think there'll be a lot of overlap what you're talking about. The other interesting aspect is in that model, in either of those models, if you end up mounting something new, then the work is pretty equivalent. Maybe arguably less work on React side because we don't need to create the graph.
Yes.
So you kind of pay a tax for having to do that. So the trade-off there is that like updates, which in a real app, many times the updates end up flowing through everything anyway. There are those like use cases where I just like change this one piece of state and it's like could just only update that one thing. And I think a hybrid model that is able to do the like very quick threading through in the very fewer times that you do it, but also is able to just re-render everything is like the real win, but nobody's been able to really create that model yet.
I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what Dominic's working on right now.
It's like there's no free lunch so far.
Yeah, it's interesting because one thing I did show in one of my earlier benchmark tests was that the larger I make the template, like the thing that I create, the greater benefit that I have. So like one of the things that's interesting is people are like, oh, but you have fine-grained updates. Solid actually groups updates together so we create less of that overhead you were talking about. Like we actually heuristically do start putting diffs together. The one thing that we actually, so we do shallow diffing, like, so like if we have like a bunch of effects in the same template, we won't make 6 effects, we'll make 1 effect.
Mhm.
So we do a bit of that, but the key thing that I've been doing is separating things that update locally, like attributes, from inserts. So it is still creates a separate effect for inserts. One of the benefits there is, and I think this is one of those things. I wasn't sure I was really going to get into the signal stuff here yet, but nested reactivity has this interesting property that you can keep references, but then update the individual little cells for it. So like it's kind of interesting because you can basically take a list or a table or whatever big set of data and not rerun the reconciliation logic until you get to the actual point where the specific thing changes, right? And I think that's one of those difficult things because we were trying to do this with a compiler, and compilers don't have that level of analysis to like it's hard to like it's very easy to signal like this is state and state changes, and I can do that. It's a lot harder to signal this part of state changes, and because this part of state depends on it, then this part is the part that needs to rerun. We've been using proxies for that, which is obviously less than ideal from a runtime perspective, but it's like it's one of those really kind of interesting things. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
you should definitely watch Joe's talk.
yeah, I should. I need to. I keep on tangent to it. I think the key part, which actually brings us right to our next topic, is this is still a moving place, like a moving target, because essentially, it's my opinion that innovation is still happening on the front end. There's a lot of people who have been saying recently that it's not, that like nothing has changed since React came out in 2014. They use this as an argument not to pick up or try other frameworks, but they also use this as an argument to say that like I don't need anything new that React shipped. React hasn't shipped anything useful in 5 years. This kind of narrative. You have opinions on this, right? You're not well, like I imagine if React hasn't changed in 10 years, you wouldn't be working on it, right? So what do you think?
Yeah, it's funny because the timeline almost fits into like React hasn't changed since Rick joined the team.
Yeah.
It's like, what have I been doing? Yeah, I think it's I think my thought on it, because I've been going back and watching a lot of old talks to prepare for this next conference, and the 2017 talk in particular that Seb did at React Conf, it kind of explained how we think about performance, kind of broke down the performance problems in different apps with like bundle loading and execution time and network waterfalls, and kind of like went through and talked about how each of those problems either have solutions or could be solved with more innovations that people were already working on. And so then it's like, well, what's left? And it's really scheduling. Like, so way back then, it was like, we're going to rewrite it to Fiber so that we can have scheduling and have like different priorities of work, be able to prioritize user input, defer other updates, defer things that are off screen. And then we went and built it. And it's taken a lot of time to build it, and now we have it. So one of the exciting things about this year's React Conf is I think you're really and we shipped along the way, right? We had like React 18 with concurrent features, transitions, but only synchronous transitions, suspense, and with suspense you couldn't really suspend. And then in 19 we shipped like use and async transitions, and we've been building up this um, async story, which async is really, if it's all synchronous, then you don't really need to
Yeah.
schedule it, right? It's like, how do you coordinate all of the async stuff, all the network stuff the most effectively so that you're prefetching data and images and things, and while that's happening, the user can still interact with it. And so we've been shipping all these async features over the last few years. And I think in this year's conference will be the first time where you really start to see like the vision and the features and the benefits. Things like activity and view transitions are just like Nobody has done this stuff. It's actually pretty wild.
I feel like something weird happened to the world. And it's funny because it's right around where you started, but it happened to me as well. When COVID hit, and I've got a theory about this, right around 2020, everybody decided that they're going to make their own business online. This pushed an incredible wave of people wanting to build e-commerce, and like any kind of kind of stuff, which strangely shift the whole mentality around people building to how fast they could like page load or do server rendering. And SSR became every company's preoccupation for about 3 or 4 years. In fact, it sidetracked me off Solid 2.0 because I literally spent the whole time building Solid Start. And like, did I want to build Solid Start? Maybe. I would have been happy if someone else built a better framework, but like we all got really sidetracked, and then like the whole conversation went there. It's like, oh, how does React solve islands? It's like, oh, okay, well, RSCs, this is our solution for it, and with this, and the whole conversation just went way off the rails. I'm not saying RSCs aren't important, but it just like it was like this is kind of the world it was in, and it feels like the last year and a half to like kind of poked our head up and be like, okay, well, there's other things in the world other than islands and RSCs and all this stuff and server side rendering. I'm not saying those aren't important parts of the solution. It's just I feel like everything got really warped there for like 2 or 3 years. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting perspective because I don't really have as much visibility like outside of React that you so that's an interesting perspective. I think like our approach was we always had support for SSR. And so as we create new features, we need to figure out how they work with SSR and client side rendering because SSR is great. Like it's not just for like SEO. It's like you create a better performing app. Like SSR is all about the initial page load and showing a white screen when your page loads while you like wait to go back to the server to get the data is bad. Like it's just slow. Like it's like
Yeah.
I don't need a lot of people who tell me that they don't need SSR if you use their app. It's like, what am I waiting for? Why is this
Yeah.
taking so long to load? Why don't you just immediately show me like a skeleton of the page and stream the stuff in? That would be like way faster.
Yeah. I think there was a time period where there was like this. I know this because the time period that's all it came up in. There's a time period where SSR solutions were not great. Like Facebook had a good solution. eBay had a great solution, but like, and you had this disparity where you had client side apps that would, yes, you would need to wait to load the bundle to be able to show something. So first load would actually be impacted. But anybody who's like testing a demo site and clicking refresh is going to have their JS cached.
Yeah.
And then what would happen is, so the JavaScript needs to come in, but let's say, it's there, and then they could show the loading stuff, and then they could do the fetch later. And the result is you would see the page quicker and then have this loading indicator, and then the data would come in. Because on the SSR side, people were doing all the rendering, doing all the async, waiting for the whole thing to come before they sent a single byte. So the page was finished when it was sent. And this was the world I walked into. I'm not going to lie. I came in.
It's the way render to string worked.
Right. I walked into this.
Just used like render to string.
I walked into this world and I made a killing. I'd be like, oh yeah, I haven't implemented SSR yet. This is like 2018, 19. And I was like, look, all the real world demos, every single one of the comparison apps. This is something people should probably know about me. You talking about looking at old talks. I look at old talks. I look at old demos. I remake every demo that's like ever been made, every benchmark ever been made, and look at how it works. And then like I spent a lot of time on that. And I was just killing all the comparisons because my client side rendered thing was outperforming their server side rendering thing. And I was just like, this doesn't make any sense, but guess what? I get better numbers every time. So like let's go. And then I met the guys from the Marco team, and they were like, yeah, so we solved this with streaming. And I was just like, what? And they're like, oh yeah, and islands. And I was like, what? This is like 2019. And I was just like, my brain was just blown. And I was like, oh, okay, there is a better way. Why hasn't anyone done this in the last 5 years? Well, it turns out the React team had a solution internally in Facebook and were looking to make a solution general. Just no one else had open sourced it. Marco had something called async fragments that look a lot like Suspense back in 2014, and that was like their mechanism. They needed it for eBay. I know, and in the article, I pull it out sometimes. They credit BigPipe and Facebook as their inspiration. So I knew React had these solutions. Just that wasn't what the end user was using. So like these are actually important things that companies need to use, but they were implementing them internally and they weren't available for everyone. It wasn't until, say, Suspense dropped that we started seeing like, oh, this is how this could work. But it's kind of crazy until that point of time, like this kind of discrepancy or this kind of thing. Again, it's hard to figure out how to package this stuff so end users can use it easily. So I guess that's my argument for RSCs, right? Okay.
Yeah. So React is good, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the second I met the Marco guys, that's what made me drop it, because I was like, crap, I actually am not the fastest. So I spent the next 2 years doing SSR, doing Solid.
I wonder if you rebuilt that demo just using streaming Suspense, if it would have the similar performance characteristics to what you were saying was faster.
Yes, yeah, and I did do that. My Hacker News demos weren't that demo. That demo was the real world demo, but I continued to make Hacker News demos on the stream for the next 2 or 3 years, basically doing that and tweaking it. My initial version was render the synchronous stuff immediately and then stream the data and then have the client render the data at the end. That to this day for that demo is still my fastest version, but it's not the reality of things. It's what Lighthouse is the best. For some weird reason that pisses me off, Lighthouse punishes people who do streaming of HTML. Oh, yeah. so you get a slightly lower score when you stream HTML. I did implement by Solid 1.3, I think it was like December 2021, an actual proper HTML streaming with Suspense kind of setup. But that wasn't the version that I had in 2019. Like it took me a year and a half to actually get to the proper Marco, or like what React has now with RCs, like where you're actually streaming the HTML. But yes, generally speaking, you get that immediate page, and then you get and then the async stuff just flows in, and it flows in faster, in fact, because you don't have to wait for the client to make the response, or make the request. The request happens on the server during the initial render. So like to this day, I am one of the biggest advocates of streaming SSR. I had the
it's not just about SEO. It's the fastest option.
Yeah,
it's a fundamental law of physics that you can't do it faster on the client unless you're using Lighthouse scores that punish streaming.
Yeah, it was actually one of those fun things, because I actually had Astro is one of my favorite frameworks because of lightweight and it's kind of available to everyone. I like that United Nation things. I had to kind of pick at server islands a bit, because server islands are low cost because they come in from the CDN. Like the synchronous stuff doesn't even, it's static, but then it makes the request from the client for the islands to the stream part in. And sure enough, when I did the demo, for what I was doing, like not like simple static sites, but for apps, it was significantly slower again than my streaming from the edge. So I'm probably the biggest edge streaming proponent out there, just because there is some challenges obviously with communication with the backend server when the database isn't near the edge, but arguably, you could say that those challenges are the same challenges that we've faced since the beginning of client-side apps. Like before, when we were doing this completely on the client and fetching from the client, we had the same thing. So basically, the same techniques we used to do waterfall mitigation on client-side apps for decades actually applies to doing waterfall mitigation for from the edge. So you could actually literally use
because you're like when you have to hit the origin server, you're too far away.
Right. But the same things that we did to solve that client side also work from the edge. So you can actually structure your code the same way, which is the classic, route loaders, parallelized data fetching on nested routes, all that kind of stuff. Anyway.
To pop the conversation stack, you were talking about like the SSR, and we were talking about like the timeline of these features, and like the perspective that I had during that time is like we had these features that we knew that we wanted that were like more client side. Well, we were working on the compiler during that time, so we were working on the client side stuff. But also the features to take advantage of all the scheduling. Like we hadn't come up with view transition yet, but we knew we wanted to have some kind of animation API for its beginning. If you watch the React Conf in like 2016, we talked about animations, but activity especially is just like, yeah, we have to like complete more of the SSR story before we will be able to know what those will look like on the server. And really, so like heavily used. If we got it wrong and we just like shipped an API and then we had to change it, we can't do that. It's like,
it's just no.
We just removed string refs, which if you look at like the download counts of like what React was when string refs were deprecated to now, we probably wouldn't be able to do something like deprecate legacy context or string refs again. So we have to really make sure that we have like line of sight on it working together with everything. And so it's kind of like we have to order it that way. So we didn't order it that way because everyone was like building storefronts and everybody was talking about SSR. It was like built that way because we had to like complete that part of the story before we could start working on the rest of it.
Yeah, no, that all makes complete sense. So, yeah, and I guess we should talk about maybe some of the specific features. I'm trying to think of how I want to approach this. I guess the first, I guess before we get into the specific new features, I want to actually debunk some stuff around concurrency and concurrent mode and concurrent rendering or whatever you guys are calling it, talking about it right now. Right, because like, well, the thing is, it was originally like concurrent mode, and then it was like, no, now we just have concurrent features. Like there was like this like shifting.
Actually, it was originally async React.
Yeah.
Like I think when Dan had his talk in Iceland, we called it Async React, and then we kind of renamed it to concurrent mode. And then when we changed it from being like a mode that you switch on or off, and you just opt in by using one of the features that works concurrently, we called it concurrent features.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But I think it's funny because I'm going to mention this in my talk. It's just like, so you see a lot of talk about like async, like you have async solid now and async svelte. The original thing that we called it was like async React.
Yeah. No. I mean, because conceptually from a framework, as I was mentioning before, it is just like we are synchronous, like generally speaking. So async is just like, again, how we handle the fact that the stuff is coming in from the edges. Like it's like, yeah, async. Honestly, I didn't have a good name. Like in Solid 1.0, I called our primitive resources.
I don't concurrent.
Concurrent. I probably got the name resources from the write-up that you guys did on experimental React back in 2019. Like that, I can't find it anywhere. It was my favorite reference. I based Solid's implementation off reading React's like 2019 thing, and that was what I did. I read that and I was like, this is very cool. I remember when I first saw Dan's talk, and I was like, it's so funny. Everyone for some reason focused on the radar,
the CPU,
the CPU, and I was just blown away by his like tab example. Like when he was like loading the next tab off screen, I'm like, this is the problem that I've had. I don't that radar thing. Everyone just kept on looking at the stupid radar, and I've struggled with the radar for years. Like Paul Henschel made a 3D cube spinning demo. I don't know if people know this. This is why I joined Twitter. Someone was like, I wasn't on social, I wasn't on Facebook, I wasn't on Twitter, I wasn't on anything. And someone was like, Ryan, you need to get on the discussion on this because, apparently React Fiber with the stupid spinning cube things is the fastest thing. And I was like, I went in, and I think Rich Harris did too, and a bunch of us made cube demos that will end up being faster. But the problem was, as it turned out later, his demo had nothing to do with Fiber. Like it wasn't actually a good Fiber demo. It was literally just freaking. It was just spinning cubes, and like if you really want to spin cubes, you could just use WebGL directly or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it just, but like, yes, that was the day I joined Twitter. I remember my anniversary. I just kept on making better, more efficient versions of the cube demo and just putting it up like on every here. But the thing is, the problem is on the performance side, I don't think people get it at all. And actually, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to add this to the screen because I want to pull up this demo. If you've watched this stream before, you've probably seen this demo. I did it with Aiden a little while ago, and he created it. And I talked about it at the time, and I'm gonna talk about this demo again. Fortunately for us, Ricky forked this and added the React compiler to this, and there's a lot of problems with this demo without the code. But if you guys remember, what I originally was trying to show was, first of all, we're all going to hate on old React without fiber here because
that one is the most, that one's the React compiler plus transitions. So the React compiler tab in the middle. So you may have, when you were telling me that it was actually slower, you were probably not using the one with the little flame.
Oh, I see. So that's probably okay. So this is
the middle tab is just only with the compiler enabled, which I didn't want to add like 8 tabs. So I imagined that people would like pull up demo.millionjs.com and compare React Fiber to the React compiler tab. Okay. So it is faster than just like Fiber without the compiler.
Yeah, let's ramp this up a bit on my computer so we can see. Obviously, everyone takes that hit at first. But okay, if I remember the original demo, the problem was I'd click this, and while this was pretty good, I'd visibly see the number increment here, like the 8, 9 here. There'd be delay. I'd go click, and then I'd lift up my hand, and I would do it. And yeah, there it is again. Yeah, right. I'll explain why in a minute, but maybe
synchronous updates are synchronous.
Exactly, right. The problem with these demos in general, and let me see if I can.
There's close to 1 million DOM nodes on the page.
Oh, cool. Okay. So this one has transitions and this one doesn't.
Right. So if you just click a bunch of times.
Right. I'll click a bunch of times in a second. I want to test my.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, do you know what you did though? You caused tearing. Oh man, then do the demo. See, 8.
I didn't show the pending state for the items below.
Right, but it was an intentional. Like what I mean is increment 9 goes to 10 before 10 goes to 10. So 12 goes to 12, 13 goes 13. Thing there, click like you. So it's not quite the same thing. Okay, I didn't. You're right. I didn't look at this tab initially because here again, immediate here. Click delay, click delay, click delay. Right, and then here, the click goes immediate, delay, click delay. Now. But you're right. The problem, the challenge, of course, is you don't do this to measure that. You do this so that as you click, the stuff up doesn't get lagged out. Now, sorry, my mouse, am I clicking fast enough? Maybe 6,000 is not enough.
8,000 is when it starts to really get bad.
Oh, this one gets bad at 6,000 for me.
Yeah.
And then.
That one will never get bad. You'll run out of memory before it will be really bad.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. This one's definitely smoother. You saw the yellow show up on the million. So and this is actually what I expected to see because it's semi-stars, right? Like as I click it here, and you can actually see because the number goes up. Like. Which is good because honestly, if I'm clicking a million times, I don't need to see every single number in between, to be fair. So like it does what it's advertised to do, which is these changes get tied into the same transition. So I can click it like 6 times and then you have a timeout on it. Every 8 or 5 to 8 or so, it's automatically going in. I haven't actually added a timeout on my transition implementation, but you guys timeout transitions, eh?
Yeah, to prevent starvation, they expire.
Beautiful. It makes a lot of sense, right? Let's talk about this from a fundamental mechanics, and we'll talk about what's wrong with this demo, because I did talk about it at the time, but people kind of missed it. When I was trying to say, when I was talking about performance, the problem is this demo doesn't actually show the power of transitions, or of concurrent rendering. The problem is that, and this is the problem I've had with almost every single one of these stupid spyglass or whatever radar demos, is if the DOM load is a lot, which is the effect outside of the system, which has to be applied synchronously, otherwise you have tearing. If the DOM load is a lot, then everyone has to do the same amount of work.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to take the hit when you take the hit. What the transition version is doing with smart is basically saying, like, look, we won't do the work until you stop. I mean, there's a timeout, but essentially that's the conceptual thing. We won't do as much work as you until you stop. It is, but the problem is we can't do about it. Million or Solid or whoever you're doing who's not doing this. You know, to be fair, we have transition feature, but they're doing all the work all the time. It is impressive that at this number, at least, that doing all the work all the time, while there's clearly a lag, isn't actually frying the thing. It's not like,
yeah, it hits a cliff though. So if you do it at 8,000,
does.
is what I've found is to be like a pretty steep cliff.
Yeah. Oh, I imagine it hits a cliff pretty badly. Yeah, because are we? Let's see if we get there. Yeah, we're starting to get there. Yeah, we're definitely starting to get there.
And if you look at the like INP at that, the INP is like 3 seconds.
Let's get to 10,000. I think 10,000 is where I need to get. There we go. Yeah. Color. I'm trying to get the whole circle. Maybe I should.
And you'll also notice that like it will miss some events. So if you carefully count how many times you click, you'll notice it'll be miss some.
Right. Although I wonder if that skipping is as any different than arguably this skipping, I guess.
Like, this one won't skip.
Well, I mean, what I mean by like, I wonder if the state still gets processed. It's just the rest of it doesn't get processed. Do you know what I mean? Like because like what I mean by skipping is I'm at 10,000. This radar
you might miss a frame, but it will, in the React version, it will end up with the same number that you clicked. But in the other version, you could click, say you clicked 15 times, the final state might be 14.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It actually misses the event. That's interesting. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I wasn't sure about it. The biggest problem with these demos, as I said, is because the actual workload is so hard, like it is synchronous work at the end. It's not really testing. You know what I mean? Like, it's not actually testing the performance benefit here. Here we have basically two extremes that I'm not very happy about, right? We have one extreme where when I click once, I get a lot of latency. And then I have the other extreme, you know, where if I click multiple times, the whole thing just slags out to thing. And the reason is because we're not, like, what transitions are really good at scheduling, concurrent scheduling, is work in the pure part, code that you write in your components, code like it's not about the output. And I think pretty much every concurrent demo in existence, except for the Skinsy's triangle one, the expanding triangle one, basically just ramps up the DOM nodes and misses the point. Because that one we put an artificial delay inside the derived components, which then would actually simulate it. The challenge is, and where the point of debate is, arguably this is just wrong, right? Like, if this is your app, you have more serious problems. You should virtualize, you should do something differently. So it's kind of interesting that I think what a lot of people see or where they get to is they get to this midpoint where it hasn't completely fried their app yet. And they see, I mean, because you detach the button from this, I don't get the same effect I was going for. But like if the button was tied to the other state,
Like the middle tab.
Yeah, like the middle tab, exactly. They feel this slight sluggishness. It's not, they don't see it on the work that's unrelated, which is the key. That's why you want transitions. You want to make unrelated stuff. Hopefully, I guess this is the problem: is the DOM updates. DOM updates block everything. There's literally nothing we can do because they're synchronous. Basically, they just go, oh, transitions didn't make React faster. I when I did this original video and with Aiden, when I was trying to, I wasn't trying to like criticize where React was. I was trying to pinpoint the zone or solution space in which this matters and where it doesn't matter. And this is where it doesn't matter, essentially. But it does show exactly what Aiden wanted to show Million was good at, which is Million is pretty freaking good at doing DOM updates. To be fair. But
yeah, but one of the problems with like a contrived demo like this is one thing this doesn't do is like recompute layout, right?
No.
And so if you were to need to like read the layout, and you could have a much smaller number of DOM nodes that are maybe more representative of how many updates you would need to reasonably do. Like, how many DOM nodes would you reasonably need to be able to update in a real app? Not like mount. Like if you navigate, you're going to create the whole DOM, but all the frameworks are going to have to create the whole DOM. So we're just talking about specifically updates. Click a button. How many DOM nodes are realistically going to need to be updated? It's like, not very many. But you are probably going to need to like readjust position of a bunch of tooltips or readjust the position of a bunch of containers, and you're going to need to read a bunch of layout. And you don't want to pay the tax of like reading the layout, even if this is a completely synchronous, completely offline app.
Right.
If the user is able to increase the quantity a bunch of times, you don't want them to have to pay the tax of reading layout at the time before you've given them feedback that their like press was in. So like a lot of people in chat are talking about, oh, like this is tearing, this is tearing. This is a different form of tearing than a problematic form of tearing. A problematic form of tearing would be like, I click the button, it says like 2 in the table, but the product says 7, so that it's like 2 plus 2 equals 7. That would be like problematic. Right. Here, showing it locally on the feedback for the button, and then I didn't build the pending state, but the table should have like a transition pending state.
Right. Like
that's why I think that
this was intentional. Like this was definitely intentional. Like
that's how you should build your apps.
Right. You could have definitely made the button wait for the table, like by just literally moving probably like one line of code, like where it sits, or like just like, but then you'd have no affordance. Like this is you cheating the loading state, in a sense. You gave it an affordance so that it's an immediate response. Like I'm not saying it's the best, but this tells you that you click the button. This, where I was complaining on stream before, does not tell you click the button. I mean, actually, I can still see that it's
that's why I built it, because I saw in your stream you were saying like, well, it doesn't tell you that you clicked the button. And I was like, well, that's because you didn't like update the state on the button.
Right.
That's the feature.
What I was more getting at is that I was trying to say that concurrency can't save you from synchronous blocking workloads.
Yes. That was the point that I really appreciated on your stream, because I think people, for some reason, got the impression that like transitions will somehow magically make less work need to happen. And to some extent that is correct, but is also like nuanced. It allows you to batch it, so you need to do like the expensive update less number of times, but
Right.
it's not going to make the like update itself faster.
It's like FPS on a video game. Like you sometimes don't need to, like, depending on people's hardware, you don't need to like render the frames as often, right? You still do all the calculations in the background. You just go, okay, this person can't handle us actually doing the rendering, at 180 FPS. We can scale it down to thing. What's cool with those game engines is they do it on the fly. They actually measure the time of the frames and like average it, like, you know what I mean? Like, anyway,
Yeah.
but
And it's also not always like necessarily beneficial to be as fast as possible. So for example, this is only just rendering text with a font that is already loaded. But imagine that as you click, you're putting different images in, or need different fonts, or parts of your font that haven't downloaded to like load in. And if you try to do it as like fast as possible, and the users clicking, well, you're firing off all these requests for like images and things that they just immediately, before the network request even finishes, are not used. So batching allows like more, like less layout, better like network, like all these kinds of benefits. A lot of the benefits come down to like async. It's really, transitions aren't really. I mean, it's really nice that this will scale. like if you can you move it back down to like 100 or 1,000 nodes.
yeah,
So it automatically scales. Now it's immediate.
yeah,
And then as it slows down, but the as it slows down scaling aspect of transitions, where it will like automatically start to prioritize showing you the feedback and defer the rest as things become more expensive, is not just the CPU, but it's also like async resources. That's like a big thesis of my talk that I'm going to do, is just like, forget about the CPU case, think about async.
yeah.
If you click the button and you hit a cache and the data is available immediately, it will update immediately. If you click the button and it takes 3 seconds to load the async resources, then you already have the built-in behavior for what that should do while that's loading.
One of my favorite aspects of this is the almost automatic debounce effect.
Yeah.
It doesn't protect your backend, but I remember I was talking with, was it Jay Phillips or Ben Lesh, and we were talking about search on Netflix, and I'm sure Facebook has a similar search condition. I know eBay does and all this. And he was like, he was saying, because he's big about piping and all this and back pressure and all this whole thing. I forget which one of them. It was probably Jay, but he was saying that like we don't debounce like the client thing. We try and do the requests as you type the letters in the type ahead as quickly as possible, because debouncing or throttling means like we lose your input. It makes it feel more laggy. We actually, like, we might throw away some of the like intermediate stuff, but we respond immediately. And that's what happens here. That's why there's no delay when the number's 1,000. It's almost transparent. Like you do stuff as fast, but as it scales out, you get this kind of smoothing effect without actually pushing, like, usually the latency on the person. Obviously, when you're blocked by a synchronous thing like this, you're messed. But when it's async and the workload isn't being CPU bound, then yeah, you get immediate results with the same kind of debounce like behavior. Yeah, that's a good example, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, there's so much to go through. I feel like I need to ramp up here. Is there anything else you want to say about this topic before we kind of maybe make it more practical, get into some code?
The only other thing that I would say about this, and I was going to build this as another tab, but again, this, I didn't do it because I think this to me feels fair. I know it might not. I can see the perspective of it's not measuring the same thing, but I think it's fair. When it's a low number, it's doing the same amount of work. But the thing that how do you solve this problem? Like, just think about it from like first principles. What is the fundamental problem here? The fundamental problem, you click a button and you update 1 million nodes. And 950,000 of those nodes are not visible on screen. And so the only way to solve this problem in any UI framework is defer the work that's not visible. And you can do that now with the React activity. So if I went in and put every row and used the intersection observer to determine if it's visible or hidden, then this would always be super fast.
So that's how you use it. See, here's the funniest thing. You know how I am with this stuff, and I like looking at Reactivity. When you guys announced Reactivity, I implemented it that day. But then I like didn't know what to do with it. I just was like, okay. I was like, okay, I could do some cool stuff where I remove it on and I like do route prefetching. But you guys are thinking like virtualization level. Like, are you thinking like per row virtualization level? Because that's always been the challenge. Like, oh man, I have so many questions.
Yeah, I mean, we think about lots of things. Just for this case, you could do it just per row. And then the nice thing about that is, let's say that it was something like what, and then the question is like, well, what's the benefit of using activity instead of just like render null? Like that's a very popular way to virtualize. Think like that's the way React Window works. And the nice thing with activity is it would pre-render those rows below. So that wouldn't really matter in this case because it's just text being updated. But if you were fetching images, like we were talking about earlier, or needing to compute layout for those items to position them correctly, activity would say, okay, when the user does stop clicking, we'll show the visible results immediately. Okay, now there's nothing happening, so let's go ahead and start rendering those like hidden rows. Fetch all the images for them, get it prepared, and then as you scroll, it would be immediately visible, and you'd see less like white screen blinking.
Yeah, this is one of those things I was thinking about, like when I was like working on, like before you guys announced Activity. The reason I was able to jump in so quickly because I was working on off-screen component anyways. Like I was actually already on that kind of zone. And the use cases that I was thinking about were along this line. I just wasn't thinking so much on a per line basis, was because you in that zone you can control the scheduling, right? So like you can be like, you could also say like something silly like, I want to synchronize flush this, not immediately, but every, request idle callback, or every X number period of time. You could like create a zone on the page, whether it's off screen or not or whatever. Like there could be a mode that's literally like low, like high latency rendering, right? Where it just like doesn't really care and it just renders it like as it's able to. It's not hidden, it's just slow-mo mode. Like if you ever like scrolled it into view, it would just be like in slow-mo. So
yeah,
I mean it's interesting. Yeah, scheduling is definitely, I think we're actually covering a lot of the questions I had written down here about scheduling, why scheduling is actually incredibly important here, because if you can't change the amount of work, and in some case, like your only option is to actually schedule it. Like there's no winning this. I think we need. I still wonder
the
if
other
there's
option
like a better
is to not. The only option for not scheduling would be to remove it. So if you didn't have a scheduler, you could just render null for everything that's not visible. But then as you scroll, then you need to like do the expensive work of completely mounting it from zero. That also means that you would like lose all the DOM states. So if there's input fields or anything in there, and you scrolled away, in and out of the scroll window, you just lost your. This is common in like a feed where you like draft a column and scroll down to look at the posts that you were like referencing, and then you scroll back up. Where did my comment go?
So sorry, maybe I didn't quite implement activity properly. When you have it hidden, is it still visible?
No, it's display none.
Oh, okay, but it's actually still, the elements are still there.
The elements are still on the page.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's not what I did. I just held the DOM nodes off screen and I kept the reactive graph live, but turned off the effects. So like basically the DOM nodes aren't displayed on, they're actually off screen. They don't get updated while it's off, but the data gets updated. And then when the gets reinserted, the effects run and do all the updates on the DOM.
Yeah, that's what activity does, but we don't like move the node.
You don't move the node. Okay, cool.
Doesn't that affect layout of other things?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would affect layout. That's why I miss this detail. This is like, as I said, this is just something I threw together because I don't know how people would expect stuff to work. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, the other use case, and we don't have a mode for it yet, but another use case that comes up with activity is like the use case where you have like a modal and you want to deprioritize all of the content that's behind the modal. You kind of want to freeze it. You even don't want to like commit the updates to it because you'd see like things flickering behind the modal, behind the like little opacity thing.
Yeah.
But you still want to like prepare it so that when they close the modal, like it's still there, and you have not missed any of the updates and everything's up to date.
Yeah, no, you guys are definitely, it's so cool to see these ideas and like how they actually shape into it.
Well,
As I said, like I'm very
unfortunately, React's not innovating, so I don't know where all these ideas are coming from.
no, this area, I'm incredibly inspired by React, especially on all this scheduling stuff. I think it's very, 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 very cool stuff if it's not obvious. As I said, most of what I do these days, originally it was trying to show that signals could work in a way similar to React. Now I'm kind of taking the next stage where I've been trying to show that signals can do more with that knowledge. But fundamentally, I don't think the problems are different. I don't think even the solutions are that different. I feel like my given trade-off gives like a certain type of advantage in a certain area where it's like a certain type of knowledge is available that can shape the solution a little bit. But generally speaking, mechanically, as you said, there's first principles involved. Like this is like what are you going to do? Like,
Yeah,
it's you're going to show it or you're not going to show it. Like it's
Yep.
very interesting though to see the thinking. I forgot if I no, I haven't mentioned this on the stream. Around the 2019 to 2021 period, I'd be like working on some problem. I'd see the React team post something and I'd be like, what the hell are they doing? Like, what are you guys doing? And I'm like, this is just weird. And then I'd like continue on my day and go on and be like, okay, whatever. And then like 6 months later, I'd be like, oh, you guys didn't even release something. I felt like it was like getting secret encoded messages. Like you guys didn't even release something yet, but then I was like, okay, this is why they're doing it. And like it was really weird to get those kind of hints because I don't spend much time in the React GitHub. Like that's one thing I don't do. I don't like actually look at the commits. I just like see public announcements usually, and then I'm like, or conference talks, and then I'm like trying to like backtrack. Like I'm like, oh, that's what they're working on. I think it's really cool to have like a team, people and like different problem space. You probably hit at Meta where there's like even teams that aren't even the core team who are like identifying problems for you that are like, and then you're like, okay, how does this fit into our map of the whole solution space? You're like, okay, that will handle there, that can handle there, that can like, is it like that? Is that like how you got like, how do you guys approach like innovating into the future? Like how does like the vision shape up? Is there a process like?
I think it's just really like first principles driven, and I don't do a lot of this. I like there's smarter people that do that, and a lot of what I do is like ask questions about like what's the solution to this like use case, and so I can't take any credit for any of that. But the thing that's the most inspiring about seeing how the folks on this team work is the like a lot of people say like first principles. Seeing it in practice is just like really like you can tell something is like first principles driven when the proposed solution doesn't look like anything that you would have thought of, and then you have to unwind it to be like, wait, why would it be like that? This is like really inspiring. Most of the time when there's like a problem, there has been someone who has like thought about it and how we would solve it, and there's a blocker that we need to do first. It's been at least that's been the case for the last many years, because there was like so much in flight that we needed to finish in order to do it. Like for activity, it's like, and even like the view transition stuff. One of the things that the view transitions do that I think might go underappreciated is it will wait a brief amount of time to load images and fonts before starting the animation so that you don't animate in like a missing image. And we were able to piggyback on what we have done to build like a like basically suspending in the commit phase that we built for the SSR streaming, and piggybacking on that like same mechanism to be able to add that and support that. So kind of similar to what you're saying is even seeing it like play out, I'm like, oh, that makes sense why we like did it in that order.
Yeah, I admit I was really confused for a while because I was talking to Dan and I'm like, it's like you guys released everything backwards. Like, and that's what I said to him, and he was like, yeah, like, because he's like, his thing at the time I was talking was he was like, this was all leading up to us being able to do streaming or whatever, and I'm like, it was like, it's funny because like that's almost where I started from, as I mentioned when I ran at the Marco team. So it's like it's just it's kind of interesting to see that kind of flip around. Okay. What time is it? Okay, it's 11:30. Okay. I want to look at some code. Can we should I just I don't know if you have anything to demo. Should I just pull up that to-do app? Like what do you
let's
want to
do that. Let me step out real quick and
yeah, take a break. Yeah, we've been going strong for
break.
2 hours now. Yeah, I'll
you get it ready and I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's I'm just gonna set up something here. I had an idea, essentially. Ricky's gonna be back, but in Stack Blitz, it's actually, actually I'm going to load my code screen. Yeah. Am I not logged in here? This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna have to do my whole auth. I'm glad that let's see here. Yeah, why do I get the feeling that yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna do this off screen. It's good that Ricky went. This is my problem with it's my problem of not gonna use Authenticator here for a second, of streaming on the computer that I don't actually do the majority of my work on. What, my phone is starting? I guess I just did an update. These things always collide in time, right? Is everyone still doing good? I took a little bit longer on the chat part than I expected, but man, there's so much interesting stuff here, right? You guys got to come with your questions. I know I haven't been as responsive with the questions in chat, but we do see them. So yeah, let me see. Yeah, my phone has been updated. That's thank you, Authenticator. Okay. GitHub. Okay. All right, Ricky is back here. I'm sorry, I'm just getting signed into GitHub here. Okay, cool. So then we are here and we're here. All right. I don't know if this is a good base to start with. I took the React plus TypeScript plus Vite starter from StackBlitz and literally ported to do MVC. It's not quite the to do MVC on the original repo. I don't know if people remember, but a few years ago I did a comparison where I compared the bundle sizes of all the frameworks in terms of making a to-do app and to show scaling. This is mostly an extension of Evan Yu's tests that he used with Vite. It was mostly to show that Svelte didn't scale, admittedly. Svelte 5 has changed since then, but the original Svelte used to actually produce large component output, especially when you had hydration, that the more components you added, it was actually, once you got to about 50 components, React was smaller. Like it offset the 42. I mean, again, toy demos, but this allowed me to create to do MVC in every single framework, and then try and get them down to the same level, because the React version had classes at the time, or it's like very verbose, and the Preact version did. And I actually tried to make them as small as possible in a reasonable way. And it turned out the winner of my comparison was actually Preact, because once I changed it, like the Solid to do MVC was smaller than Preact's official to do MVC, but I rewrote Preact's to be smaller. Like I tried to make them all the same. And I took that version. I then removed a bunch of stuff out of it. Like so that it only literally, because To Do MVC has like saving and editing and all these like different steps. I basically just made it, add to do, remove to do, toggle to do, and then removed all the related things. So I was able to get the whole to do app in 76 lines of code here. And it does its thing. This is a to do app, you can add a bunch of stuff. You can select it, cross it out. See, I don't have the clear all completed or the remaining count, any of the interesting stuff. This is literally just a simple app that if I refresh it, guess what? It's gone, because this is a client-side app. This is the demo that has existed for years and years and years and years. It might have even been the first time you ever saw React, or in a thing you're like, oh, I wonder if I could use React. I'm going to look at To Do MVC. I have basically just created this demo in the most basic way. Small things, instead of using a counter for the IDs, I'm using a timestamp with a base 36 encoding, just so that I can get a unique quote ID.
Just have your unique keys.
Right. The counter is fine, but the counter is not good for when you persist and like I refresh and it's gone. You'd have to put it on the server. And actually, the point of this demo actually is that I'm hoping Ricky first look at this and tell me if like there's anything I should change to the baseline. This is using React 19, so it's like semi-updated. But I want to take this simple app and make it async. I want to say like I want to take my idea here is like, this is a 2014 React demo essentially, or 15 React demo. I guess it's got hooks. So like this use state is 2018. I'm sorry, but you get the idea. This is like React 7 years ago. And if it's
you're completely synchronous right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Completely synchronous. How would you add like a backend to this? Like a lot of people like start with these demos and they're always synchronous and they're always and they're always a simple case. And it's like, how would you add a database to it? What I did was I actually made this really silly thing where I called it DB. And then there's get to do's, add to do, remove to do, toggle to do. You could pretend these are like, I don't know, API calls hidden behind this. But all I did was I took I took local storage. I actually did this for TypeScript for some funny reason, because it told me it wasn't a string always. Anyways, so instead of just making an OR array, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I took local storage so that we could persist it between refreshes. But more importantly, I added artificial delays in. There's 400 here and a 400 here, so that we could like pretend that we were fetching this from a async database. So we're not going to like see anything on the network tab here, but we have basically a fake async backend that we can just use in our app, go db.getToDos, add to-dos, remove to-dos. Let's call this our opaque backend. Doesn't matter how it's implemented. And then we can kind of upgrade this app. But yeah, as I said, I don't know how you want to do this. We could do this learn with JSON style if you wanted, and you can guide me through it. I could share a link and you can fork it. I don't know if you use Stacklets much. But essentially, I think we can update this app. And I guess before we update, maybe we should make sure that what I'm doing here is at least reasonable.
Yeah, can you send me a link and I'll just so I can.
Yeah, sure. Let's do this. I can send everyone a link too. So I'm going to drop this one in chat, and I'm going to also
probably share a non-editable link. Are these non-editable by default if you share it?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think someone like they can edit it, but then they fork it onto their own account.
Yeah, because if I would be trolling you with.
Yeah, that's the thing. The truth of the matter is that's the only problem. This isn't collaborative the way this is set up. So if you change something, that's why one of us has to drive. Like if you change something, I'm not going to get it. But yeah, I don't have the compiler in here. I did everything as one component. I know there's
so it's using an uncontrolled component for adding. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's no form or anything. it's like I did the whole thing as one component because it was for a couple of reasons. First of all, it was easy. Like it was like small enough that I could keep it in scope. Second of all, probably my own biases a little bit. I am like in Solid.
You're gonna want to make me to move it into other components to use suspense.
Obviously, yeah.
That's it'd be harder to make that point if it was already broken out into components.
But I mean, to be fair, we could start like we could break this out somewhat into components to begin with.
No, that's okay. I was just kidding.
And then the last thing is, if there was like a performance aspect, I think, even though I don't have the compiler here, I think the compiler would address that. Like classically, even the classic 2 MVC, I don't know if app would be split between suspense. I think the classic thing is like pull this out, like pull the to do out into a different component, and that way the key will match on the map, but then you memoize the to do, so then you don't actually have to like do all of this work every time. But my gut is that the compiler would actually probably for this case work perfectly fine, because
we'll put it into copy and paste it into playground.react.dev.
Let's do that. Playground.react.dev. Yeah. Oh, right, and then I can see it. Yeah. Should I just grab the whole thing? Oh no, but it won't have. Can I just look at it without like actually building? I have some external sources in here, so I don't like.
Yeah.
And then okay, yeah. So let's see here. One of the things, like, you need, this tool is very helpful, because one of the challenges that I was having when I was trying to decide, like, figure out compiler performance, was that I tried to put console logs in, and it would always console log. It was like the compiler would be like, oh, this is a side effect, I'm going to hoist it out of the memoization. So technically less things ran than the console log would. Like the console log would, like if I put a console log in each like binding, and like in a binding somewhere, like not a binding, but you know what I mean, like in a JSX expression, like somewhere inside each to do, it would log all the to dos, even though like half of them were memoized and not rerunning again. Like, so like it was very hard to do this. So where was I? Okay, map. Actually,
so it can't memoize the items because you're using the toggle and remove to do functions, but in
okay, so actually, this is good to know. This means that I probably should put the to do in a separate component, if like as a baseline. Okay.
But if you want to comment out your on change and on click, or just delete them.
Yeah. Change on click.
Now, and see that temp to do, it kind of hoists it out to a function for you.
It like makes it's like almost like its own component.
Sick. And then it automatically memoizes it.
Oh, okay. Okay. And the thing is,
Does it just break your brain?
Yeah, I mean that's awesome. But now that I know this, though, I want to make sure this is a representative.
I don't think it super matters, because this app's so small, the performance isn't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Let's not worry about it then. It was just I want to make sure that I'm doing the right pattern, and so because of the way this like dangles over, like the change event accesses the state in the top level component, I guess is why that it can't like do this same optimization.
I don't actually know why it doesn't. I'm sure there's some good reasons that are probably related to like being conservative. So the compiler is fairly conservative, where
Makes
if
sense.
it doesn't know for sure, then it doesn't, like if it sees something in there, it's probably the generate ID actually. But if it sees something in there where it can't like know for sure that this, like moving this to a separate component and is it gonna be okay, then it won't do it.
Okay. So Okay, then I guess this is an okay baseline to start with. Then anything
Yeah,
else?
let's add some async to it.
Okay,
Do you want to add
do you want me?
async using only 17 features, or do you want to go straight to?
It depends on how much time you have. I will keep you on here as long as you're available. So
Um, I have roughly another hour.
okay,
Oh
I
wait,
think
no, sorry. I have until if 30 minutes.
okay, then we might not want to. We might want to just jump ahead if it's 30 minutes.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, that's cool too.
it depends. I mean, uh, let me see here. Okay, sorry for taking so long to get to this point. I mean, there isn't much here. Maybe we could start and then jump. Like maybe what I can do here. You want me to drive? Then I take it. Then
Yeah,
what I'm
if you could drive.
okay. Then what I think I'm going to do is let's start with 17, because I think the 19 or current feature approach is going to require like everything being in line. Where I think the 17 approach, we could probably do this piecewise, like just get one function working to kind of
Yep.
demo it. So let's start with 17 because yeah, for whatever reason, I don't. Even though this is a bit contrived, someone putting a bunch of code in a component and saying like, "Hey, what do I do with this?" is just kind of. I feel like anyone kind of shopping or trying to make their first demo in React kind of ends up here. So I'm okay with this as a baseline, right? So hopefully we're good. Okay. So what should we do then? How do we get started? React
Oh, we're gonna
17.
have to fetch our to-dos.
Okay. So I do have a method for that. That I've already written, which is I called it get to dos, but this
Yep.
will get our to dos. I suppose there's nothing in our to dos yet, so I could bake something for now, until we actually want to persist it. We could just return like an array with ID, yeah, and then title. I think I called it. It should be hello, and completed false. Okay, this will just let us see that
Seed
our
it.
fetching.
It's initial
Yeah,
data.
yeah. Just so we'll when we start saving, we'll get rid of this. But this way, we can actually know that our loading is working. So, so how are we going to load our to dos?
Well, this is React 16, so you got to load it in an effect.
Okay.
You don't have suspense yet.
All right. So we're gonna do use effect, and we're going to go. What is it? Sorry, get db dot get to's, then value. I guess I could probably just do set to dos. Might be getting too fancy there. And then we need to tell it. Actually, I guess this is just like one of these for now, right? Because it's oh, it's already working.
Yeah. And when you refresh, notice that there is this flicker.
Yeah, we have.
It's not great. React team needs to fix that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
let's go ahead and can we set the initial state to null, and then on the initial render while the to-dos are loading, can we show like a loading state?
Sure. Sorry.
Because kind of one of the fundamental, and you don't have that loading state already because it's a completely synchronous app. But one of the first things you have to think about when you start adding async features to your app is
I don't even have a null check. I actually have a length check.
That's how. That's why I didn't like. Yeah.
So it's okay. Okay. Right now it's surrounding the typing, but to be fair, maybe I'm not even sure if we want to, maybe we should surround the input as well. I'm thinking.
I don't think we need to surround the input. It's
So this is
really,
fine?
for
Okay.
our case, we're just that's like
Okay.
part of the shell of the app. We're just loading the only thing we need to load from the server is the
Okay.
to-dos.
Then what I'm going to do here is here, and then we're going to, what am I going to do here? All right. I anticipated us needing something, so I did add one thing to this classic example, which is, I mean, this isn't doing much, but
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
right. So now we've added a loading state. Okay.
Now we got to do our mutations.
Oh, right. All our to-dos can now are a little bit upset because they're telling me that it can be undefined.
Yeah, so a good way that you could solve this is to extract out the list to a component where the to-dos are non-nullable. And since you'll have a null check.
Okay, cool. We can do that. Okay. So I guess yeah, we'll just take this whole
The
section.
whole section.
Yeah. All right. So we'll say to do list, and then we'll go to dos equal to dos, and I'll just dump this one down here. Function to do list. I don't know all the proper TypeScript stuff of React, so forgive me if like there's better patterns than
Yeah, I don't either. So
and then actually this will often lead us to using a reducer. I think sometimes to do this, but for my sake right now, I'm going to pass. Should I? Yeah, we're doing the fetching above. So you want me? I'll pass the toggle function. I'm just gonna and remove to do function there. Come on, be nice. Oh right, because I should destructure them. To-dos.
if you want, you could just remove all the types and rename it to app.js. It's faster.
Remove all the types and
It's up to you.
oh, okay, yeah, no.
If we're just gonna anythings anyway, we can just move faster by not having to type all the types. But
I think the rest of it will be okay
Yeah.
because the main component. Okay, and then to-do list means remove to do. I like the types for my backend, if that makes any sense. And toggle. I guess to be fair, if we cared about performance, we would use callback these maybe.
Well, I would even move the remove to do and toggle to do down.
Oh, right.
And just pass the update.
The setter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. Even better. Okay.
Although if you were designing your backend API, you wouldn't have your client send you.
Yeah. Maybe this is. Yeah, this is actually a little bit.
What's your API for toggle and remove to do in the DB file? You just give it an ID.
ID, yeah.
Okay, then you don't have to do this hoisting, but this is cool too.
Well, you mean like pulling it, like you just inline it in
Yeah, the only reason you'd have to move it down is because you only have access to the non-nullable to-dos in the child.
Right, but
for the types, but these aren't going to call set functions. These are going to call.
Oh, right. It's okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because it's because I'm calling the setter function that it knows that it's not. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So
it's like if I got rid of this and just went like this would actually work. And then if I just got rid of this and did this, this would actually work. And then
Yeah, but you have to call the DB functions. So I would just move them back to where you had them in the
yeah.
parent component.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. All right. Which means that we're not.
You don't have to pass to do. Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so to do our mutations, the toggle and remove, we need to call the DB function.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's
It's
okay.
so it's just so annoying to me that like I can't. I'm almost at this point. Just I'd be.
Now you don't want to remove the null.
If you
The
make
thing
it,
is that the scope of the to-dos that you're going to be setting in those mutations are going to be from your database. So if you leave
you
that
can't.
null and then
There has to be I think that's an important point. There has to be a third state because empty array is a perfectly valid state. There has to be like we're
Right.
encoding the loading state into here.
the errors are actually telling you where you need to add your DB functions. So let's do remove to do first.
Okay, so for now, let's do remove first. For now, I'm just gonna comment this out, right? And then we're gonna go db dot remove to do. I mean, honestly, it's just I'm just recycling it straight through, and I guess we have to do something after this too. I guess I should make this async. And then, so we're gonna wait, remove to do. Luckily, this never fails. And then we need to. Oh, what do we need to do?
We need to get our new to-dos.
Yeah, so I guess we just copy this code again. And then actually, okay. Now that let's do add while we're here as well, because if we do add, we can close the loop and we can stop using my test data, because it's not gonna work with my test data. So I need to, what do I need to do here? DB, sorry, I'm gonna make this async. Then I'm gonna say wait db dot add to do and to do
new to do.
All right, I'm just new to do, and then actually this isn't right, because I actually, you know what, I'm not gonna make this an async function because we want. I'm gonna do this because there's other stuff that needs to happen. I mean, I could have done it at the end, but I'm just gonna do this for now, and then after we add our to do, we're going to get our to dos again. All right, and then if we go back to our server and we return back to doing this instead of this, hopefully what I'll end up with is something empty. And then I'll say, hey, good. And then when I refresh, hey will be there. And when I exit, it'll be gone. Perfect. So we have saving working, but I think everyone and yourself obviously noticed we don't actually have any indicator that anything's happening. You type, the words disappear and then they show up. And then when I click the X, wait for it, and then it removes. So
we can. So how do we fix that?
Yeah.
In React 16, we're gonna have to have a separate pending state.
Yeah. Should we just do a global one for now? Pending.
Sure.
Sets pending closed use state. I think it'll get the hint.
I'm
Except
thinking ahead, and I think we're going to hit so many problems
that it's
that
not
we can
worth
just show the problems
and not solve it.
because
Yeah.
there's already so many race conditions. Like you're gonna add this pending state, and then you're gonna set the pending state to true
Yeah.
when you like add an item. But if you like also do that same thing in remove item, and the remove happens first, your pending state's gonna get lost.
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah. Actually,
You probably don't need it there because that's your glimmer. Your glimmer is your pending state for the effect.
Yeah, so we're fine here. So, but everywhere else, which actually it works a lot better in our await situation because I can actually
Yep.
set pending true, and then actually all these. This is why you don't shortcut. No, to dos, because what I actually want to do here is set to dos, and then set pending false. Gotta make sure I hit all of those. Yeah, you're right. We should.
And then render your pending state.
Yeah, and we have to render our pending state. Sorry, is it this, that, and it's the same. And then render our pending state. What do we want to use for a pending state? I doubt we want to. I'm just gonna make something up here.
I'd say up in the headers, just like right below that at a line. It's like loading.
Yeah, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, let's just do something like that. Is pending. I have a habit of making everything functions. Is pending and loading or not loading, working, whatever. I'm pending. Actually, pending is the clear choice. Pending. Da-da-da. Is pending. Do I have to? No, it's in the header, so that may make it easier. Why am I not? Oh, I called it pending. Whatever. Is pending. Whatever. So loading. Add one. Oh, this. Oh, this might be just the styling of to do MVC. I do something here. Am I doing it wrong? Did I miss setting?
I think when you added, you didn't set pending to true.
Oh, you're right.
You want to set it before the DB add.
Yeah, that would only do the refetch. I need to do it before the add. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is not pretty, but you guys get the idea. I guess actually, you know what I could do? Actually, let's do my favorite for we need I need to wrap this in a div or something, but hopefully this doesn't break the table. But actually, I should have just done this. This is my favorite show pending at 4 inch. Okay, it doesn't break anything. Just do the old style equals opacity is pending 0.5, otherwise 1. And then, because I think, yeah,
that'll work. And then remove the pending.
This pending, yeah, this is a nicer one, and I'm actually going to make it 0.3 to make it even more obvious because these fonts are already kind of grayish. And yeah, I mean, we can see that work is being done. Okay.
But there is so add a couple to dos. I want to show a problem with this.
I mean, I'm showing it right now. You see that?
So yeah, when you what?
When I add it really
enter?
fast, yeah, or I can confuse the state, so I can go d d d d d d d d d. It like, oh, it wasn't showing pending properly. It was like showing it for a minute and then it stopped because something came back and it was like jittering coming in.
Mm-hmm. You want to maybe explain why, walk people through why that is a problem? I think this is a fundamental thing across async in all UI libraries is that the thing that they're offering is not having to deal with this, because it's really hard to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, what we have going on here, and this is a simple case because everything's fixed. Like this isn't even taking into consideration that these delays can happen at different times, but it's simply the fact that, I mean, the pending state could be solved by keeping pending as a counter and then like adding to it and removing from it instead of just being true and false. But people always make this kind of thing. The problem is you set pending to true, and then you go off and you do something else and you set pending to true again, and you do something else, you set pending to true again. And then when the first thing comes back, it sets pending to false. It doesn't know that like this is false. And I mean, this just shows a pending state difference, but you can picture this get to dos could be returning like different, like depending like on the server, if you what order it receives a request, what order it comes in. These things are tied to each other. Like you're showing a single piece of UI, and you can have like stuff just kind of floating in at random points, like out of the order the user. The user could actually go 1, 2, 3, and the stuff can come back, 3, 2, 1. Like
like if you're a DB function, did the write first? I guess it does do that.
Yeah.
So if these were like random times, then it would have that behavior because it makes the mutation in the like remove to do in the DB function.
Yeah, I was going down. They all call this save function.
Yeah. So this would happen if that was like a random time.
Times, I don't know, 800. I mean, it might be still hard to reproduce. I don't know how far we want to go into this, but the problem is I'm entering garbage. I have to enter something that's actually recognizably different each time. So like, damn it. Maybe something is, maybe I need to random the get as well or something. I was trying to do QWERTY on the keyboard across the top, but it actually came in order. But like, it might not always come in order.
But probably need to be random on the get
as well. Yeah,
but that's all right. I think you can get the idea.
I hope you guys get the point.
Async out of order is
this is a solution for sync engines. I mean, that is one thing, but the sync engine also like is a whole system that you're putting on your client to like. I don't think that's the answer to everyone. Go put a sync engine on your page. Anyway, sure. I think we should probably go to React 19 now, unless there's anything else. Yeah, let's.
Yeah, I think that's a good like tutorial of the problems that like supporting async features in React natively is aimed to solve. It's fundamentally, you need to coordinate async gets and mutations.
Okay.
And so resynchronize them with your server without unexpected and without having to add a lot of extra code.
Okay, so I've gone back. I thought it was just easier to go back to the original example. So I've gone back to the original example. I forked it. We are back here again. I guess the only thing is, should we move the to-do list into the to-do list app again? Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I will copy that over. Sorry. That's the only thing. I should have done that before I did the effect stuff here, because I think we want this. So actually, I'll just make the to-do list app. All right. I think this is an easy swap now. Okay.
Keep the pending thing too.
Yeah. Let's do that too. Oh, right. And I'm gonna also have to do the loading state. Well, actually, no, we're gonna do that differently this time. So let me go into here, this whole section. All right. B. Sweet. Okay, we don't have pending yet, but that's fine. Okay, so now we have a fresh version, and now we're on React 19.
And can you set just like a const is pending as false, just so it will continue
yeah,
to like work?
Yeah, I'll put it here for now. Const is pending equals false. Let's double check, sanity check. This is still okay. Yeah, okay, still working. Okay, cool.
Cool. So now we need to fetch our to-dos.
Yeah.
You shouldn't need the to-dos
as state any, or
you'll need them in state. Yeah, that's okay. Can you in the state, can you use a state initializer? I'm gonna do some hacky stuff because you don't have a data fetching library.
yeah.
So in here, you can put db.getToDos. Don't await it.
Like this.
Yep.
And return
Yep.
it. Okay, I see.
Yeah,
so
just return the promise. Just put the promise in state.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So now it's promise of to do like this. All right.
And then you don't have to rename these to like to-dos promise, but we'll just know that it's a promise. Well, the types will help you.
Okay.
So now down in the to-dos list component.
Okay. Okay. So okay, that's fine.
And just unwrap it with use.
Okay. Promise to do. All right. Beautiful. Wants to do. Okay. Here.
Just do an as.
Yeah. To-dos as to-dos. Can I do this here? Oh no, it's needs structuring, so I should be able to just is it equal? What's a syntax for this? I can't remember. It's not equal, it's
Equal is default, yeah. Colon. It's colon to-dos promise.
Yeah. Whenever you're at. Beautiful. To-dos equals use to-dos promise. And then we should upload our import to React. Come on, quick fix me. Okay, sweet. All right.
And then this isn't being rendered, I think, because of this check. You don't need this anymore.
All right, yeah.
You can just render that component.
Well, I think we do need some. We don't need anything here?
No, because it's not nullable anymore. Boom.
Sorry, it's not null. No, but isn't it? Let's see what the error says. Oh, did I? No, okay, let's try this again. Clear this. Clear this. Why is it? Sorry. What am I missing here? Do I have a syntax error? I don't think so. I was thinking
the errors above?
I think maybe we need suspense, right?
No, because it should just suspend with that, but add suspense just to see.
Okay, so it's fine. You don't need it. Doesn't need suspense. So we'll just.
It would just suspend the root.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so suspense by default will just hold the whole thing, and
yeah.
then suspense. Oh, yeah, that made it happy. Okay.
And is this sandbox in the experimental version?
No, probably not. Do I need to be on a specific version 19? Sorry, I literally just took.
No, I was just curious to make sure it's not a bug before we release the.
Yeah, always wanting to loading, and then class name equals loading. What am I doing? Loading. Bang. Oh,
Sweet.
sweet. It actually remembered
This local storage.
the local storage from the other example. Okay. Okay, so we got loading working now. So yeah, so basically we can just why did this have to oh right, this is state initializer, so it only runs once, of course. That makes sense. And then we have a promise in our state, and then essentially we use to grab it. Gotcha. And then now we have to actually add the ability to add and remove, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we have the initial loading state. Yeah, looks good. Okay. So how do we do that? I'm going to again comment this out. Presumably, I mean, the first thing is we got rid of the effect here, but this part, does this part change much?
You still need to do db add to do, but this time we'll be able to await it.
Okay. I'm going to just grab this for a second, make it easier here. Is this when we introduce transitions, or do we do something before that?
We'll need the transitions for the pending state.
Right. We could do this without transitions. Well, we can't. Oh, I guess I see. We would do this, right?
No.
If we weren't,
Oh yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
To do's, get to do's, right? So I'm just sanity checking we doing this right?
But yeah, it's forcing the fallback because you're not using a transition.
Transition, right. So default here is we're doing the stuff, tells us we're loading, so at least we do know we're loading, but it's a little bit jarring. So what we want to do,
And it's like a kind of a sensible default if you think about it, because here we haven't added a loading state. And so by defaulting to showing the suspense boundary, we are avoiding that initial issue we hit right off the bat of our React 16 version of there was no pending state.
yeah, and
But
it ensures consistency, right? We don't see any of those half and half states. I
Yep.
think if I go do, you know, we don't have to worry about that. Fortunately, I've removed our ability to remove it to do, so I should do that so I could clean up this data a little bit. I'm gonna for now. Where's remove to do? Comment this out. I do like this pattern a little bit with the state where you can just go like remove to do, and then like I can. It's basically this code again. I know this isn't the finished version, but you already see like the. Yeah. Anyways, kind of funny making it the promise. Let's see if this can. The only problem with this is
yeah. So to prevent that, you have to provide a loading state.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that next. So we need transition, right?
Yeah, for here you don't even need to use transition. You can just use start transition because I'm going to show you how we can very easily add a pending state to each individual row.
Okay, cool. Start transition, and then Okay, so then what I want to do is for each of these, I want to wrap this start transition in here, and then I can make this an async function, I think. Is that what I want to do?
Yep.
And then I want to. Oh, do I have to do the thing though? Don't
You could
I?
just return it if you. I think you can just return it if you don't want to await. But
Don't we have this problem?
no.
Like what you know what I mean? Like you want to wait.
Oh, you have to
For
start
the
transition again.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's what I meant. I don't Yeah, so we want to go like we kind of want to do const to-dos equals await this and
No,
then no
you,
and then
you want to put the
start
promise in this state. You don't want to await the get.
state. Okay. Okay, sorry. So this
Yeah,
sorry,
so
what?
still do that, but you'll want to just wrap that set in an
Oh, right.
additional start
Right,
transition.
right. Start transition. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. I keep on forgetting that we're not resolving the promise at this point. Sorry, not set transition. Start transition. Okay. Exactly. Okay. And then this will follow similar pattern where we will go start transition, await our thing. And then you have convinced me that I don't actually even need the toggle necessarily for the sake of the demo. Adding and removing pretty much does the thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now we have to now at least, yeah, we don't have feedback yet, but we don't pull everything away.
Why is that so fast? Is the timeout only like 400 milliseconds? So this is actually a really crucial point
No,
about.
it's 400 milliseconds for the get and 400 for the action. So the total time should be about 800 milliseconds.
Yeah. This is something that I think is really. This is more like for the React people. Of like the benefit of the transitions here is this is not only feels faster by not going to the fallback, it is actually faster because the fallback is going to be delayed for 300 milliseconds. So if you were able to do a side by side of like how quickly you can click remove and remove, it's not 400 milliseconds just to wait for the like the fetches. It's significantly faster.
Someone wanted. We have a question for chat. Can you explain why we have two transitions?
Yeah,
Like
so this is just like a JavaScript thing where inside the ideal state, if you could just write it real quick of remove that second transition, you shouldn't have to write this second transition. Like we should be able to just know that the remove to do and the set to do are both inside of a start transition scope. But JavaScript doesn't really let you know that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're doing special stuff with transitions. Like you're tracking this transition. It's a thing, right? So when you hit the await, you're returning a promise. The transition goes, "Hey, I got a promise." But when it executes, there's no way to inject our context back in so that when we do something else here to know to continue the transition. The only ways you can do it in JavaScript currently to inject context like that is like use a generator function or something, which is kind of weird. Or you call a function again, like you did there. That's injecting it in. And then the hope is that one day we'll have async context, which is like async local storage, and that will automatically be able to preserve the context on both sides of the await.
Mm-hmm. So I add the transition back.
Yeah, because if you don't do this, then the transition waits for this, but then like doesn't wait for this, and like it kind of. I think we'll end up with in this case we might even end up with the fallback again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually haven't tried this. I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, this should go to
Maybe. Weird. Okay, wasn't sure. I was thinking that it would transition at first.
Well,
and
you
then go,
removed it. You removed the second transition
Oh,
from the remove to do. Not
I didn't do it. Yeah, right. So when I delete it, it should. Yeah, exactly. The first half, while it's removing, it's holding, and then and then it goes like it only holds halfway, and then it switches when I do the fetch. Anyways, yeah, you're right. Sorry, silly me. Cool. All right. Okay. So already, this is like we saw this even with that spin demo. All the race conditions here now are actually taken care of in terms of like the order stuff comes in, the ensuring that like you know, well, we haven't showed it with a pending state yet. Maybe do you want to do pending state or do you want to do
Yeah, let's
ultimate
do
state?
pending state on an individual item. So in the to-do list.
Okay. Does that mean I should pull this out into a to do?
And I'm kind of skipping ahead to, I'm low on time for the nice way to write this. There's like a, let's just skip ahead, move that to a to do. Because you could, like in here, have like a pending state, then you have to manage it for each item.
See what I have to deal with here. I think I'm going to be passing in the to do, the toggle, and the remove.
Can you call this toggle action and remove action?
Toggle action and remove action.
Yep.
Sure. And then I'll update these appropriately.
No, we have to create different functions for those. So let's create two functions, one for each above the return.
Okay. So I want to do toggle.
This will be a like on toggle change because this will be an event handler.
Okay.
Yep. This is like we're creating an action. So you have to go from the outside world, which is the event handler, and move it into the inside world, which is an action. And the naming conventions kind of tell you which world you're in.
Okay.
Cool.
So I'm gathering this will just replace whatever this is. Oh, I guess I need. Okay, I did the toggle ID myself. I just need to get checked off this. So this is on toggle change. Okay.
Yep.
And this one similarly will be const on remove change whatever, doesn't matter. And then this one actually doesn't need the event.
Guess it's on remove click, but yeah.
On remove click, sure. Let's call that. And then we will do this. And then I will change this one to on click. Okay, cool.
Cool. So let's create I'll let you do that.
Toggle action equals. Do I have to do anything else out here, or can I just path like toggle through here?
Yeah, I would rename toggle to toggle action so that you know that you're inside a transition scope.
All right. Move action. Just have to do this all the way through action. Remove action. And then finally, toggle action, remove. Okay, there we go.
And then you have to, I'm right there too.
Sometimes the autocomplete's ready for me, other times it's not. Okay. Did I not change? I thought I changed it in action.
You didn't change the types.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, these very specific types that I added. Okay, cool. Done.
And then now in here, let's add a use transition. So we have a pending state.
Okay. Use transition. Sorry. and it is pending start. We'll use transition.
It's funny that you shorthanded it to start because I've started to shorthand it to just transition.
And actually, the funny thing is, so have I, because in the latest Solid API, I got rid of start transition and just called it transition. So
Yeah, because it's kind of weird in a lot of cases. In this case, it will actually start the transition because you're in the event handler. But all of the other cases in the parent component, they call it start transition. You're already in it, but transition because it's inside of an action function.
I see.
So in
I see, and this is why you did the renaming, because what you actually want us to do here is actually call transition, but call the transition like the what's it toggle action with the correct argument.
I think it was to do .id and
to do ID
checked.
and then check, basically. Yeah, exactly. And then yeah, I'm not caring about TypeScript here, and then remove, it's going to be very similar, transition, remove action, do ID, that's all we need.
Yep. And the one last thing that you'll want to do is make those async transitions and await the actions.
All right.
That allows the toggle action callback to either be sync or async.
Yeah.
And it will.
Yeah. I've not been having fun with this aspect of the API in general, and I know what, like, the fact that we don't have context. I started just writing generators because I was getting like pissed at forgetting to like call the stupid function again.
Well, what's interesting now is that since you're within an action, if you go up to those parent, well, you're in an action, you don't need the first start transition.
Yeah, exactly. So now this one can go away, and this is an async function, and then goes away, and then similarly, we haven't implemented this one, so I'm not going to worry about it. We don't need the toggle yet. Okay.
Right. But you still have it in the add.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Oh yeah, you can remove the transition. Oh wait, yeah, we haven't done the add button yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, we can make this. If we want to copy the same pattern, we would make this. It's freaking awkward because of like all the. This is copied right from To Do MVC, like all the like enter key, down key, garbage, like the event handler stuff here. So like it doesn't really start until here. It's fine.
It doesn't show like a really cool pattern because one of the things as we're doing this, I think a lot of people may be watching and being like, I gotta add these start transitions everywhere.
No, okay. So what? Fine. Add action. I will pull the other thing into the event handler. Add action to do, and then it's async, right? Sorry. Sync, and then put this in here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab. I mean, I was thinking of inlining it, but actually I don't need to. Just call it add.
Yeah, because I'm going to ask you to create a new component, like move the input. Maybe do that first. If you can move the input field to its own component.
All right, sure. Function. I'm sorry, this is taking a while.
I think you're zooming.
To do input, and then we need this. Turn this to input, and then add to do. What did I call it internally in here? I just called it on add to do or something. on added to do, then let's add to do.
Yeah, I would call it. So this could be like a generic input component, like in your design systems. So this would really just be like a on enter, on key down or on enter. So this component doesn't need to know that it's specific to to-dos at all.
Oh yeah, I was just we're still.
I guess for this case, yeah, because you're going to put the logic for the actual to-dos in it.
Because
But yeah.
what I was going to say, just to follow the pattern that we've been doing so far, is because what's going to come in through here is we're going to have like an add to do action, right? And if I'm right, and then we do the same thing we've been doing here. Is there? Do we do the same thing?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. Choose transition.
I love your dedication to copy and paste.
I'm just old school. I don't know if there's a different way to do things now.
No, it's great.
What am I missing? Bracket, async. No, that's not async. This is async. I'm just missing a bracket somewhere. Why am I awaiting this? Do I even need to await this?
Yeah, you need to await it.
Because I'm missing the. Oh yeah, right.
But you're missing the logic you had for creating a new like to do and the on enter key stuff.
Okay, so this is actually fine. This is actually fine. I'm just on toggle. On. All right. To do. Where am I getting my to do from? Oh, right. Do I need to actually pull that?
Yeah,
stuff?
you need the on enter and new to do stuff.
This is where this whole thing comes in. Sorry. I actually do need this. Because now this replaces this.
Yep.
But everything else should be the same. And then I actually need I need the event stuff. Because I don't. Is it there? No. Oh
Yeah, that was right. Just remove the extra bracket.
And then yeah, there. And then to do is to do. Okay. All right, cool. Transition. We have a bunch of type errors, but I don't care. I think I've got this right. And then add action. Now we can get rid of this.
Yep.
And then add action. It's funny, we got this pending thing sitting here. Add action is what am I doing here? It should
you haven't you haven't put your input back in.
Yeah. Right. To do input add action. Or I just call it add action, whatever. I'll fix that, add to do action, and then add to do action, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Now you don't need that is pending state.
Yeah, this one is. Oh yeah, because we're not going to do it this way. Whatever. So we have our loading, and then we need to indicate. I guess the pending state here is going to be in the to-do.
On each list item.
Yeah. So let's just see. Let me just do the thing again. I should copy my logic. It doesn't really matter because I'm going to do the same. Sorry, the same style. I think I can do the same style trick again. The opacity 0 is pending 0.3. Sorry. Although, fine. Technically, I mean, it's fine. It's just technically here when you do, I guess it's fine. I was thinking that like when you remove something, showing that it's pending removal, like since we didn't actually implement toggle, although I guess the implement toggle would actually be at this point pretty simple because it's the same as the other ones. Just comment this out and then simply do await db dot toggle to do ID, or it's just ID,
Nope.
and then start transition set to do is this.
Don't you need to pass completed to toggle ID, or is that just on the server?
No, you're right. That's why it's complaining at me. Thank you, TypeScript. And I need to make this whole thing async as well. Yay, okay. And now, hopefully, you see it grayed out before it grays out. Yeah, it's not a specific pending state, similar, but it is a.
So we can fix this and just use optimistic
Yeah, exactly.
for the toggle specifically.
Yeah, yeah. We also lost our pending state on the ad.
Can we do a little bit more cleanup here because I
Yeah.
really like how like simple this is looking. Delete the like comments that are not necessary anymore.
The one reason I left these in is I had a hunch. I guess it's not going to be the same. I was thinking that maybe the optimistic updates would be the same as the original
No.
client-side updates. Okay, no.
And let's create one more function above the actions. It's called like refresh, const refresh.
Okay, nice. Yeah, yeah.
And then you can move your start transition things to there.
Yeah, exactly. Const refresh equals it's just a function, so nothing special, and then we can just literally use this here. And then you call refresh. And then all of these become that. One thing that I was wondering, just sitting here, is because these are because like you're calling this second start transition without actually knowing what transition started on the other side. Does this API basically restrict this to the single future transition? Do you know what I mean? Like, because it doesn't tie the transition on the front half to the transition on the back half. Like,
yes, it does. They get entangled. The front half and back half are entangled.
Right. They get entangled because there's only one possible transition. Like if there was a future in which there was multiple possible transitions, this is one of the API changes that I was playing around with. I actually passed a resume transition as an argument into the transition function so that I could connect it because there's a possibility of it not being entangled. I mean, hopefully
in this case, they're all within the same like event scope, even though there's an await. If we had async local context, then we would know that it's like
context 100%. Context 100% would work. I was just thinking like this is basically betting on the fact that context will come in before multi transitions in React.
And if we don't have that, then we would have to do some other API like naming them or something.
That's.
It's funny because you and I know exactly what we're talking, like what we're, but like
it's just chat. No,
we skipped over so much of that context.
I'm sorry. We didn't even get into that. I'm sorry. I spent too much time on the basics.
For context, if you watched Ryan's stream about concurrent transitions, that's what we were talking about in somewhere around maybe the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, I mean, I'll fill people in maybe later, but let's get you good here. So now, this is way cleaner. So let's just switch to create optimistic, right?
First thing we can also do now is add that is pending for the pending input for adding. in the to-do input.
Right. Before I had the state here, but I guess we just wanna like put something beside it, like
Yeah.
inside it, like I don't know, make a fragment, and then put a fragment here, and then we're back to the like I don't know, is pending.
Do like is pending ...
Yeah, exactly.
I found if you
Pending.
want to prevent the layout shifts, wrapping it in a span that's like always there.
Okay. Yeah. Very helpful in these demos. We do this stupid thing like all the time because it's yeah, okay. So now
Usually you would have like a design component with a spinner. So you have to do a flex div. But that shouldn't be wrapping.
it's just it's the way the layout of the actual thing is like
They must have made the input like display block.
yeah, or something
So
weird.
in your div, do a style display flex. Or
Right here.
display inline.
Oh, sorry, on the span.
No, change the fragment to a div.
Oh, okay. Div. All right.
Style equals display flex.
Display. Did you guys do? I can't remember. Sorry. Is this? Sorry. Do you support string styles? I can never remember.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Style display flex. What am I doing wrong?
You have a straight fragment above the closing div.
Ah. Okay.
It's maybe styles.
Styles. Yes. Styles.
No, it's style, right?
Styles. It's styles.
It's style.
that was the weirdest
Squiggly
thing.
lines threw me off.
It's still. Okay.
Oh, you have to have curly braces around the string.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm just
Thanks, chat.
dumb. Thanks. I'm just being so dumb. This is what happens to you programming too quickly, and you're just like, what am I doing wrong? Oh man. Whatever. I'm just gonna do it as an object.
Yeah, just do the.
Okay. Okay. So
now if you enter.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like this little thing right on the very edge of it. I saw it. I can shout it.
Just do a yeah.
I can shout it.
There you go.
Okay.
And so now for the remove, that works well.
Yeah.
So now let's add for the check for the toggle. Let's use optimistic state.
Okay. Cool.
And you can do that local here.
In the to do. So we want to add const is toggling. That toggling?
So is checked. What's the property in to dos?
It's checked. Yeah. Okay. On the to do itself, I did completed, but is that what you mean? Or set checked? And then it's use optimistic. And then let's import that. Did we get it? Okay, no, I did auto import. I just need to say that by default it's false.
No, by default it is the to do dot checked value.
Oh right, to do dot checked. All right. Right. Okay. And then
and inside the transition for the toggle change.
Right. Toggle change transition. This we need to go set checked.
Yep.
And then is checked is going to.
I think it's completed. It's not checked. To do dot completed.
Yeah. But I could do this. Yeah, I guess is completed is better because it's not like on the tech box that looked nice, but here, this is more.
As more saying that the value you passed into use optimistic is to do dot completed.
And this should have been completed.
Yeah.
Completed. Whatever. Completed. Set completed. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And so you can remove the
Oh, it's
the
double
opacity now.
Yeah, well, it's because it's double applying it because it's using the same, like, it's using, like, I guess we can remove the capacity because we're going to do something different on remove. Because the opacity is applying to both. It's applying both changes, the opacity change and the remove change.
Yeah, so you can use a separate use optimistic for the removal state. So instead of using start transition, just remove the hook. No, you still want to keep that because you need it for the removing state.
Oh, right. So what you're saying is I can now import start transition here.
You already have it right there.
I already have it. That's right. This was all part of the plan from the beginning.
Yeah.
So then we can basically change this to is removing.
Sorry, my dog is scratching at the door.
This one, I think we can safely start as full. And then similarly.
Oh, you named all your transitions instead of start transition, so you can't refactor it. Like on line 14, you'll have to change that to start transition.
Oh, right. Okay, got you. Yeah. Sorry, this one is. Oh, right. Both of these. Good to know though if it was called transition. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
There was a chat question that use optimistic is kind of one-way bindings. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Can you explain it a little bit more? Maybe I'll try to answer it. And yeah, you could use a form action here. Catching up on chat.
Yeah. All right, and I have to return.
You need the parenthesis on line 124 between the bracket and the.
Thank you.
It's so funny, like when I pair and it's like you have to like look at the thing you're typing, and then while you're looking at that, other people are looking at like the rest of your code, so it's so obvious to them, oh, you're missing the bracket, but it's just like,
yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, you've had like the last 20 seconds to look at that when I've been actually doing the work.
Especially chat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Live coding on stream is fun. Okay, this is cool. Hopefully we have a couple more moments to reflect on this briefly before you have to go. What time is it? Oh, we got in there just
already over time.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
But yeah, okay. Yeah, no, this is very very interesting.
It's super clean. So I didn't see if you made it check to see that it works.
Yeah. I mean, it immediately did it. Like I know that.
But I didn't see the removal.
Oh, the removal?
Dope.
Yeah.
So check off 2 of them really quick.
All right. Yeah.
There's the batching behavior.
Yeah, just a second. Let me go add a few.
So there's first the batching behavior of like as you add them, they don't all like add incrementally.
Yeah.
Which is
it's actually a good thing.
Intentional thing. But you can add optimistic state for it if you want. But now if you check off 2 of them or remove 2 of them.
They're independent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been something that I've been kind of like struggling with as a best pattern because when I built the to-do app with Remix style optimistic, when I did the same with Solid Start, I did it like this, where everything was per row, right? But then this is easy. I don't know if you've ever seen the logic for oh god, sorry, let me see if I can fully. Oh, they moved it on me. They moved it on me. Solid templates. I mean, I could probably find the remixing. I just know where this one is, except for they moved this on me. Solid start. Yeah. To do MVC. Did they not remove that's hilarious. The only one the only one they didn't move was the to do MVC. Okay, but what I wanted to show here specifically is why I've been kind of torn on this a little bit is that you know, and I mean, again, this is not solution specific. Is that I started getting into this funny place. It's not funny, but it's like these things are all structured. The to-dos app is on a specific route. Okay, so what I started getting into this really weird place, and the syntax is different. Let me see if I can find a to-do in here somewhere. I probably did this as one giant component, like I always do. Yeah, I started getting into this kind of situation where it's like, you see what I'm just pointing at? Toggling all of this pending or not. This is one of the inputs from the form. Toggling this is pending to do complete. Like basically to decide if something was completed, because I had to merge all the optimistic state back in, because you could be both checking all the boxes and checking an individual box. This is not unique to the solution. This is where this kind of gets into like you kind of get into a fun place, was because one thing that I thought was really cool about create optimistic use optimistic, is that it is possible to add this update function, which is a reducer. And then if you don't care about all the lines being separate, you can actually merge the changes. So then you don't have to worry about you don't need to write logic like I just wrote, like around the optimistic state. Obviously using the same optimistic state for everything is gonna automatically entangle it as being the same thing. But what's cool about this is like, if someone's checking an individual box and then checks the toggle all button, which we don't have in our simple example, you're not going to have to like calculate the thing about it. It will just like literally be like, okay, you check the box, then you apply that state, and then you check it all, and then you apply that state. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of an interesting aside. The place I hit this most actually was Ryan Florence's Trello demo, because you have a board and you're moving stuff around and editing the stuff in the board. And after a while, writing the one-off optimistic stuff got really involved to say, which was kind of interesting, because I was like really stoked about how like fine-grained and how controlled you can do with the optimistic updates. But I was actually, what's his name? Jose from LiveView was criticizing, I think it was a remix app or something with optimistic state. And he was like showing, like how all the things timing could go wrong. Right. And it turned out it wasn't actually remix at all. It was like the way they were using some, like, I think they were still using useEffect in the code, and doing that. But what it got me thinking, I was like, sometimes like doing the optimistic state when it gets to a certain level of complexity is actually not easy, so to speak, because like you actually have to like combine it. Like the beautiful thing about the one-off things, like when it's very localized, and you can see it here, is that like, oh sorry, where's the to do? Is this the to do right? No, sorry, am I looking at the wrong example? Yeah,
I think you're in the old one.
Yeah, I was. This logic's all pretty localized, which is pretty sweet. Like you can kind of see, you're like, okay, I got my to do, this is my pending state. You're drilled right in. But yeah, at a certain level of complexity, I think it gets interesting pattern. When I saw this update function like this here, I was just like, this is how you do the Trello demo. Like just you literally just like get all the like dozen different actions you put it on, you just drive it right into there and just be like,
It's funny, it's because that's what makes it fun to talk to other like UI library maintainers. Is like one of the biggest questions I get about use optimistic is what do I need that for? But your reaction was immediately like, yes, that solves that problem.
it actually had a really big impact on what I was doing with Solid actually, because we have fine-grained stores, and for us that's how you would do merging. Instead of cloning and stuff, we just do fine-grained updates. And I was like, wouldn't it like, it actually made me decide to mirror the optimistic update API after our store API update. It's not the same as this, but this is what actually gave me the idea, because that's why, you know how I was commenting the stuff out at the beginning, whereas like I wasn't sure what you're going to do with it. If I did the same demo in Solid, I would
You'd have to
just,
do that.
what I would do is
Or
I would just leave the set states exactly where they were and just made that
mm.
optimistic, and then just like basically
Oh,
I do the transition, and then basically the client logic doesn't change because the optimistic updates are actually the same as the original client updates. It was an idea I was having for a demo, but I wanted
yeah.
to see I wasn't sure where you were gonna go with the React example or not, and what you wanted to showcase. So I kind of left this open ended because I'm like, okay, what can we do? What I do like here is like some
So
convention. Yeah.
one question that I had about the optimistic in Solid is, so with the use optimistic, you pass the like latest value to it, and when the transition's over, that's the end. So, for example, if you had this opened in multiple tabs, and as you're editing one tab, you like mark it done, and then in another tab you marked it removed, you would optimistically in the first tab like mark it done. But then when you did the fetch with the refresh, you would see from the server, oh, somebody else removed it. So the optimistic reverts to the new server value, which you
Right.
didn't even set.
Right. Is that weird? I wasn't sure. Yeah, it's because everything's connected, right?
Well, it's like it's coordinating the async, right? It's like automatically reverting it to the correct state, which is
Right.
what the database says.
Right. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know if you
Yeah.
have that in Solid where, like, how do
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
tell it what
Well,
the final value is?
sure. I wasn't necessarily gonna pull this up really quick, but I can. Let me like, because what I can do. I was gonna do the simple one, but because I'm still working. I have some bugs that I was still working on the full one, but I have it here. Where is it? Solid to do's async example parent two. That's a duplicate. This one. Okay. Um, this is not the simple demo. I was trying to do everything. But if you look, create async here, grabs the to-dos, and then I just create optimistic is one of our derived stores. So I just pass it as a source
Hmm.
to this. So basically when this
So it does the
updates,
same kind of reverting.
yeah, yeah. And so like this is, I mean, I shortcutted this a bit, but this is actually one thing I did in Solid 2.0 is I made our signals take a function. You know how you have your initializer function in React? We
Hmm.
use that as a way of saying we want this to be reactive. So if you make a signal and just put in a value, our function runs once, you get it. But if it's like the opposite of React. Where you pass the function to make it run once, in our case, we pass the function to make it run multiple times, which makes it like a tracking. So we can sync props into state by passing
Oh
a function.
yeah.
To, and then what I did here was for stores, passing a function in makes it into what I call a projection, which is like a derived store. It keeps the base, but then you can like layer it on, but it has some funny default behavior. I'm still working on this, but like you can mutate it, but if you return something new, it diffs it. So
Mm.
the idea here is that you optimistic is like, this is what I meant. This create store, like if this was just like an async without async, and or not without async, I guess that's not true. But if it wasn't optimistic, like we didn't care about optimistic updates, we could just go create store and then derive it from this async data. I realized, okay, if we want to make it optimistic, we just call it optimistic and keep the same surface API. So then like this data is derived here, and then when you're in here, when you're doing your transition, this is me playing with generators. I just I wasn't sure. We also support a version that passes resume in here, and then you can async await. I'm still in playground mode here. I was inspired by MobX has something called Flow, which uses generators to preserve reactive context. So I was like playing around with this, and then I was like, well, what if we, um, you know, could like if the original version of the to-dos when we started looked like this: remove to-do, set to-dos this. What if making it async was literally just taking that original function and then wrapping it with the transition code? That was sort of
Mhm.
like the idea. And then the original version was just a create store that wasn't derived. So like the code to go from sync to async was literally add the create async, derive the store from it, and then change the store to optimistic, and then wrap the original logic with the transition and the database stuff. That
So then
was
you could read the optimistic by using to dos, or you could read the like transition state
yeah
like the in your list for this thing. It's like the actual list is going to be
yeah, the whole thing is fed through the optimistic. This is an idea I had from Strello. The problem is it automatically entangles everything, right? So
yeah.
you don't have the per row. We could do it the other way that you showed. It was just it would like I don't know, use transition or use like optimistic like the other way. It was just I had this kind of funny idea. I was like the Strello demo, and even the original to do MVC, which I think is done with a reducer and React version, there's like a lot of functionality. And I was like, wouldn't it be interesting if someone could literally take that reducer and then just went drop
Yep.
right in here, right? Because like let me see here, to do MVC, React's always going to be in the like first one here. Yeah, React. And then I go source. Source. I'm pretty sure whatever made this thing, yeah, the whole app is basically run off like this, right? And I
Yep.
was like, what if I just drop that into that? I
Yep.
could almost just take as I said, this has just been something I've been thinking about. This I think about these things a lot because I think people view the move to server or SSR or something like it's this big change. And I was like, wouldn't it be really cool to show like, oh, like basically starting with just basic code and then just be like, okay, I can just upgrade the existing code to add the functionality without like changing the logic. Um,
Yeah.
it's a demo idea. That's something I'm probably sorry, I'm not. That's something I'm probably gonna do for a future talk. Not this. Don't steal my
I'm
thunder on this
excited.
one. Yeah, but
Yeah. Announcing new feature in React. I'm just kidding. Um,
anyway,
so if we could just look at the code one
one
last
more
time,
time, sure.
just to kind of see where we ended up in the link.
Yeah,
Um, and it's really all the main logic is now in this to do app. You close the bottom. Yeah.
get it to slow
So you
down
just
here.
like uh on add db.add remove db.remove, and we didn't do it, but if you were using a data fetching layer, then the refresh would happen like in the data fetching layer, and it would just
Automatically, yeah,
be
exactly.
um and then you just kind of like just the rest of it is just describing the UI.
Yeah,
And all of the problems that we were seeing in like the React 16 version and or like any library where you would do only had sync rendering are like all solved automatically for you. So it's like way less code, and all of the race conditions and pending states flipping the wrong way and getting the wrong version from the server because it's out of order, it's all handled for you automatically.
yeah, yeah,
And there was a question in the chat about like, what about ChatGPT? This code that we did at the end here is way easier for AI to generate once it's like learned these patterns, than like all of the use effect stuff and like how you would have to like do async before.
yeah. I'm like scrolling up. I've been ignoring chat more than usual because I was like trying to type like a madman here to not waste all your time. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, parasocial or J Larky. You probably know him as a bit of a he likes to troll you guys on Twitter or on X, but I don't know if you've spent more time on Blue Sky these days.
Same.
Yeah. All right, it's the one-way button. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to see here. Use optimize is kind of one-way button. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Manual refresh is kind of silly. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. The value of this demo is to show that you can grab a promise and use it wherever that was. Use it just natively. Like it's not hard to picture that this suddenly becomes whatever React query. The what's funny is that once this becomes React query, the rest of this logic actually doesn't change all that much. You instead of calling refresh, you're just like invalidate the specific keys, or the structure of this doesn't actually change all that much. But this is an important question because we were talking about actually there's a thread on this where we were talking about, does React have async primitives? And the answer is actually yes. It's right. It's right. There's use, right? It's right down here. I think the challenge has been is that this example is great because the state is high and we can always just do something like this. As you said, you kind of hack this in to get it in. On the surface, this seems actually really logical if you think about the way React works. This is a way of this is a way of deriving something that kind of runs once, or getting it in there that runs once. The challenge, I guess, is a lot of people were thinking that they could just use memo or does this actually, I guess this is the same problem. I guess if the hook is below the suspense boundary, then this isn't guaranteed to run only once.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of cheating there because what you'd want is to have some kind of cache outside of the component. But I don't want to get into all that. But yeah, I mean, it's use data fetching library.
That's perfectly fine. As I said, it was mostly that mechanically, the structure, the shape, and the solution from React's perspective is here. It exists, which is the thing that I'm talking about mostly. So yeah, it's cool to see the whole demo kind of wrap up and actually see complete async, optimistic updates, the whole solution here in 145 lines of code here. And the truth of the matter is, there's a bunch of stuff we're not handling, like errors and all that stuff, which adds a lot of complexity. But this is not that big of a departure from where we started at all. And quite likely, you might have already broken up some of these components into separate components anyways. So I think this...
well, this. Another thing you can think of is if we were to go through here, it might be interesting to do on your stream later, undo the async parts, and it would really just be to-dos, set to-dos, and just instead of a promise, it's just the state.
Right.
And you wouldn't need the use.
Right. Yeah. The read part is actually very, very, very seamless from the fact that you just consume the promise.
Yeah. And then instead of the refresh, you would just set the to-do with the new to-dos.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, exactly. This is why I wanted to do this actually partially too, is because when you look at the final solution, it actually lets you set up the initial state better to actually reflect the final solution better. I wasn't sure where to end up. I had the demo originally set up to reflect the final state of what the solid final state looked like, which looked a lot like the original version here. This is actually interesting because obviously it's a different final state. So, but there's some commonalities and things I can generalize here, especially the fact that there will be this refresh thing, or this, because if this is the set state essentially, this will still be there on all these actions. Instead of hitting refresh, you're still going to set to-dos and get the to-dos and set them, right? So it keeps the same shape. I always talk about shapes on the stream, and the solution keeping the same shape is very, very, very important. I think that's the thing, because that's when you're talking about architecture, when you're talking about design, that changing the shape is the hard part, right? It doesn't matter how many characters you type or if something's a little bit more verbose. It's the number of like sometimes to a degree the number of concepts, but it's also like when I'm structurally looking at stuff, it's like the number of actions or the number of like the way that those things tie together. And the key here is that the sync and the async thing don't have to be different. You can literally keep the same structure and just swap in, the API slightly, and you can basically go between sync and async seamlessly. And that's the key importance part of of this from a design perspective. Sorry, ramble.
Do you still have some time? I've already missed my meeting, so do you want to add some animations?
I mean, we could add in animations as well. Yeah, let's do this.
What if I tell you it's like 2 lines of code?
Sure, I love it. Let's.
Can you switch to the experimental version of React?
Sure. Tell me what I have to put in here to do that, though.
Just put the experimental for React and React DOM. Hopefully Stack Blitz will just install the latest, but if not, you'll have to get the exact version string from.
Okay, so what does that look like? Do I just go dash experimental?
No, not in the types.
Types,
On line 13 and 14.
Okay, yeah, sorry, they're up here. Yeah,
so just replace all of that with in the version string instead of 19.1. Yeah, replace that with the word experimental.
Oh, I haven't. Is this just using a GitHub tag? I haven't actually. Oh,
it's using an npm tag.
Yeah, exactly. Good to know. So, yeah, okay. I never used it this way, but that's what people should be using on the Solid stuff. Just put next in, and that's how you can test 2.0. Anyway.
Yeah, you shouldn't do it this way in your app because it installs a random version. But for the sandbox, it's fine.
Okay, let's reinstall and we're good. That was quick. And okay, so hopefully we are on the right version now. I guess we can look at the package lock and see what we ended up with. Oh yeah, this is an npm. I'm so not used to that anymore. React.
Probably React DOM would be the easiest to grep for.
No.
That's the types. There you go.
Why does this not look right?
Might be a nested dependency of the types. You gotta find the top level dependency.
All right, let's keep on going. It's funny, like they recognize that it's experimental, but when they say it here, but when they look at what's resolved, I'm not convinced that it actually. Okay, you know what? I don't trust this. RM does node modules. RM to PNPM or not.
I think one thing I noticed with this is that you might need to give it the exact version string of the experimental. I'll chat it to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to make sure we're on the right thing. See, now I've done it. It's funny how fast the reinstall happened because it probably didn't do much of anything. This time it actually had to do some work. I'm just going to quickly see if this was enough to pull it in to see what we actually resolved here. DOM, not types. It's not the. Is that?
Yeah, that's the experimental.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay, we got it. See, just have to give the old flash. Okay, cool. Now we're good.
So can you import? Add to your import statements. Import unstable underscore.
Unstable underscore.
View transition.
I'm not trusting their types. I don't care. I'm sure it's there. Unstable view transition. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and I would do it just like as view transition.
View transition, yeah. All right.
And then what do you want to animate? Do you want to animate the list like removals and additions.
Sure. Let's do that.
Okay. Go down to your to-do list.
Yeah. Okay.
And this is the to-do list.
Yeah. Mapping.
Above the section, add just view transition, no props. You want to add it above the.
Oh, okay. Above the section. Okay.
Okay. Now add some to-dos.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna remove a couple for a second here. Okay. So actually, I guess removing actually. Okay.
See how it crossfaded?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I did. Let me add 2 to-dos so I can get enough of stuff to see. Y. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see, but it did fade in. Funny because there's already some animations built into the thing, so I don't think it animates the to-do items in, but it might already be doing it. Is there? Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Yeah. Now I'm just curious because I wasn't paying any attention before. Oh, this isn't going to do the right thing. Is it? Okay. Yeah, no,
I
that's
think it might have some built in already. No, let's just add that.
Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't. Sorry, I was just going to see here. Yeah, it's fading. It's mild, but I can see it.
Yeah, it's like the default crossfade.
Yeah.
It's kind of cooler in my blog post when it can like reorder things, but
Yeah. But that's all it takes basically, which is this is a very cool component I haven't had a chance to look at much. There's a lot of details on this one, right? Like because it's I think that's partially given the view transition API, like because this has to do something to section below, right, for it to work, or like it
you don't
inserts
have
out.
keys for the to-dos. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Believe me, the keys were there until we factored them out when we refactored into a separate component. I ended up removing the keys by accident. They're actually right here. My bad.
That's all good. The chat mentioned it. I don't think it'll change the animation.
No, but it's good because we're not changing the order. So by index and by ID are going to be.
But it might only fade in the last item instead of the crossfading the whole list.
Right, and I guess
So
the other consideration is
item,
if we remove stuff in the middle is actually where this might actually.
There you go.
If you remove stuff in the middle.
Yeah, so this is because it's on the whole list. So now move your view transition down inside of the map of the to-do.
To just like wrap this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is an interesting thing in general because I'm gonna add one more. I was talking about transitions in async and scheduling the other day on Twitter, and then someone was like, "It's fine. You guys all worry about async." It was a Svelte fan, obviously, but they're like, "What about like CSS and animations? Those seem more primary than async." And I'm like, I don't know where I'm standing there. The async it might be more primary, but yeah, it's hard to see. But it was kind of interesting because I'm gathering the hope here is that view transition handles basically a lot of like the view transition group, like the old React transition group, like a lot of the transitional animation stuff, which is super commonplace in terms of just smooth UI. You can the default here. I mean, I can see it. I didn't notice that much difference between the list and not the list here. But
can you go into the CSS file?
Sure.
Are there any animations?
Let's see. Sorry, this is the amalgamation of both. Of both.
Look and see if there are keyframes.
Yeah. Let's see, keyframe.
Or transition all.
So the color and on the. Yeah, I mean, it looks like.
Yeah. I'm sure you can see the animations better than the stream.
Yeah.
But you can define like your own custom animation, so you could have it like slide closed when you delete an item. Right now, what it does is use the browser's default, which uses some heuristics to pick the default animation, but most of the time it's just crossfade.
Yeah, which for our sake is not helping us a ton because we're like the things are occupying different spaces. Like when they remove, I guess when stuff pops up, but yeah, it's hard. It's hard to see. I can barely see it, but I can tell that it's there. Okay, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we're not quite set up here in terms of getting the CSS to do this stuff. I wouldn't trust myself.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't either. But I will send you this so you can see more of the animations. You probably have seen the blog post I wrote about view transitions, right?
Yeah, the React Labs one. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, because I can probably talk a little bit about. Yeah, open that one up.
Love that one.
So this one does something interesting. If you scroll down to the bottom of that list, not of that, yeah, scroll down to the bottom of that list and click on one of them. Yep, and you gotta scroll up. Now, when you click back, think about it. Oh yeah. Oh, that didn't work. Can you fork it?
Okay.
I want to show you this cool thing that we do.
Sorry, I haven't used Code Sandbox for a while.
And then just click the open and like new tab button on the right. In the preview panel, there's like the external link button. Yeah, to the right.
This
one more button, and then yeah, that one. And now make your browser height like smaller if you can.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. Okay. Now if you scroll to the bottom.
Close my dental plan stuff here. Background. All good.
Sorry. Okay, so click the 6th video.
Yeah. And
scroll up to the top. Now if it were to do a shared element transition here, it would fly like off the screen. You've scrolled away from it, so it's not going to like be able to like animate to the item that you want it to go to. So when you click back now, it just crossfades.
Oh, interesting.
So we do this here, we do this really nice trick where it's like when you do a shared element transition, if the thing you're animating to is within the viewport, then we do a shared element transition to it. But if it's not, instead of having things like fly off the screen, we just use a you can define the animation in the view transition component, but by default it's a crossfade.
Yeah, this is interesting. Sorry, that's like whole area of stuff is just seems very, very complicated. Like to figure out these kind of rules. Sometimes you know how like we generally don't touch CSS solutions historically and been like you choose how you want to style stuff.
Yeah,
you choose how to animate stuff. This feels like, oh man, like I'm just trying to picture like what like the like all the like specific testing that went into like figuring out reasonable behavior for these kind of scenarios. Interesting. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, another thing that it does is by default, if you use the start view transition API in the browser, it animates the entire document as an image. And it also removes pointer events on the thing because you're animating an image, so you can't click on it. So we do a bunch of stuff to make sure that even during the animation, you can still click on things in the page. If you type in the search box here, this is the animation I was going to try to add to the other app,
Right. So.
but we're not reordering.
Right. Yeah. Pick something that has. Yeah.
And then this can tie into like the activity API, because if you, let's do a search for like 6 and then click on that video, this will be a nice shared. Now go back. Well, the list is reset because it's unmounted. So you can't animate back to your search results, but with activity you can.
Yeah. I mean, so you guys are also thinking about it for back cache. Because if this I actually, is this list a veil? It's purely because of actually mounting, right? Because this list is actually available. Like the list is available synchronously, right? In this example.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing any fetching.
Right. So like, if the state of the search was preserved higher up, like in a global store or something, then I guess I'm asking, even though this was unmounted, would it still be? I guess it wouldn't be able to do. It wouldn't be able to do the. Would it be? Yeah. Would it be able to work actually? Like, 'cause I'm just saying, like, picture if you when you went back, um,
Well, it's only if it was a
already
controlled
there.
input. If it was an uncontrolled input, you'd at the very least, you'd lose your input state.
Yeah.
Because
But
the
if it was,
DOM node
yeah.
was unmounted.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I was, you know what I mean? Like, I was thinking
yeah.
if it was controlled, like, because I was thinking about the back cache stuff like we currently do, where the way I did the caching in Solid's router was, it's not really a cache. If you like go to pages and click it's only deduping. But it does hold it in memory for a while, like the data. If you press back in the hopes that it doesn't have to fetch again, which means it doesn't need to go async again, which means that the elements will be immediately available. In those situations, I think scroll restoration and maybe this stuff would still work, but again,
Do you want to see something else cool?
Yes.
We're way over time. I'm going off the rails now.
Yeah. I mean, I think chat wants to see something cool, right?
You can make this full screen again, because I think you really can't understand and appreciate. Because the thing I'm thinking is that all these stories tie together, right? So this is just synchronous, but as soon as you add async, like we had in the to-do app, things like the batching of transitions into the single future thing that you talk about is super important, because if you don't, you will end up triggering like sequential animations. And for the start view transition API, it does a lock, so you can't do multiple animations at once. Right. And so our suspense throttling, when we were talking in that thread about the suspense throttling, if you don't do the throttling, then each reveal would be like a 200 millisecond animation. So if you do 3 reveals, it's going to take at least 300 milliseconds before the animations finish. But if you throttled for 300 milliseconds, you run a 200 millisecond animation, it finishes 100 milliseconds earlier.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. For those who aren't following here, behavior in React is that suspense fallbacks, once they're shown, have to are like will be shown for minimum 300 milliseconds. It doesn't matter if like the data loads in 100 milliseconds. They will show for 300 to be less. The obvious thing is to be like less jittery, so you don't like have the flash of like loading and then like you see the thing. They hold it longer, so that it's smoother. You can like be like, look, I have a loading state. Acknowledge, now it's there. But the cool thing is that it cascades. So if you have suspense and suspense kind of scenarios, this means that it's only if you show it that it'll say 300 milliseconds. And by making it 300 milliseconds, if you have two things come in pretty close together, like one finishes at like 180 and the other thing finishes at 220, it's just going to be the outer suspense for the 300 milliseconds that you see. So there's less. It's not just the jitteriness of the top level thing. It's the jitteriness of the whole page doing like cascade drop down. If the second request for some reason doesn't finish till after 300, it's going to show the second one, the fallback for another 300 milliseconds just to ensure this kind of thing. But overall, except for that kind of weird random worst case, this smooths out the number of intermediate states, because like you might say 300 arbitrary, but that's the point at which I think like people have enough time to acknowledge that like a loading state is happening. If it's
Yeah, there's like a lot of like UX research that it actually is perceived as slower. Like if you put people in like a test and ask them like, is this faster, or how fast does this feel? How fast does this feel? And one of them is like objectively faster, and flickers everything in. And you show someone that's like 300 millisecond glimmer and then the content, they'll tell you that the one that was slower was faster.
Yeah. I actually did this even on stream where like it's not very clear. On that transition stream we were talking about it, because like there's the always fall the fallback versus like hold and thing. And yeah, I've run this experiment in person to a certain degree. I was back when I was a startup, so I only like talked to like the 22 people who were in the office. But of those 22 people, they weren't developers. I went to the whole sales team and marketing team, and I was just like, which feels faster to you? I like put the computer down in front of them, and yeah, it was almost unanimous. I think like 18 out of 22 people said that the one without the loading state was faster, and like without this fallback flicker. And the truth is, both examples were the same speed. Where
yeah. I think it's I think if I can remember the like theory from the research that I've read about it is like, if you click on something and you see a glimmer, you kind of subconsciously blame it on your network, and you're used to like network taking some time. If things jank in, you blame it on the page. The page is slow. If you see the glimmer for a certain amount of time, you're like, my network is slow. That's me. I'm slow.
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting tension, because my response to Ricky when he first told me this was, I was like, I had people literally like stopwatch timing the transitions in our router between Svelte and Solid, and we were like being like, it feels faster on Svelte, and I'm like, you guys, it's the animation. It actually turned out it was on iOS. There was like a pointer event thing that slowed things down, but like people were like noticing like sub millisecond changes. I'm like, man, if to make that default to say like I'm gonna hold it, even though it like makes everything, it makes it appear faster, but if someone measures it, it might be longer, because like, oh, it could have loaded in 100 milliseconds, but it took 300. It takes a certain kind of thinking, and it definitely takes a certain kind of like prioritization, which I think is actually a good thing. I want to point out that this is the kind of decision making or thinking that goes into these design pieces in React.
Yeah, it's like, it's slower is better, and that is a very controversial for some folks to like wrap their head around. And I think like one thing, if I think about my background in UX design, as we had this like, have you ever seen this full story app, which like all these SaaS startups use, and it like takes a recording of your users as they're like using your app, and then you can watch it to see like where they're struggling in like your checkout form or like any part of your app. There was like a year where we had gotten this, and I was working on checkout conversions, and I just watched hours and hours and hours and hours of videos of people actually using our app. And the way that people actually use apps in practice is like wildly different than what I think developers think how people use apps, like rage clicking, just like the way they fill in forms, and like no matter how you change the email label for an email input, they put their phone number. or address and things like that. And so it's like, yeah, speed is not everything. Like there are kind of intangibles that are more important. But I was going to show you the profiling timeline to see the scheduling in React if you wanted to see that. But I know that we've been on stream for a while.
I mean, sure. I mean, let's see, what are we at right now? We're at about 4:13. I wouldn't mind doing a couple things after, but no, let's go. This is an opportunity. So I am. What do you want to what do you want to show me?
Dominic says you haven't worked with bankers and stock traders. There are places where like speed is important. Don't get me wrong about that. So if you right click,
Okay.
and go and just open up the dev tools.
Oh, okay.
And go to the performance tab.
Oh, why am I not seeing it? There it is. Yeah. It's like right in front of me. I'm like looking for it to be in.
And then click record and then click on one of the items.
Okay, sure. So like this here and then click on one of the items.
Yep. And
top trace. Is this what we're looking for?
So there's two custom tracks there, the scheduler and the components track.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't played with these yet. That's, oh wow. How does one get React into the dev tools here? That's crazy.
So if you can expand each of the lanes, there's like four different five different priorities. Blocking is like async render, transition or transition, suspense idle is activity. So zoom in and expand the transition and blocking lanes. Right, and you might want to just pop this out to a new window and make it full screen.
I haven't done that in a long time. Where is that again?
Yeah, up there.
Is it somewhere up here? Dock side there. Is it this one?
Mm-hmm. Okay, now you can zoom in. Go all the way to the yellow. Zoom in all the way to the yellow.
Okay, so you want me to go?
Yeah. So here you have your click event.
Yeah.
And in that click event, it schedules the like pending state, like the immediate feedback, and then schedules the transition to the new page. And if you click on the little faded between the yellow and the dark blue, then in that summary tab at the bottom, yeah, you can actually see what scheduled the update. So this is a set optimistic in the router, which shows the pending spinner up at the top, which is debounced. And then you can follow the transition. If you follow it to the right and scroll right, you can see what like work is happening. And so actually in the interactions one at the top, you can see that the INP finishes after that sync render of the immediate feedback.
Right. Yeah.
And then you do the lower and there's nothing else for React to work on, so it works on the lower priority work, which is transitioning to the next page, and that renders quickly because React is fast actually, and renders the transition, commits, and then starts the animation, and then there's a certain amount of time that would be like 200 milliseconds for the actual animation.
And then the animation runs.
And while it's animating, it can work on different types of work. So if there was another transition to work on, or the user was clicking on things while this is happening, then React would be able to parallelize doing work on other priorities of work while it's animating.
This is just really cool. This is the first time I have seen this. The fact
I probably shouldn't be talking about it on stream because it's still experimental and we're kind of waiting to, but
like, so this is like a collab between you and the like Chrome team?
No, they have They announced it at Google I/O that and showed off Angular's version of these.
Interesting. So look, like what I mean is like, did someone work with the team to get this in, or is
No,
this something
there's
that
an API for it in the browser.
I see. Okay. Yeah, and then you can just interesting. This
And I
is
think if you zoom out, you can we also show you the components tab. So during a render, it shows you what
okay.
updated or what mounted.
Yeah. So 'cause it fits with this. Yeah. It overlaps with that part, and then this part, this again. So yeah, it just like how much time it spends in. Yeah, and then this is like the total time because it's hierarchical. So because
No,
router,
I think yeah.
right, like
We
it's
have
like
coloring, so if the self time of an individual component is high, it will be colored darker.
yeah. This is very interesting because
And then in the effects section over, you see that little sliver to the right that's in the effects phase. That's a
this
component that had an effect that fired. And you will see that in the effects phase in the scheduler track. Yeah, it's a layout effect because it's a effect in the commit.
wait a minute. What are you looking at? Where do you see layout? Sorry.
So I see commit is that big purple bar. The label on the left is commit,
Right.
and layout effects fire during commit. And then
Okay.
passive effects, there's something, if you go all the way. So for view transitions, the layout effects fire before, kind of like before the animation, because you might need to adjust some things based on layout and you want to animate it in the final position. But if you zoom out so you can go all the way to the end of the animation and then zoom into that end, and you can see we fire the passive effects after
I
the
love this. It
animation.
actually says remaining effects over here. When you say passive effects, is that like
Use effect.
use effect? Yeah, like user effect versus like the like layout effects are the ones that you guys do around.
Yeah, sorry, that's like some internal implementation jargon for how we talk about because if we just said effects, then it would be like, which effects are you talking about?
Yeah.
So it's layout passive.
Layout passive. Okay, cool. We roughly
So
use
that's
the term render and user, but yeah, okay, I got you.
yeah. And if you take a recording, if you take a new recording and type in the input field, you'll see the like parallel thing really well.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go back. Now having the second tab is a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
You
it's
can
all
just
good.
right clicking and inspect tab. It will open up only the.
Yes. I'm like the most awkward person when it comes to everything, so it's fine. I'm gonna dock it for the moment.
Yeah, go for it. You can close the INP panel. And the button in the top left of the dev tools, it will close that sidebar. That's the top right.
Yeah, it's all good.
Sorry.
All right, I will go here again. Okay. Okay, so let's do this again. So we're gonna do a recording and we're gonna type something in here. Okay. So let's record and let's go
like FIR and then delete a character. Mm-hmm. And actually, can you do this again? But I'm going to have you slow down the animations so that they're interruptible. Down at the bottom where you see the console and what's new.
Yeah.
Yep. And that little drop down to the left. Go to animations and do 10%.
Oh, okay.
And now do the recording and the typing.
Gotcha. Okay. I was first wondering if you wanted me to do it faster, but now I understand you're just going to slow down the animations. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do this.
And try to get one where it's like fast so it interrupts. Yeah, there you go. Stop.
All right. Yeah,
There's lots of panels now.
Or at least move them down out of the way. All right, so we are back on our scheduler tab. We have transition, blocking. Blocking is very minimal here. So this is just a bunch of animations.
Yeah, but if you go zoom in to about where 9,000 milliseconds are, see where there's blocking. Yep, zoom into that slice. So this was something that was in the middle of an animation, and then it got interrupted by user input with that user event, and it rendered the new list, and then committed it and animated the new list.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Commit, animate. Yeah. Interesting. What does the render mean here in the? Oh, I guess because it. Yeah. Okay. Render meaning components run and produce the. Yeah. 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 Okay. And then committing, we're putting stuff in, and then okay. Yeah. So yeah, it kind of came in the middle there. I gotcha. And then we did it again right here. Like it wasn't animating very long, but yeah.
Yep. So that's pretty dope. I can't tell you like when it's going to like be released, but I can tell you that ReactConf is in a week.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. No, I mean this is very interesting zone. I don't know. This is yeah, because yeah, I guess this has always been the challenge, right? People talk about animations, but you can't do animations without also like considering like timing scheduling and stuff in the framework itself. Like I think Dominic was actually telling me what the big holdup actually on Svelte 5 was actually getting their animation APIs working again with the fine-grained reactivity and stuff, because he's like, we did the ruin stuff pretty quick, and we got all that, like the API and the updates and all that working, but the actual make sure that the animations kind of like worked properly, like all the timings of stuff on mounting and like interruption and cancel and all that was very, very, very involved. And that was actually like they had working demos minus that, like almost like a couple months in, but then it took the rest of the year to get the animations going. Yeah.
The other part of animations is handling gestures, which I don't have anything to share for that, but in the future, when we have support for gestures, I think you're going to really like the approach.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's
my
okay. Yeah, no,
that's my yeah.
Okay. This is probably your last chance to ask Ricky questions, chat, so you guys better go, and he probably won't have time to answer them all if you guys go crazy. But I think this is we've seen a lot today, a lot of stuff to think about, and I hope most importantly that you see the importance of like these kind of what seem like in isolation kind of odd decisions, but like as part of a bigger piece of a puzzle actually make perfect sense. People are still talking about the performance or the like how you added this into the Chrome browser.
There's a browser API. They have a little like Chrome blog post about it.
Yeah, they're literally talking about the browser API in chat right now. Yeah, this is cool to see. This is like where the evolution is going. Yeah, you asked your question earlier. No, I'm good. I mean, maybe we just tired everyone out. You know, like we've been going for a while. Really interesting stuff. I'm just gonna like quickly look at my own list to see if I think most of my stuff towards the end here though is just being facetious and not actually valuable. You know, I think people know the answer to these questions.
Dev asked about the cache. I don't know when, but caching is hard. It's like you can do caching in like if you go in and you can instrument caching for your like all your fetches if you're not using a data library, and you can customize it really well to whatever your like use case is. That's hard. doing it with like a generic API, also hard. We've gone through like many designs of it and tried them. There's always like a problem. Doesn't do this, or this is weird, and or this invalidates, and then so yeah, I don't know when it's gonna come, but it is like the one like missing piece.
It's
but you don't have to deal with it if you use like a server. You use RSCs.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
the server is the cache.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective because like it's like the problem never goes away though to a certain degree. Like one of my criticisms of RSCs or concerns around it was, and it's fine, it makes perfect sense, but is that let's say you had those 5 data sources. Once you're on the RSC stream and you're doing some kind of mutation, like you're conceptually refreshing at least a part of a page. So like in the client, you might have been like, I don't care about this other data source, and it's like separated out. So the cache is almost. I often say stuff like the cache is the fact that it's in the client. Like you just don't go back. Whereas like Next was hitting all this fun because you just. If you go back to the server, you're like fetching all the data sources every time. So you need a server-side cache, which you probably should have on certain stuff anyways. But the RC architecture is almost like cache by architecture, right? So like it was kind of like this interesting thing where it's like we just kind of move the problem from one place to the other place, and then it's funny you talk about caching being hard. I'm just in awe of this animation stuff still. Sorry, I'm
you don't even know. And it was like Seb worked on it mostly, and like followed along, and as he had like different ideas and different problems, and then it would solve them. The speed at which he did it was incredible. But yeah, I'm going to do a blog post. I actually have drafted it. And when I did the view transitions and activity labs post, I was going to go through all of these problems, and it was be like, here's what like do it using start view transition in the vanilla JS looks like, and here's how, and you'd have to do this to solve this problem, and pointer events and flying off screen, and all these things I'm forgetting. And wouldn't it be great if you didn't have to do any of that? And that's kind of like the blog post is going through all the cases that it handles for you. I'm going to post it after the conference. But it's really wild. Like one of the things that it does is, so view transitions work with like the view transition name. So if you add like a view transition name to an element, then when you call start view transition, it will take pictures of and animate things with those names. But what that means is that if you forget or don't remove a name when you like after you've animated it, then you'll end up like on later animations animating random things on the screen. You'll end up with like elements crossfading to themselves, which you can't really see, but then they move in position and now they're crossfading, and it's like really hard to like remove and add. So what we do is we automatically add an ID to everything. We figure out which ones they are, run the animation, and then remove all the names.
Right.
So we use like automatically generated names for it, which is a really nice little trick. And when we're doing that process, that also gives us the opportunities to read the viewport, so we can see, is this in viewport or not? If so, then when you add the name, the before and after to the names, instead of using a randomly generated name, use the like shared name prop that they gave you, and that will do the like animate shared element animation. But if it's outside of the viewport, we'll then use like the randomly generated name.
Yeah, I mean, just the details here in terms of, and I guess this goes to saying, I'm sorry, Chad, I'm going to cut you guys off now because you're basically just asking questions now about when certain features that we all know are coming are going to come, and we're not putting.
My answer is the same for all of them. I don't know. We a lot of those things we talked about we're working on in the React Labs post, so we're trying to get better at, and it's me. I have to find time to like write those posts. But but we try to give updates on the things that we're working on, and none of
Right.
that has really changed from the last post.
Exactly. So what I want to know more holistically, because like I remember years ago, someone from the React team said something along the lines of like how like stuff like animations was a worthwhile problem, but we'll get there when we get there.
We
What's
got there.
yeah, which you got there, right? What what like what this is kind of like my last question on the thing. Like, what's your outlook now for the future? But devs again, yeah, be nice. What do you mean to ask me about React's innovations? No, the thing is, there's a bunch of specific features that are obviously on the timeline, and if you're aware of them, then you already know about them and you know that they're coming. What I want to know is about what I don't know directionally. So let's ask Rick whatever he's willing to share on that. Like you mentioned, like scheduling, you think is like where things are now, like are the future now. Like it's what's the future in your mind? Just what are you looking forward to? Like I don't talk about specific features. I mean directionally, where do you see these things heading?
Yeah, I think directionally it's not going to be like huge shifts or huge changes, though that's always on the table. Like we're always willing to like rethink best practices. But right now it's at the place. It's funny because I feel like almost like an outsider of like of because I don't really, I just kind of follow along on what we're working on. Um, but it feels like we have so many pieces in place to do a lot of the things that we've always wanted to do. Virtual, like list virtualization, activity is a big one. We're actually looking at writing the change log for the next release whenever that is ready. React Conf is coming up. And we realized that the first commits for activity, the feature, predate class component dot set state. That's the time scale of like some of the features that we work on.
Wow.
And so yeah, I think we're like at a point now to be able to do some of the things that, like, again, I mentioned earlier the talk from 2017 and even 2016 of like, hey, we're going to like rewrite everything. We're going to do this like scheduling thing, focus on scheduling. And now we can build, now we have the capability and all the other like little pieces like use, and we still need the cache, but almost like almost all of it's there to start building more features. Different modes for activity, I think, is probably going to be like I talked about that modal use case, animations, thinking about like gesture animations, and then we still have like some longstanding like DX and capability problems, like the store that chat was asking about. Also, one of those things that like we haven't just like not done it to not do it. It's hard. Okay, give us a little bit of credit, right? We can't just like do it. It's hard, and so we need to solve that as well.
Yep. I mean, I think that makes sense. I think that's I I can see that. Like these ideas have been going on for a long time, and it does take the React's been the play for a very very long time and betting on some long game. This is something that I've very much respected about React's design and like approach. Like there's almost like a principle, and then you just kind of follow it to its extent. This is why it's why I was comfortable developing Solid, because I was almost positive you guys would never like come over here. So um uh it's ironic because a bunch of other people have started crowding in on this space. But it also means that there's like if you can start from that one point and then follow it to its extent, like it it's a beautiful thing. Like you can see that development, you can see how the thinking changes, and you can see how it gets to where it gets to, and then that the like the end result is something like worth achieving. I mean, that must feel amazing when you hit those like key milestones. And I as I said, I'm obviously big fan, and very impressed with how like these things have been evolving, and I think it's cool to see that payoff like start to kind of come in, because I know Fiverr, it's like, why do that, do this. I feel similar things in my own journey, like focusing on very low level mechanical stuff that's actually going to pay off one day. It's just a little bit further out, so it's
Yeah.
very, very cool to see.
I would say we'll never get into that space. And unrelated, again, you should watch Joe's
So
talk.
just talk, yeah.
But yeah, I think you'll relate to this. Is that I think like to tie into the stream title of innovation is the thing that is like the hardest about working in this space is that you don't know what the answer is going to be. That's something so it is very like satisfying when you can like land on a good answer, but it's like very foggy what the future is going to be. It's like, especially like over the last many years, it's like we knew we wanted to do animations, but don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But so how do you get there? Like if you start with some first principles, like, oh, well, if you're going to have to animate something, you're going to need to prioritize it compared to like user input or move things to the background thread. And you can pull some ideas from other places like, well, native has a UI thread and they typically have a lot of problems in apps that only utilize the UI thread dropping frames and stuttering. And how do they solve that? They solve that with multiple threads. Like, well, okay, well, this seems like a fundamental capability that we should have. And that seems like it would be related to like animations and doing things off screen. So it's like, even though we don't know what those things will look like when we get there, we'll get there when we get there. Let's start like one step forward. And then eventually you do that for every little thing, like the server rendering and the streaming and RSCs. It's like starting from first principles. It's like, if you don't start a network request until the document is loaded, the script is executed, and like the app is rendered, that is way fundamentally later than it needs to be. So how do you do it as early as possible? As early as possible is when the server gets the very first initial like request.
Yeah.
How do you build that? And how do you make it in a way that's composable?
Yeah, I definitely feel like often it's this weird mix of like following the very clear trail. Like there is a trail, like there's like you discover things almost like there's a science behind it, almost like there's like some underlying undisputable truth, but it isn't necessarily a straight path to actually map it out. So this is why I mean, quite often a lot of solutions are found independently, but actually share a lot of common like roots, because either influence of other things just being around the space and feeding off, but also just like there is something that I feel that you like, like almost like a paleontologist, like you're brushing away the dust, and there is something that is actually there, some kind of truth to be discovered. And I mean, for me, I think that's probably the appeal to anyone who's like a researcher, like.
Yeah. And it's like, I think one thing that I think really, if I think about the thing that makes React in terms of like being able to innovate and continue, is being willing to say, we'll solve that problem later. So as an example, like I think Dominic was in the chat, and back before we had hooks, we knew that we wanted to be able, and if you go back to that talk I mentioned, we talked about like the render speed thing we can solve with a sufficiently advanced compiler, and so we can solve that when we get there. We tried that with prepack, and we found that the like kind of programming of classes was not compatible with being able to do it. And then we also found that it's not compatible with concurrency. So it's like, okay, well, even though we know we want to solve like virtualization and animations and off-screen rendering, and we know how to solve that with scheduling, we kind of have to address the hooks first. And so then hooks shipped after the first like suspense. And still have to support legacy suspense in the code. Well, not now, but
But the funny thing also with hooks is this is another example of where independent exploration leads to very similar kind of
Yeah.
thing. Because I remember when I first saw hooks, and there's an article releasing, and I looked at the prior art, and I did not see any reference to anything that at all resembled signals on the prior art. But like anyone who'd use it looked at hooks and like they look like the same, and I was looking for it, and I realized like I wasn't going to find it because the reason and the whole thing and like the whole like that actually led to hooks wasn't related to the signals or the observables at all. It just happens that the exact same idea of like state derived state and effect, the whole thing, it's just a common like it's just where you end up when you try and like describe these sorts of problems.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool. It's fun to be a part of. It's why I like working on React. It is hard because it's just such a long-term payoff for a lot of things. Like if you work on product code, like you build a feature, you ship it, you see people, you like it, you get feedback. It's such a quick iteration. And you're like having to tell people they have to wait 10 years for like a feature and then like asking you questions of like in chat every day about when the XYZ is coming. It's just a different time span of like payoff, and takes a certain amount of like resilience from people to be able to like really have conviction and focus on the principles and like how you're going to get there and chip away at it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's also like who's the user or who the consumer is, because like you do hit a bit on like any kind of product team, you know, when and this is something that should really relate with. You have the customer who comes in who asks for this like feature, and like you know that you can't do it yet, or it's annoying to do, or you'd like compromise something else to do it, and they're like loud and noisy about it, and you like at certain stages you might like do something for early customer to make sure like you can get rolling, but at a certain point you're like, okay, no, we have to be pragmatic here, we know that we will solve this and kind of do that. It's just the time window of that scale is, I guess, often a lot shorter than the scale of when you're building the tool for the developer that makes the tool for the product. Like it's like it is like layers.
You also can't just at least when you get to like a certain scale of adoption, you can't just add the feature for like the one user. Like I worked at startups before Meta, and it was like, yeah, I could do that all day because we had like a handful of paying customers, and we needed to close some deals. But then when you got like a huge whole team and product and everything, it's over time you can't do that as much. And for React, like we can't add these like new APIs just as a short-term thing, because there'll be libraries that later when we break it, they can't target like multiple versions, and we really have a strong adherence to the gradual migration path.
Yeah, no,
it'd be so much easier to
just I know. I joke about that often on stream because of some of my self-deprecating humor about not being adopted is like the ability to just like change things on a whim. Obviously I can't completely change things on a whim, but I like to joke about it because there's like at a certain level of success or adoption, it makes it basically impossible to like you have to, which is why these principles, being methodic about it, is actually incredibly important. Otherwise, like the ship will steer into a rock if you're not careful. But I mean, obviously, some of the greatest minds in the space are working on React, a good number of them. So like you guys have quite a team going, and quite quite capable. So
I didn't even think about it. I didn't mean the adoption stuff in terms of comparison.
No. I completely, but because it's something that I'm obviously a little bit aware of, but it is definitely a thing that like is very obvious to me, and it works completely at the scale.
I think you probably relate to it as well, because like you in the Solid 2.0, you're splitting out the render effects, right? And you have users that are like, this is, so you still have to deal with it. Still a struggle.
Exactly. This has been exactly. Okay, this has been amazing. I think we should probably cut the stuff here. I don't know if there's anything else you want to shout out before we before I let you
No,
go?
this is it. This was great. I really appreciate you having me on. I've been like watching a lot of your content, and really just like thinking from just the front end developer community. You've added so much like information and knowledge and education, and being out there talking about these problems and teaching people. I think that's why you've got such a strong following, and I think I speak for everyone when we say we appreciate it. And thanks for doing what you do. And thanks for having me on and telling you a little bit about what I know, but you like blow everything away with the way you like dive deep on these things and are able to like, it's actually a really underappreciated skill that you have and that people don't appreciate enough for people that have it, is being able to like explain the problems in a way that's like very easy to digest. Because these are hard problems to be able to like, that you can know, and I see that you like know it very deeply, but being able to like link it to what people can understand and relate to in their own apps is difficult, and you do it well. So thanks for having me. Hopefully I'll be able to do it again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, who knows? Next wave of stuff comes around. I would love to chat more about this again. So yeah, I feel like we almost like we got into a lot of stuff, but I feel like we barely scratched the surface. So
Barely.
yeah. So whenever it works good for both of us, I'd definitely love to have you back on stream again. I probably should get Joe on here at some point too.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm very interested in compiler. A lot of time when we talk about graphs and shapes, we were talking about the same thing. So yeah, definitely very, very cool. And I'm looking forward to your talk, and I hope everyone's looking forward to the talks coming up at React Conf October 7th, it's funny. I know it's never intentional, but I think VConf's like the same day or the day after. But I am not traveling to VConf. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to miss it live. I actually I'm not available to travel this time, so I will be able to watch both conferences as they come out. So I'm pretty stoked about that.
That's dope. Yeah, conference scheduling is hard, but it's I'll be there.
All right. Well,
right.
until next time. See you later, Ricky. Have a good one.
See you later. Thanks for having me. Bye. Bye, chat.
All right, not quite the end of the stream, although we've been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. Ricky's probably second now to Nikhil as the guest who's stayed on the stream the longest. I think Nikhil did a 5.5 hour or 6 hour stream with me, but he actually continued on with like This Week in JavaScript. Let's see what I got here. There's a few more topics I want to get into because I haven't streamed for like three weeks. Less than you'd think, because we talked about a lot of them today, because I think that a lot of the stuff actually did have to do with like transitions and React and whatnot. So I'm just gonna quickly take a look at my social bookmarks and see what else I got here. Yeah, because I actually think that, yeah, I mean, I'm just looking here at what I actually bookmarked. Do I actually have very much here? Give me 2 seconds. Duplicate. But yeah, what do you guys think of that? That was awesome, right? To actually have Ricky on the stream to actually talk about the stuff. I wasn't sure when that would happen, honestly, that I'd have, someone that kind of insight into the React core team on the stream and be able to like talk about some of these like technical kind of issues around stuff. So all right, okay, cool there. And then one more. Yeah, I'm sorry, This Week in JavaScript is probably going to be so lame by our normal standards. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's good. And then finally my own profile. Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. Yeah, it's just funny because there's so much React related content here because of, and we've talked about a lot of it. All right, so let me share my screen again. Let's do this and talk about This Week in JavaScript. Okay, so yeah, there's been a few things. I guess I mean, I could have had Ricky on here to talk about this, but I think we kind of talked about this already a bit. Yeah, the first thing that I have on here is actually the whole Cloudflare outage. The I didn't sit in on it very much, and I talk about this in multiple stages through kind of the thinking. But the first thing here was like, it's very easy for people to react to this mistake. I want to put it out there that literally any framework can cause this, and it's not even any framework. It's literally the shape of the language. Now, I had some interesting responses where people were suggesting that like we're completely off base and the whole like state to effect and our declarative model should be something else completely. And I think I'm interested to see what those people have, because I mean, I actually think Matthew Phillips actually wrote an article here. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I didn't. You guys might know. Yeah, where is Matthew Phillips? He worked on the Astro team, or no, he's CTO at Astro, sorry, and he also made CanJS back in the day. And he wrote the Perils of Reactivity, right? I can't help but feel that this is like somewhat related to what happened. Maybe he's just been meaning to write this for a long time, but trade off wrapper types and obscure data, invisible dependency chains. I mean, it can also be explicit, but I think that's not what he means. Often include where components re-rendered, or why not? Opaque layers. Yeah, so he's even talking about component re-rendering. Stack traces filled with framework internal calls, stale closures, missing dependencies. I mean, what I like about this is it is a call out that like, you ever notice it's like the opposite problem? Like quite often we talk about signals versus like state with React. It's like one's like auto on and one's like auto off, but it's like the same thing. It's like one side is like stale closures and the other side missing dependencies. They're like the opposite sides of the same coin. Things raised for getting dependencies or correctly, or yeah, I mean, blah blah blah, version of control. To be fair, but like these are all things we think about. Forces escape hatches, use effect next tick, i.e. the idea that you need to escape a system. Like there's a system in place that you need to escape, right? I guess the thing with use effect or next tick is, I think next tick is what they call it or what views like wait for the stuff to catch up thing. I guess it's kind of like the opposite of flush sync. Instead of like saying I'll call you, it's you call me, like back and forth. But the same idea is like once you get into this zone where there's like the framework schedule stuff, it's going to kind of hide that from you. It's not like trying to, it's just literally going to set up work to be done in the background. When you try and walk back into it again, you're going to have to like have tools to be like, okay, I need to understand what's going on. I think I have said in the past that I think when someone uses useEffect for the first time, and like not the first time, but the first time they use useEffect and write to a ref into it that's not a DOM element is the moment that they understand how React works. Because like when you get to the point that you want to write to a ref in a useEffect, there's a good chance you're doing something wrong, but there's also a chance like that's the moment that you have almost the perfect complete model of understanding how React works. It's funny how escape hatches work like that. You can get very far on the abstraction until you get to that point. Over rendering and stateful interaction puzzles, focus management, cursor position. Yeah, I mean, this all comes from I think the nature of the declarativeness being that the UI is declarative. Like you're describing how the UI should look. So things that are ephemeral, like focus management or cursor position, these are things that change, and that aren't persistent in like become harder things, animation transitions. Well, we just saw that literally, like all the thinking that went into React solution there. We're breaking, these aren't required for breaking out. I don't know. Or we just haven't created the right, sorry, I should blow this up a bit. Or we just haven't created the right abstractions thing. Like if you look at the stuff in the animations, maybe we're not breaking out. I don't know. It's interesting. Beyond React, alternative architectures are possible. It's crucial to understand declarative UI is not synonymous with reactivity. You can define declaratively div equals this without underlying automatic reactivity and continuously observing data changes. The key difference is simply the mechanism that triggers reevaluation and efficient re-rendering of declared description. Okay. The prevailing narrative implies that without reactive work attempt to dark ages, this is false. Declarative and efficient updates without the magic and complexity of thing. Well-reactive thing. In a future post, I'll show you what these alternative models look like. I'm gonna hold you to that. It's funny. I actually responded to Matt saying you ended the article when it got to the good part, and I mean I was being a little bit, I was kind of poking at him a little bit, but he's like, no, you already know what those alternatives are. I'm just gonna copy this. And so, I mean, nothing's maybe truly original at this point. That being said, I am interested to see what some of these rules are, because I find like you can find influences from or inspiration from the most obscure of places, and the truth of the matter is like he's right, like in terms of how these things can be problems. Like these are all true facts. Whether they're worthwhile or not is up to consideration, and whether you can actually avoid them or the trade-offs that come with avoiding them are worth it. But it is like these are true facts. So I want to see where like the thinking goes from here. As I said, it doesn't look like he's written the second article yet. No, but little shout out to Matthew Phillips anyways. I know that was a weird tangent, but I going back to this Cloudflare useEffect thing, the standout is React is, in React, all things that's re-render cause a loop. State updates trigger component triggers effect calls right. And like the loop's very tight because everything kind of gets pulled together, because when you have components, like all the state in the components and all the children, they all kind of become part of the same thing. They get entwined. And this is good. It keeps things simple, right? It's very elegant. Just go re-render, go, but it means that data separation, like you going out to the side of the system, we've talked about inside and out in the stream, is something you have to do very intentionally. And I'm not just going to blame the dependency arrays. This wasn't about the fact that they had explicit dependencies so much. It is related to the fact that like there was an object reference that changed and no one realized, which is unfortunately fairly easy to do. But then you can have ask like, are you using the right primitives? Like people like with signals library wouldn't do this. Well, the thing is, the reason you might not do this with a signals implementation is because when you see an object, you immediately go, I need to be even more fine-grained. So like referencing the object will never change. It's all the individual properties on it. So in a way, you're going to get a free pass. But like an individual signal is immutable, can have a reference change and do exactly what we just saw for React. So generally, you got to approach this systematically. Compare on primitive values if possible. This means splitting out more depths, right? The reactive equivalent is using stores, right? Which people generally do. Avoid writing to state and effects. We went over this with Ricky, right? Not exactly the case here, but common case across similar issues. If you pull state updates up to the event, you'll have less bouncing. We talked about this. Have a clear model for your execution. Be vigilant about re-renders. What slips by today might cause this tomorrow. It ramps up exponentially and makes it harder to notice the source of the issue, or if there is even one to begin with. React compiler does actually help a lot in this category, although it's interesting the different heuristics to decide. Like, as I said, they consider the compiler non-aggressive, so it's more likely to not optimize your code, like in places where it's ambiguous, rather than like do something incorrect, right? Like, so keep in mind, you can't just like use it as like a, what do you call it? Like the thing that props you up. So this isn't React, but you probably should ask yourself if your tools libraries are aiding in making it easier to track the right dependencies, discourage using effects for state or async, and give you a clear understanding of your execution. So I kind of went from this jump over to Theo's thing, because there's been different takes, and this one I kind of let take a bit of time. And Theo basically was like, "Why aren't you using React Query?" And in a sense, saying like, you should just use a third-party data fetching library. But it's kind of interesting because it's not even just a third-party data fetching library. It's a React. And I know React Query has Solid Query and like there's different versions of it, but it's actually asking you to use a React specific data fetching library. You know, which is interesting because like I could see that argument if it was a generic tool, like everyone needs help with fetching, but it's like in the whole zone of solution spaces, it's not just like how do you handle fetching, it's like how do you handle fetching and caching in React. And I guess this does come down to, you know, people asking like when React cache first class, all these things, because you kind of need to solve these questions, which is why I as much as I like the idea that React can literally be used to, you know, any library you want with it, it's very flexible, extensible. A lot of things are these days. So like saying like, don't blame, you know, don't blame React, just use query. I don't know. I think from a design perspective, you have to consider that like this is a reality. Some people will pick up your thing and just use useEffect. We didn't see this today with Ricky because in this example, we were able to sneak the promise in through this useState thing, which is clever. It's above the suspense. It works. We were able to make this work. In the generic sense, which we didn't get into, you do have to make a cache. We mentioned it, and Ricky actually in later in this thread shows an example of making the cache work. I wish I had time to actually gone into it with him, but it's all good. But I'm kind of asking like a straw man argument here. I think that's the right term. I'm not necessarily saying React should ship with async primitives. I'm suggesting that if the solution is use React Query, then we should be considering why it doesn't. And if the solution is you're using it wrong and this is how you should without third party, then that's acceptable too. I just think that the current state of things is kind of a little weird place. As it turns out, as we saw today, React does ship with async primitives. So saying that they don't isn't entirely accurate. The question is, are those async primitives usable? Well, in the case of our demo here, this worked quite well, but you kind of had to be aware of like this kind of maneuver. And I don't think most people would do that. So I think I'm just putting a little pressure on it here. I think with React Cache coming and stuff, eventually they will have a native solution here. But until then, I think it's fair to say like, is just pointing at React Query like too convenient? The React team's aware of this, as I said, they're obviously working on solutions here. It's just here. Data fetching is a tough problem to solve. React team chose not to solve it for the first 10-ish years of React. They relied on Relay to do it internally. So the community built things like React Query. Server components are the solution, but few adopt them. And we saw this when we were talking with Ricky. Yeah, the server components are basically a way that's very React to handle the Git side of things, which is actually where this problem is. If you noticed, even in our what we call this, the React 17 version of this demo, we did all our other data fetching via event. The only place we used the effect, the problem, was actually on initial data fetching. This is the only effect here. Now, you could do, this is probably because we're doing things a good way. We could easily make this not so good and not hoist it up to the event, but it's, I think it's kind of fair question about like, you know, server components handle that get part seamlessly, but can they, is the solution too specific, you know? So like how most web frameworks rely on community toolings for things like bundling. React lets the community arguably for too long. Yeah, I mean, it is ultimately comes down to responsibility, right? And it'd be hard to say that you would probably ever ship like a React app without bundling. Although I suppose you could these days. You need a compiler for like the JSX, but you could probably get away without bundling if you really, really wanted to. Should React have something like RQ built in? I don't think so. Maybe, but it wouldn't be as good. Personally, I love community innovations. Yeah. it's more of the, for me, and I think I might have put in the response, I don't think React query being this solution and React having a solution are mutually exclusive. I'd argue solid query is, doesn't matter. It's in a sense, I hope for use to be that in React, but the re-render model makes it not quite it. Nor would I want React query to be built in. I get that RSCs are supposed to be this, but telling this whole solution from fetch through mutation isn't general enough. I think, yeah, and this hint of this demo was what I was using. Ricky was helping me basically research it on the React side. That isn't the exact demo, but I wanted to go through that exercise of the to-do MVC just so that I could kind of get an idea of how like someone who's familiar with React would look at it. I think what I threw out here, maybe go on a prolific React streamer stream and give them the same exercise and challenge to use what tools they want. I think this would actually be more interesting than what me and Ricky did for most people, like see what Theo would throw together or whatever. I like what Ricky did here because this is exactly like the way like a framework author thinks in terms of like keeping it minimal, showing off the limits thing. There's no third-party libraries here. It's functional. It's clean. Most importantly, clean, and it actually like does the work. So like I think I learned a lot through this process and how to make an effective version of this demo. But yeah, challenge accepted, right? I forget if this does Ricky's thread continue on? No. There's a lot of responses. People, I think the problem I have with this in general is everyone looks at the surface level thing and then just like makes starkly terrible conclusions from it. When the situation's a lot more nuanced, there's a lot more details of it. It's not like what should I say? It's not like where's it down here? React was a mistake. It's not like React was a mistake. But on the other hand, I feel like saying like use React query is a little bit too much of a like a pass by. Yeah, what's chat saying here? You disagree that building some wouldn't be as good? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, use plus a cache is basically like or some basic way to get a cache in that's reasonable is basically fills the gap. It's just right now, it's not that simple. I mean, this was a very I didn't bookmark it, but someone was Ricky actually gave me an example where he re-implemented something that looked like Solid's API with React, and it was basically use plus a cache, right? And that's actually fundamentally what you need to make a generic solution out of it. Like what we did today was not generic. It just works because we could like because the fetching was above the suspense boundary. It's just like one level up, but it's hard because once you pull the cache in, now you have to be opinionated about the cache, and you don't want to do that, right? It's hard to be that opinionated and know you're right. That's why like the animation stuff, I kind of like applaud them on because like I feel like we're gonna see how it goes, but I feel that like takes guts. Like one thing is to figure out timing on like show reveal, in terms of like suspense and transitions. That I think you can make reasonable assumptions for. Animations, and I have no clue. Maybe I just not knowledgeable enough in this area. So like that seems ambitious, and that seems like I mean if we've gone to a point where we understand animations that enough that it can be codified in that way, I think like power to them. Like that's pretty sweet. Even Vue has more than one state solution. Where I worked on half the code still was Vuex. Yeah. What are you guys doing? You guys seem discussing. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is it's data.refresh that I showed off is basically like I showed the Solid example of that demo. Where was it? This whole thing, data.refresh, is it's not it's not a cache invalidation as much as a way of, I mean, it is. It's basically telling the computation to run again. Like basically, it's force update. Um, I, the thing is, it's with reactivity. There's lots of ways that it's fairly easy to like. I did it because I needed it for the simple case. You could also just put in dependencies in here and have them rerun too. It's not too far. That's the thing. Reactive system is a kind of a cache, or an argument is it's kind of like a memoization system. Like when you have signals, everything's automatically memoized. The difference is it's not the UI, it's the data that's memoized. So it's like it has different impact or implications. People are gonna have to get used to infinite solutions. Yeah, they scare me. Yeah, query libs, yeah, all these strategies and stuff don't. I hope like I feel like we're not like ready to make those decisions at the framework level. Like people have like million variations on them. I understand why I would not want to touch that if I was React. I don't want to touch that. That's why I said I don't have any strategy here. If you want to do a strategy, build it on top of it. But I have enough here that someone can literally take, a to-do app, and this is the full one with like literally all the functionality to MVC, and just like, you know, add a little functionality here and have the sync and async be the same kind of thing. It's query, like, it's funny, and maybe this is because I'm a guy who builds a lot of demos. I've never needed TanStack query to build any of my demos. The basic functionality is enough. I think the closest I've come is what I did in the router, which again is still not scalable revalidation. It's basically just a dedupe with a bit of a back cache. But like generally speaking, that like I think there's lots of applications where you want, still validate all these caching rules and all that stuff. But I think you can build functional stuff where that's left as open as a decision to the end developer. Yeah, why not e-tags? Like that's another caching option. Use the actual browser to manage the caching for you. From the server, and be like, look, you're requesting this. This hasn't changed yet. We haven't invalidated. Pretty neat to be. E-tags would be a very natural fit, but unfortunately, no. Yeah, I mean, there's benefits also to having the client might be able to inform even better than e-tags. This is why I came up with the router solution, why I didn't just like rely on like the remix style of the world. I can't believe React doesn't have a poly build. I mean, this is kind of where the thing is. I don't think anyone is suggesting that. I just think that like it's fine. I think what we're seeing here is all the pieces aren't there yet. And they're kind of coming together in a quite nice way, but it takes time. Same language. Yeah, discontinued. One thing that I gotta say is I thought those dev tools things were pretty cool to be like built in like that. I until I realized there's a public API, I got like jealous for a moment. Not that I don't have enough team members to go pursue that. I mean, we got dev working on API AI right now, and we got Attila working on Start, and like all these people thing. It's like there's just not enough people to work on every different angle, but I mean, yeah, well, anyway. Okay. So, um, yeah, the Cloudflare thing was overblown. Theo's video, like he can highlighted it too. He's like, look, if it was just useEffect, this wouldn't have happened. There was something that happened in Cloudflare side. This is like a perfect thing where you have like two systems kind of having an issue or deteriorating at the same time, and they just perfect stormed each other. It happens. It shouldn't happen, but it happens. And as much as I'd like to like put all the blame, on like there's no way you can put all the blame on the framework, like it just doesn't make sense, right? Um, it's funny. I was watching another Theo stream where I talked about the Ricky thing and about the sorry about scheduling and all that. And I think misunderstood. I think the stuff that React's doing is actually really innovative, and I think it's actually really important. What I was kind of like disagreeing on the takes and stuff was that there was a lot of conversation suggesting that other frameworks only cared about DOM updates, and that isn't true. I think most people have moved off the DOM update speed thing years ago. Maybe not. Maybe, I mean, to be fair, Svelte 5 and Vue Vapor are only happening right now, but they're based on work that happened like 7-8 years ago, right? Like in terms of like the performance. Like before Dominic went to go work on Svelte, he was like, I think front end performance is solved. Like even when he put Ripple out, he was like, I haven't really benchmarked it. He's like, I'm sure it'll be like fast enough, but he wasn't sure how fast. Like it wasn't. He knew conceptually from the shape of the solution that the performance would be good, and that basically we've all been kind of sitting around the same performance level for like, honestly, it's kind of funny. Like the browsers have shifted over time. Like Inferno, it was for a long time the fastest or EV or one of those VDOM libraries, and then we found solutions that end up being maybe a bit faster, and then the VDOM stuff, the block DOMs started showing up that we were faster again. But then over time, the browsers almost normalized it. Where Inferno now, without even getting changed, is actually as fast as the Signal solution or a block DOM. Like they're almost all the same performance. That's no longer a thing, and it hasn't really been for almost 10 years. So what has everyone been working on? Well, reactivity, propagation, change. It's all a form of the scheduling problem. So I actually think that this is, it's not. I think everyone is actually working on the same sort of problems. See here. Okay, so the browser thing's called the Performance Panel Extensibility API. That's cool. Anyway, yeah, which brings me right here. I was actually talking about it here. Is we're all still learning and kind of figuring stuff out. And I think one of the funniest things I saw when the reaction to Ripple was that Ripple has like had these. I say had because they already changed the API, which is what you get to do when you're starting out and working out things. They had these $ things that were very Svelte-like that just worked, and then then when you went to an array, you needed like a special, like basically observable array. They had their own array primitive, and people were just like, it's funny, like everything else looks native. It's got for loops and like if statements and all this stuff, and then it's like, oh, new array, it's over. And it's just like, wow, people are out of whack, right? And it was, and to be fair, I kind of get it because like it's supposed to be just JavaScript, and then you have this thing, but I actually think that we've just been so freaking warped around the status quo. And I mean, so in a sense, I can get what like Matthew Phillips was saying in terms of like, he feels even like my status quo is kind of warped around things where basically I said, I can't help but feel that React initially taught us the wrong lesson, and that Svelte initially taught us the wrong solution to that lesson. Basically, people got so afraid of having special data types, like having like these wrappers, as Matthew Phillips was talking about. Initially, like when the class components came out, React was just plain JavaScript, this whole thing, that in order to actually accomplish what the special data types do, we built compilers to hide the fact that they were special data types, essentially, right? And then the problem is the special data types were always going to happen, or functional programming people talk about their monads or whatever. Like you're always going to have like a promise, is a special data type. You're always going to have a representation of the thing. it's natural when it's not a plain variable. It's reactive. It's something, whether that's state in React, like useState, or whether that is, a signal or whatever. There is going to be a data type. The fact that people think that they want plain JavaScript, even though like plain variables, even though that's not how they work, is crazy. And basically React really were like, look, we're just plain JavaScript. And people like took that to such an extent that Svelte like almost had to come in and be like, look, we're just plain JavaScript, like in the complete opposite way, to the point now that when I see both elements right next to each other, it's like this like mismatch, right? The answer is very simple. Embrace the fact that there are special data primitives. The end. Like in the end, what Ripple ended up doing is switching from $, something to mark the to at signs. They started like, I think, let me see if I can pull this up. Sorry, Dom, no, this is not updated. I didn't prepare for this, so I can't say that I'm doing that. Just give me Ripple.js without the. See, can I just do .com without the playground? Yeah, okay, cool. Do we see it here? Where did I see it? Maybe I saw it in the JS framework benchmark. No, I see it here. See, he moved the labels around. Instead of decorating the functions, he's now decorating the reads, right? So count is a special thing that comes from track. And then to access it reactively, you put an @ sign in front of it. That's analyzable. It's funny. I wrote an article a few years ago where I went through all the different permutations of how one could approach it. What was this one called? The Quest for Reactive Script. Quest for Reactive Script, 2021. And I think this is one of the syntaxes, because what did I call this one? Okay, there's the Destiny operator. Okay, there's identifiers. So what's the identifier approach? Yeah, okay, so this is a variation of what I call the identifier approach, where you do the thing like normal, but then you like access it. Like I put it, it's not quite the same solution, because the read versus write thing, but it's a variation of the identifiers. There's a keyword approach there, which is on labels decorators. This is what Svelte 4 used. And then there is the function decorator approach, which is what Ruins use, and Vue use when they were doing their API. So yeah, basically this is bucket one, this is identifier. Basically there's only like so many ways that you can represent this kind of state. So, and this article still holds up today, funnily enough. I think my argument with the identifier approach was that while it's the least obtrusive, like you're basically just, what's the difference between @count and count calling as a function? Well, it's not ambiguous. You know that this is a reactive read instead of just being any function call. So there is a benefit from that. But I'm saying at this point, every place that you would put an @ sign is the exact same place that you would call a function if there's a signal. And the only thing is it's more compiler analyzable. But anyway, you see how this actually makes array not seem out of place anymore, because now you can go count, track, double, array. It's actually consistent in terms of language wise. I think it took kind of putting the two syntaxes next to each other to understand like this juxtaposition in a sense. So, and now again, sorry, where's Ripple? Now, like it looks like your use state or whatever. Like, to be fair, yeah, now you can actually see that these are data primitives. I in general, I like this change. It makes sense. I think it's the right balance here. I'm just kind of pointing out that I think we got way out of whack here originally, and even framers come from the opposite side of this of the structure. We're actually kind of pushing along the same mentality, and we just got to get over it. Anyways, I don't know. Some people really. I saw a post the other day. I think it was Ryan Florence and Maple going back and forth. I should have bookmarked it. I didn't, and saying like they just want everything just to look like plain JavaScript, and it's like it isn't. So I, at a certain point, well, I mean, the compiler can still do optimizations. This just lets you. The only reason you don't use functions is this tells you. This can be like, look, compiler, this is a reactive read. So like, I think this keeps the compiler optimizations open significantly, which is why it's good. I also kind of like it because every time I see the @ sign, I see its function call. It makes it really easy to translate in my head. Like it's very obvious. Like you're like, I am reading this, right? It's kind of like the opposite destiny operator. Anyway. Oh, what does Ripple solve? It solves the problem of logic and markup being two separate things. It combines them in a way the same thing can be seamlessly interleaved. In a sense, yeah. I mean, there's two aspects to Ripple. There's a technical aspect which is very compelling, which is the subcomponent level VDOM. So basically, like picture if you could take the optimizations of the React compiler and then like where you have that kind of level of analysis and then use it not just to memoize these specific trees, but actually split the components out. Like, in that one case where they split the component out because it was stateless when we were with Ricky, picture if you could just like take a component and just like chop it up into these little pieces like automatically. So there's that technical part that's interesting. The second part is actually just a templating thing, right? The Ripple's templating syntax is really kind of interesting because it lets you deeply nest state regardless of components, which you need a system to be able to leverage that. React didn't care about that with JSX because literally the state is in the components and you have to break into a separate component. Ripple allows you to do that. Fine-grained allows you to do that. A template like Ripple's templating system would benefit Svelte, Solid, Marco, pretty much anything that can fine-grain render. So like, to me, there's like two pieces that make it interesting. I think, unfortunately, neither piece, like they're both very like, I think the templating thing is the most interesting from like for like a non-technical perspective, like a developer. Some people have a hard time though with different templating syntax. People are very tribal about that. But I think like that aspect is something that people could see the usage of. The fine grain rendering as a thing is what it is. Like there's different ways to fine grain render. It's like neither here nor there. So like, I guess it's interesting. In a sense, you don't need a new framework to show off the templating thing, but you need a different framework to show off the rendering capability. So yeah, I mean, I was trying to convince Dom just to like open his templating so that like any framework could use the templating. It might still be a possibility, but there's definitely both aspects. You can't ignore the fact that this is like a fine-grained VDOM renderer, essentially. Okay, what else do I got here? Yeah, I've been working a ton on transitions. I'll have to update you on that stuff next time. It's not quite finished yet. I did show the to-do app. God, I don't. Have we talked enough about innovation this stream so that we can ignore like, I don't know what's wrong with React influencers. React influence is so big that I give two shits about Ripple.js. Inventing new framework died a long time ago. Let it go. Actually, I didn't really care about this. Like, it's fine that he gives two shits. It just, why are there people like? There's so many things wrong with this sort of post, and it's so funny because it brings out all these people who are like pro React, yeah, blah blah, React's the end of the blah blah blah, and not even like Ricky wouldn't endorse anything they would say. Like we there's so much going on, so much improving, so much getting better, and it's like it completely like the statement and the propagation of this sort of idea basically is an insult to everyone. Because like I'm not talking about just like not React. This is an insult to React itself, you know. I I don't get why I just keep on hearing the same drivel. Like people like, oh, it's for clickbait or whatever. Like I bet. I mean, on the positive, I guess more people heard about Ripple because of this tweet than maybe other things. But it's like I don't get why it's cool to have such a negative view of things. It's just, I was okay. I hate and dunk on React Next as much as the next person, right? That's not about because this is also hating on React, even though I'm using them for everything. What I meant to say is I personally don't care about new frameworks because being created is beat the React point. I had the second part of the thing because I'm salty. Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't chance to adopt a new framework unless you improve J. Yeah, people talk about AI. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, AI is only a reflection of ourselves. People like their solutions are only as good as the solutions that we can make. AI is only as good at interpreting the language and generating the code as what we can give it. Like AI is just holding up a giant mirror, and if you don't like what you see, well, like that's on you. Uh, so like, God, he's not wrong. I agree with innovation when it comes to backend systems. God, why are people so just clueless? Sorry, this post response is almost as bad as reading Reddit or Hacker News. Like I thought people on X like knew something. It's crazy. The amount of like just ignorance pissed me off. Sorry. Devs use sometimes tools and tools, yeah, which is fine. I think it's perfectly fine to be like, look, I don't really care about this stuff. I'm not going to use this new feature. I'm doing my thing. My problem is they act like nothing is happening, or like they come up with like statements like that are just like, yeah, you know, front end was done 10 years ago. It's just like, and then it propagates, and then more people like start repeating the same stupid thing, and you're like, what, like nobody, even the people that you think you're defending. That's the funniest thing. I get like angry React reply guys, like who when I say something like, "Oh, React's this, React this," I forget what's name, Saren something. And the fun thing is, like, literally, they make arguments that like the React core team wouldn't make. Like that actually, then you have like Ricky coming in going, "Oh, actually, no, he's right. Actually, this." It's just so like it's fine. I guess when you're really into something, you understand, you take the time to understand it, you understand how others, you understand the space around it. And the average developer who comes on these platforms has no clue what they're talking about and just wants to talk shit, you know, whatever. I guess. I don't know. It just seems crazy when I have like I don't know how many 74,000 followers. Like people actually probably listen to what this guy says, you know. Or who was the guy the other week, Corey House, you know? Like it's I understand that like it just like the joking or just saying stuff, but it's just like this kind of there's a reason front end, and I realize also I said AI is a reflection, influencers are a reflection. People get popular by saying stuff that people want them to say, you know. Um I mean, maybe that's what separates the most successful ones from the ones that don't, the ones that actually provide value. How many followers you got these days, Theo? Almost 250,000. Good for you. Value versus, I don't even know what to call this. Like it's not even to dunk on like, sure, choose React. It's just like the amount of like, I can't get through like almost a single sentence without hearing like something that's like blatantly like isn't true. It's like there's more, you're more likely to read things that aren't true than true in the response to almost anything. And I guess I just got to get used to that. And then that's what AI like responds back to you with. You know what I mean? Like, sorry. Okay. Let's continue on. After the last stream, Marco actually updated their main site to use Marco 6. So like we're RC, we're like, I don't think they officially called it RC, but we're well on the way to Marco 6. So that's awesome. Great work, guys. What else do we got here? We'll get back to solid stuff in a minute. Maybe that is actually, let me look at some benchmarks. Or sorry, not benchmarks, bookmarks. Yeah, okay. Again, more stuff here. Yeah, this is the egoist thing. Jack actually summarized it pretty well. This is just the nature of referential comparison to indicate that an object's contents have changed, but it doesn't require referential discipline. It's not that React specific issue. Most frameworks use this method to identify when objects changed. Yeah. I think that stores, I think you get a lot of like responses here. Yes, this is the actual correct answer. Thank you, Dev. This isn't a React specific issue. It's an issue caused by immutable data updates. Most signal frameworks and state libraries solve this immutable data processing. Yes, this is actually the truth. But yeah, we already talked about that. The goal for my React conf is to explain why you should use all these async files because they're really dope. Yeah, this is actually what inspired us, the stream happening, or like this kind of one line. Yeah, this is basically what I talk about next month. When Fiber, the goal is to allow scheduling UIs at different priorities. It was fundamentally async resource scheduling problem. We basically shipped almost features, solve the problems. Few transitions, let's coordinate. Expense lists include UIs, and then with streaming SSR features, you can do this all today via Lambda stable, blah, blah, blah. We haven't done a good enough job explaining it. React is at a point where it's competing with itself. You can build a good app using React patterns from 2016 without Fiber, or you can build a great app using patterns from 2025. Most who are not using a framework are still doing 2016. I think people getting most frustrated is that they want to write a 2000 React app using React 2025 React. Things like strict mode and hooks were created so you can easily use 25 async Fiber features, but you don't want those. It's hard to appreciate the value. And then the React comp, yeah. Okay, so we talked about that. Okay, fine. Then let's just hop over to some solid news then, very briefly. First of all, Convex opening up their sponsorship wider, very, very much. They open source Chef and they took that opportunity to actually put some money into a bunch of open source projects, including Zod and ourselves. So super, and Biome, it looks like, yeah. Archetype, oh no, like great projects. Super stoked. It does help. We funnel money back into like every team just adds this like every sponsorship just adds this little bit more that just helps us push, get a little bit more developer hours stuff in. We don't have the resources as of larger frameworks. This makes such a huge difference. Really, really thankful for Convex doing this. Big fan of Convex. People were giving crap about the solid integration, but we all know we all know where things are going. I've brought this up in multiple streams recently. But yes, I'm very this. Thank you. You know, I'm very stoked about this. Yeah, I'm I'm so glad that the TanStack team, which are like mostly like React developers, are so stoked on Solid building the dev tools. Like they're excited to use Solid. Um, you know, if you can get these guys who are fairly hardcore React developers, I wonder if he's got React in his profile. Be literally, yeah, like people who actually are like far enough along that like they would put React as their like profile description are using Solid or like we solidify, right? Uh, as you know, and enjoying it and thinking that it's great. It makes me really happy that, you know, this audience can, you know, appreciate what we built here. So yeah, what else I got here? Okay. Talking about AI, we've thanks to the Angular team at Google, they reached out, Mo buddy Havel, and he was like, "Hey, can you work on AI?" And I was like, "I don't have time right now, but I know someone who's more than interested." We got Dev working on it, and they've been doing this suite of tests for Gemini, and basically, it turns out that I mean, maybe these tests are still early days, you know, like, but there are models that can build well with Solid. I'm not surprised, honestly. Some people worry about the similarity to with React, but then you can just like tell it it's not React, and they can kind of fill in the gaps. I think this ability the AI has here is something that's just going to continuously improve. The whole and improve for everyone. I I think the early gains, it was really easy to see like, oh, React got more training. But that's not going to stop everyone. Otherwise, we're going to literally get stuck where we were. I think this is a really interesting opportunity, and I'm I'm interested to see how this pans out. This kind of joint effort between frameworks to get stuff done is really powerful thing, and I really want to thank Angular team for tapping us on the shoulder and getting us involved so early on in the process. This is, you know, something pretty important to us. So yeah, very cool. Another library built with Solid. That's awesome. Better comments for GitHub is now available to everyone. I love hearing success stories like this. But yeah, I think that is pretty much what I got here this week. I probably missed some big news item that I'm not aware of, but a lot of the stuff the last little while for me is I've been very heads down with the transition stuff, and I'm very excited to. It actually all basically works now, except for the optimistic updates. There's just I still have some entanglement issues, and I'm. It's really cool to see this kind of evolution. What do we got here? Pick a friend. Okay, what do we got here, chat? I feel how. I feel happier since I decided not to do much front end, more full stack back end. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. People, there's a sense of like stability. People keep on going like, why is front end still changing? Because see, it's almost easier to believe that front end isn't changing, right? And that's what kind of like leads us here, like where like we have these opinions and, you know, people kind of saying this stuff because it's almost more convenient. Oh, I missed this. Sorry. TanStack start V1. I should talk about that in a minute, but and the truth of the matter is, because front end is interfacing with your user, this is an area that's always going to be prone to improvement. Like people always want to get the best for their user in terms of like how they interact, right? Every new development in terms of convention, UI, like I'm thinking like UX type stuff, like where people are like, I want this experience, or I want to you know, show this sort of thing, or like how about changing the interfacing? You know, some people are talking about like how much of that animation stuff had to do with gestures. We didn't see that today, but that's, touch devices. When you change the way that we interact with stuff, AI might change the way we primarily interact with the interfaces. Every time something shifts on these patterns, we need better tools to be able to build them and better ways to kind of synchronize it. It's a completely different problem set than the backend problem set, but it's also equally valuable. But it's kind of, because at the baseline you can literally just show an HTML page the same way that I've been able to do a SQL query for 30 years, or longer, whatever. I guess me personally, because 30 years ago, it would probably have been the first time I did a SQL query. But like, it's kind of like, I think it's kind of funny to expect that these things wouldn't keep on evolving. Not any comment to you specifically. I understand that there's a lot of other drama and stuff that comes around with it. I'm just talking generally when I hear such anti-innovation sentiment coming out on the social media. Say it today is a projection, yeah. I missed the rest of that conversation. Maybe we should just all use Datastar, yeah. Datastar mentioned. HTMX plus signals. Did I see Alan's post React versus Solid? I guess we could talk about that briefly. But I mean, let me see if I can find it. I literally had. Was it on the Solid tab? Post enough that it might actually take me a minute to find it. It's that one like I'm starting to hate React or something. I think the biggest challenge. I appreciate this article. I'll talk about why in a minute. So async remote function thoughts. Not a ton, I admit. I know there's details, but to me, it was inevitable. Rich was a little critical of like the API surface stuff that we did with Solid Start, but I felt like he was going to get there like with their version eventually. It was an API issue, like in terms of like foot guns. It wasn't about a thing. Like there's huge advantages to having that RPC chain that we can like leverage to manage the communication on both sides. So like, and it honestly, if you're taking a perspective that I'm going to be like SPA first and I just want to incrementally add backend server, transparently, this is the approach. As I said, this is why I came up with it for Solid Start. It's why TanStack Start uses a pattern, and now SvelteKit. Well, they're all kind of the same thing at this point. But yeah. You don't pick React for its platform innovation, but for stability, easy staffing, and backend battle hardened solutions. Exactly, especially the last two, the ease of staffing and battle hardened solutions. Stability, interestingly enough, I don't think React is stable from the sense that stuff's backwards compatible, but because of the changes of best practices over the years, I don't think it's actually the most stable UI framework over that time period. But from staffing and battle hardened, I mean, it's hard to argue with that. We criticize React data fetching, but data fetching in Svelte without SvelteKit loaders is low-key even more scuffed. Yeah. But React or Svelte always had this thing that you almost systematic solutions. Like I'm not surprised. Like in a future where Svelte is basically Svelte kit, like that's the way they directed it. For me with Solid Start, that was never the case. Like I wanted it to be a starter, but I really wanted it to be like solid. Like I have a very similar mentality to like the React team and like the React things in terms of like first principles and primitives. Svelte has a different value, so I'm not like, but yeah, I don't know. Solid's awesome. More people should use it. I mean, I don't know what to say. I feel like we did a really good job on the design aspect of it to be stable for so long. And I've learned that we need to change parts of it over time, but it's like, it's not the thing that people choose or matter on. Anyway, let's quickly look at this article. Yeah, I mean, Svelte had some interesting things because like the await component was kind of like suspense, but didn't like handle streaming properly. The funny thing a lot of people don't realize with Svelte is like there's a lot of features that aren't actually there yet, but look like they should be there, but they take time. Like I think streaming properly is stuff like coming in now in the RPCs. Like these are things that maybe other frameworks have had for a long time, or like third-party solutions, and like Svelte's like kind of takes a bit to get there, but to fit their aesthetic, so it makes sense. It just people are always surprised. Like that's the one thing. Solid's like the opposite end of the spectrum, where it's like no one realizes that it has everything, right? Like I mean, you could say it's a marketing problem, but it's like maybe we just don't streamline stuff as well. Like like the whole conversation Ricky had where he's like saying everyone cared about DOM rendering. It's like, well, we had concurrent transitions, and I mean actual concurrent ones in 1.0, although I'm kind of debating whether I want that in 2.0, with the scheduling and the time slicing. We did that all back 5 years ago. Like Solid is very, very capable in terms of, because I needed it as a proving ground to prove that these ideas work. The challenge is it's maybe not as polished, but it's clean from the like design aesthetic standpoint. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's tricky. It's like I sometimes when I look at Vue or Svelte or frameworks, I'm like surprised what's actually not there, even though the API design suggests that it would be there. React is actually pretty good on that in that they only introduce it usually when they've covered the whole spectrum. Like I mean, I can't say that truth, but like when they introduced suspense, at that point you could like it would work for streaming, just no one implemented it except like maybe Remix or someone. Like you didn't need RCs, but like when they introduced suspense, it was actually completely capable. Which is kind of similar to Solid. We introduced a feature, it's completely capable. We haven't actually showed or put the other pieces together to like deliver the whole package. Where in some other tools, they'll make the API and ship it without having the full feature availability, and then they'll add those features in later. It'd be like adding suspense, but it only works on the client at first. Like React would never do that, right? That's sort of like the difference there. Sometimes it's worth doing because if you can get suspense and it only works on the client but not on the server, then well, you're gonna go good to go. To be fair, React didn't have render like to stream originally, so technically speaking, it only worked on the client because of the API. But it was like it wasn't something that like you could exploit the fact that it was there. It wasn't like obvious. Like you literally just didn't have the APIs to do it. So yeah. Yeah, TanStack is great. And talking about TanStack developers, here's here. I've tried Solid and now I'm starting to hate React. Such a strong title. Fine. Maybe we need some haters. Before we dive into the meat and potatoes of this article, give a bit of background. I'm working React for almost 8 years. Love it. Second, create OSS, create apps, joined the TanStack team, tech dev tools. They use Solid as a baseline for all their projects that have UI, so I decided to bite the bullet and learn Solid. I am not very subjective, and my tech choices come into open mind, which is good. I think more people need to be like this. Learning Solid reactivity, you create component state, prop that's pretty simple. Whenever props change, re-renders. Solid completely flips the paradigm on its head, and re-renders happen when you explicitly do built-in signals. Okay, sounds like horrible practice coming from React. If you have a bunch of props that change, you would have to wrap them all up in some sort of hook to make them reactive, right? Well, not really. The props are not reactive, particularly, but they are if they're signals. So you create some state in the parent that's built a signal and pass it through the props reactive. So in practice, you actually almost get identical API to React without the extra re-renders. After working with it and struggling to get things to re-render, I realized something really important about Solid's architecture, huge benefit over React. It's a lot easier to get something to re-render when you want it to, rather than to get it not to render when you don't want it to. Yes, this is what I was talking about, like the on-off thing, default on, default off. That suggests that we have better defaults, which has value. Create React app props, component re-renders when they change. Component re-rendering. I love this. Okay. JSX is close to the platform. I don't know this reading, but I'm personally very involved in Remix React routers. Besides TanStack, one of the biggest philosophies I take there is use the platform. Down the web API, you have your worked icons in your project. Solid doesn't have special keywords of JSX. We have ref. Do not have to be camel case. They can be, but they don't have to be. There's no forbidden words like class or for. Yeah. We are trying to streamline the props in 2.0 so that there's only one way of doing it. This was actually kind of a bad thing that have it go both ways. That being said, we were trying to align with like HTML as best as possible. TypeScript takes most of the effort off the migration, as will code stuff. And to be fair, most people, yeah, I'm not too worried. There's only a few handful of props that aren't commonly used that actually have this problem. Work to TanStack DevTools, so to know things solid is not the case. The APIs work the way you'd expect them to and go beyond. Let me explain. Portaling. Yeah, in order to detach the DevTools, blah, 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 portal. Okay. DevTools get mounted, plugin provides the user when the plugin collecting clicks away that creates. I like there's a practical example in here. I did look at this article before, but I think I skipped over this. We need to happen. You create a portal, create a function, mounts to JSX. The drawback is it has to be rendered in the JSX or it doesn't work, which means that instead of doing something like this, we have to. Interesting. I mean, that's a very specific thing, but yeah. Yeah, he's just showing that it works like in one function. This is why I create a lot of my examples in one function. I feel like that's like the benchmark for how to like approach a problem. Like like me and Tanner, actually, when we're working on some of the stuff around like Bling originally, our criteria for deciding how something works is we wanted to build a whole app in one file. That was our thing. We were like, can we build an optimal app in one file? Can we have all the routes, everything defined in one file, including code splitting? That's where we started making like code splitting, like lazy $sign and stuff. Like we wanted to basically, as a test, go how, because you can always break stuff into more files, into more functions and organize it. But can you do everything in one? This lets the person who starts small and scales up to have the ability to like start in a place that seems reasonable to them without being pre-inundated with structural concerns. And when we were like in the same kind of thing, when I look at apps, I start from the perspective is can I reasonably do this from one component? We can always break into more, but can we do it in one component? As I said, the fact that component is a unit of change in React makes this like a terrible philosophy for attacking React, but it works really nicely for Solid. So it also means that stuff like this can happen where just incidentally you do something that seems like it should be simple. It just works because like components have nothing to do with it. Your interpretation of classroom as div is just div. Yeah, I think that's fair, but that div is like a div is kind of like saying like Phelps div is like a div. I mean, it's true, it is, but are you going to use it that way? Maybe not. Web component. Okay. Wasn't expecting this. Here we go. Examples. Web components tab 0. Yeah, I mean, we do support web components out of the box. Although to be fair, there's been push to change how we support web components. And this support is, it's so funny. The approach that we're taking to web components in 2.0 in terms of defaulting to attributes instead of properties is one that's like welcome. The web component community and the solid web component units think it's 100% the right choice. I made a different choice because I am an app developer before web component developer. So I like when I originally built stuff, I was like not thinking like web components are my universe. I was thinking like I want them to be useful. So I was like, okay, I want props up like update. I want to pass non-strings. I'm going to default to properties. But all the web component people that I've talked to, like, we're doing the right thing for 2.0, even though it's to me, it's kind of like a weird choice, but it actually works better because then you make less assumptions. You let web components be web components. So everyone's happy. And since I probably presumably will not be using web components in the future anymore, like I had my run with them, this is a great way to do web components because it makes the web component people happy. I wonder if for someone like LM doing this, if he will be happy, because my gut feeling is that the way web component people want you to use web components is not at all sensible in how it interacts with frameworks. It's sensible in like an HTML web component first world, but is it not sensible in how frameworks work and the mentality around frameworks. I hope this continues fine for him, and it was only a slight adjustment, but it's just something that I come in mind because it's like a lot of time in web components, the like because of other decisions down the line, what you end up is not the logical thing. Yeah, Solid's best feature, the web components. Yeah. Final thoughts. More work thought, the more I realize I have to fight React on a lot of things I shouldn't have to fight it on. Fair. I don't plan to make extreme statements or but follow the breath of fresh air and open my eyes. React could be, probably never will be the equal to fair React, blah, 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 mounted a change. Good design is great, enjoyable, blah, blah, blah. It's not saying React's wrong, but I recommend Solid. Yeah, I just, this is the thing I've struggled with. We just need people to try it and see if they like it and make sense. See, the thing is, React's got a grand vision. You know what the problem with grand visions are? And I mean, I got a grand vision too, but at different stages along the steps, it will fit where you are at that moment in time. You know, picture like everyone walking along a path in a certain direction. People walk at different speeds. You know what I mean? Like, and they take breaks at different times, or they, you know, hurry up at different times. You generally want to take that journey together, maybe with some people or whatever, because you're familiar with them. But like everyone, based on themselves, maybe characteristics of their own body, will have like different things that work best for them. I think it was very obvious talking to Ricky, like they're working on some incredibly ambitious stuff. But in the meanwhile, they didn't have an async primitive until use, and it's not like the full story. Whereas like you could have picked up create resource and Solid in 2019, 6 years ago, and just had async just working, you know, like even if React will eventually get there or something else, that doesn't mean that it's the best choice at any point along the way, right? And there's other solutions that probably also have a great destination in mind, right? You just gotta like keep an open mind, like this author has. So, you know, this is great, you know, like great article. All right. I think with that, the last bit here, other than give some props to devs for doing such a good job on the stream, is probably okay. Actually, I have two things. Thing one, TanStack start release candidate. I think there was some problems with the Solid stuff, so I don't know if the Solid stuff is up to grade for this release, to be fair. I am excited about this though. I hope that before release we can get the Solid stuff working. I know the guys who are working on the Solid stuff at the TanStack started focusing on Solid Start again. At least a number of them, but I'm hoping that we can clear the gap and get this going, because this is an important part of the story. That with the common APIs and stuff, it's very easy to ship. This is the easiest way to go from React to Solid. I'm hoping there's like a path for people where it's like React router app, TanStack app, or maybe next TanStack app, and then TanStack app, TanStack Solid app. You know, so like everyone there is big Solid fans. If we can make this happen, as I said, I'm just working as hard as I can on 2.0 so that the real power gets unlocked. But very, very excited. This is a big release. This is probably going to be the first time at such a scale that we see the patterns that I talked about in my BeatConf talk 3 years ago, like when I first envisioned Solid Start and worked with Nikhil, actually being used in mainstream apps, you know, with all these React developers flooding in. This is largely the vision of the future that I had 3 or 4 years ago, and see it come to fruition here, and even nicer in a lot of ways. There's a lot of polish here, things like a lot of like validation and middlewares, and like very Tanner is a devil for details, and see both the mechanical aspects married to the like quality of life aspects. It's really, really, really exciting, and I think everyone should check it out, especially everyone in the React ecosystem. This is my vote for, unsurprisingly, for framework of choice in the React ecosystem. Everyone's going to have their bias. I obviously have mine, so check it out. That should have been how I ended the stream because it's a positive note. All I want to say is that September 21st or September 22nd was one of the most disgusting days that I've seen on X since I joined, and I just want to throw this out there. I I I understand that there's a lot of people who are in a lot difficult situation, and the U.S. economy is in an interesting place. If we're not in a recession, maybe like it's coming, but I kind of feel like we're already there. Using that as a reason to turn against immigration is just disgusting, is the only word that I can put against it. And it's crazy to kind of watch like people just kind of like turn on this on the platform. And I don't usually make political statements. I just think there's a lot of people who don't understand the mechanics or the elements of it. You know, there's a lot of people who come in on different visas to work. It's part of what makes the US such a great place to live, is that you can, you know, bring in the best people. People argue it's not always the best people. It's not the easiest way to hire people on visas. Do you know what I mean? It's not like, the one thing that I think that really hurts about the H-1B thing is that people don't talk about is H-1B is actually dual intent. It's one of the few visas that actually allow people to immigrate. A lot of visas actually are like, you can work here, but if you tried to apply for a green card, your status is in jeopardy, right? You don't leave the country or not. In fact, this is why, as a Canadian, I was actually trying to get H-1B. To be fair, there's issues with the system. I've entered the lottery multiple times and never been selected. Probably 3 times. Dylan entered it 4 times. He ended up marrying an American from Marco that we had on a couple of weeks back. The lottery year is a lottery, you know, but like once you have this status with H-1B, you actually have a chance to immigrate. I think that's exactly why it was targeted, because there's a lot of visas you can get to come and work in the US, and maybe not in certain industries or from certain areas of the world. But there are many different types of visas. Yeah, Guillermo from Versailles was talking about how he got an O1 or the Genius visa. Again, O1, not dual intent. So like, I feel like it was more than just like, oh, worried about cheap labor coming outside. I think that this one being a path to immigration is actually might have even been what the target is. And I don't think people talked about that. And that I just want to bring that to people's attention, that while it's possible on non-immigratory visas to actually immigrate, you know, like you can't, like, you have to worry about often entering or exiting the country, and what your status means. So I've lost my lottery 2 times. Yeah. I've 3 times myself, I think. Yeah. So like, I don't know. I have other means. I think I'm probably at some point just gonna, there's an equivalent to the Genius visa for a green card. You can make like a Genius green card application. I think it's called the E1AB or whatever. And I think I can probably qualify because my contributions to the field. But like, I'm just thinking of like how many people are out there, you know. The problem and why this matters in terms of immigration is if you expect someone to come work in your country for more than a few years, like if it's a couple years, I get it. But if people are going to spend and keep on renewing these non-immigratory visas, they're eventually going to want to be able to lay down roots and be able to actually build a family or do something. So like, I think the impact of this is huge. And especially if you can get people on these other visas for way cheaper, like the 100,000 a year or whatever they're proposing is just absolutely huge. The funny thing is, like, when I was thinking like 100,000 over like the whole 3 years, I was like, oh, maybe like someone would like pay that kind of money to, their salary is enough and all this stuff. But like 100,000 a year is just debilitating, and more importantly, it cuts off a path to like achieving like the American dream, so to speak. So I understand America has to, cater or help its own people, but I do really wonder if this is the problem, or if this is just like there's more to it than that. Oh, the per year part was a rumor? Okay, fair enough. I mean, the thing is, I ended up in the US because of a job. eBay wanted me to move down here. And then you're here for a few years and you're like, got kids, and you're like, they have friends at school. They have, you know what I mean? Like, you start building a life for yourself after a few years. If non-immigration is like never really on the table, then it affects your impact. Then you're like, okay, you know what? No, I'll work remotely, or maybe I'm just not going to take that job. I think I think maybe, there is a time to focus on yourself, so to speak, but it's also kind of like, it sends a loud message that what you prioritize, which is good. Maybe prioritizing American people is more important than, say, prioritizing innovation or something, the reason I said this was just so disgusting was even just like talking or opening the debate on Twitter had like, there's some kind of thread on that Theo wrote, and I responded, and some people like, oh, why are immigrants also entitled and all this stuff, and it's just like, people are there to do a job, so let them do the job or don't let them do the job, and like, just make a decision either way. I just couldn't believe the amount of like bigotry. I mean, I should be able to believe it. Maybe it's because I just don't like usually intervene in channels that are like so like pro Trump or whatever, pro Republican or whatever, and I can stay clear of that. It just, I thought the people on Reddit talking about JavaScript frameworks were ignorant. It goes beyond ignorant. It was just disgusting, as I said. Sorry, that's such a negative way to end it, but I think we're in for a kind of interesting time period, and I think the whole world is in a very difficult time right now, and I don't want to speculate on what that looks like, but I hope that it comes with a modicum of compassion. The pro H1B people are on Blue Sky. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's it for today. I've streamed for over 6 hours. Ricky stayed on so long, and funny things, I wanted to finish the transition stuff. I'm getting so close, but I think I might just have to call it a day. It's been a long one. I hope you guys enjoyed being here with me. The Ricky stuff was amazing. Just to have that kind of insight into React and React core team. You always get that sense of their lofty goals when you talk to any of the members, and I'm always like so impressed with that. It's inspiring. But it also, gives me a lot of insight of where things can be improved. So it's always good. All right. I think that's good. New Mandalorian season hype. Okay. Good. Well, enjoy, and I hope you all have a great weekend. Till next time.